Set myself up here on the screen. Happy day, everyone. Happy, happy, happy. Joy, joy, joy. Let's look over here, make sure that we're happening. And let's move this bar up a little bit. And voila, there I am on the screen. A little bit grainy, so it looks like I may need to administer my camera somehow. All right, so we got people filing into the room. That is beautiful. Thank you, everyone, for being here. My name is Omar. I am a host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, with my brother Gaz from down under, from Australia. Got a epic download happening today. Not really quite sure how long this is going to go, but I'm going to just let Gaz go for as long as Gaz needs to go. There's no need to interrupt and stop the man in the middle of a download, right? Because we want an entire download, not 99%. So last week's show, I think we went for like 5.5 hours. I believe it was at like 4 hours and 20 minutes. At 4:20, I said, Gaz, I want to cut it at 5 hours. And then we just kept on going. And then it was 5.5 hours, and an hour just flew right by. So that was great. You're having fun when the time just snaps right by you. Hello, Doc Duchess. Thank you for being here. Love you very much. Thank you for your support. Happy day to you as well. Hello, Brother Keith Baker. Hola, hola. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. And Richard Minnick, good afternoon, brother. Thank you very much for being here. I don't think I've seen you here on the channel before, so welcome. And thank you for being here. Gozzle. Yeah, Gaz the man, my urban shaman, brother from another mother, who really drops the truth on things and the nature of the state that we are currently in. So guys, before I bring our brother Gaz, our shaman, onto the screen, let's quickly just blow through a couple of things that I've been working on. This is my story. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Washington State. You're right below me. We're like almost neighbors. I'm from British Columbia, just right above you. Richard Minnick, being around. Right on, brother. Right on. It's really nice to see you, and thank you for being here. And then we have Hans Depot. Thank you very much, Hans, for being here from Holland. Awesome. I visited Holland a number of times and grew up in Europe myself, in Denmark. Keith Baker, thanks, Omar. You're very welcome, brother. Thank you very much for being here. Free France. Yeah, Free France. Sean G. Yeah, made it, Omar, on the great Gaz from soon-to-be Free France. Yeah, Free France. I love that. Free France. Because if France is free, then the entire world is free. The revolutions begin in France, and then the world picks up on it. Jesse Blen, Costa Rica. I have had lots of experiences with the reptilian possessing many leaders. See my videos helping Nancy Pelosi, exorcism of Joe Biden, and others. Yeah, I would love to see that. That sounds fantastic, kind of like right up our alley from what we are going to be doing today. Or you're great too, Omar. Hi, all in the chat. Thank you very much, Sean. I really appreciate that love, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Will, one of our members. Thank you very much for being here, sister. Really appreciate it. And good afternoon to you as well. This is my story. Awesome. I actually live in the eastern part of the States between Spokane and Seattle. Thank you. Nice. I've been to Seattle a number of times. I lived in Vancouver for many years. So thank you very much, guys, for being here. Let's just quickly run down some of the things that I have been working on for you guys, so that we have a epic experience. So let's start with this one first. We have a walk-in conference that is happening on January the 8th and January the 9th with Portal to Ascension. That is a two-day conference featuring all these speakers and a number of MCs. So that one's going to be a great one. I went to the walk-ins conference a couple months ago, and it was just epic. The information I learned was fantastic. And of course, coming up on Tuesday, December 21st, the solstice, we are going to have a day event, and we're going to start off in Australia with a sacred rock and artifact ceremony where we're going to have extraterrestrial bones, stones from across the world, sacred stones. We have Atlantean rings. So there's a massive ceremony that is happening beginning at 7:30 in the morning. So you guys definitely should be here for this one. This is what we did last year with our event that we did last year. As you guys can recall, it was called Level Up, and we were able to reach 15 million people together. There was a few of us broadcasting around the world, and we were able to change the Schumann resonance so much so that we blew it off the chart and it stopped recording. So love actually really does work, and it's the answer, because that's what we were doing that day. And here are some of the artifacts that will be featured on December 21st with the ceremony. And then after that, what we got going on, guys, is it goes from 7:30 to 8:30. And then at 8:30, we'll take a 30-minute break. And then we will come back for a 11, 12-hour download. And we're calling this one Two Roads and a Single Path. Which one will you choose? And in this one, we are featuring a pile of speakers starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. So I'll run down the schedule for you guys. So 7:30 a.m. we have the Uluru Rock Ceremony until 8:30, and then we'll have a coffee break, breakfast, bathroom break, whatever you like. And then at 9 o'clock we will go live again, and we'll do an opening. And then at 9:15 we'll have Lyanne Curtis come on. She will do some light language and give us a download on love and some sacred knowledge. And then at 10 o'clock, we have Dr. Joan of Angels coming on. And then at 11 o'clock, we have Neil Gore from Portal to Ascension. And then at 12 o'clock, we have Gloria Canning. And then at 1 o'clock, Michael Feely. 2 o'clock, Aaron Fowler. 3 o'clock, Rodney McGillivray. 4 o'clock, Ray Davis. 4:30, John Shaughnessy. 5 o'clock, Leonard O'Neill. 6 o'clock, Stephen and Evan Strong. And then at 7 o'clock, Carrie Ann will do a closing meditation with her. And then at 8 o'clock, we will have a panel for an hour. And then at 9 o'clock, we will be doing the closing on our summer solstice day event. So it's going to be a long day, starting at 7:30 in the morning and closing out at 9 o'clock. And then also on January the 1st and January the 2nd, we have another event happening, which is called the Etherical Retreat. That is a workshop type event where our 10 speakers will give about a half hour, 45-minute lecture, and then they'll do a one-on-one with us and showing us techniques on how to achieve your intentions, New Year resolutions, different techniques of meditation, self-hypnotherapy, present time alignment, and different techniques of meditations and sound healing, hummings, and whistling and conscious music. So that one should be very interesting as well. And before we begin, my brother from another mother, which is Brad Olson, has this beautiful series called the Esoteric Series. Would make a fantastic gift for anyone. It's a gift that just keeps on giving. So please consider checking out this series for friends who are awoke, or for people that that you want to wake up and they'll enjoy reading. This will be a fantastic gift. And least but not last, you guys know that I get my news from Front Page with Scott Goulet. Check them out on YouTube, Front Page International. Just fantastic light worker. The team is just beautiful. I love them very much, and communicate with them regularly on Telegram. So shout out to Scott Goulet and the team from Front Page International. And then least but not last, a shout out to Santa Surfing, and of course to Quan Galt. So we got all that out of the way. That was pretty quick. So now let's bring our brother on, Mr. Gauze. Here he is, Gauze. You guys were asking for Gauze when I did the stream with Dave Gannett a couple of days ago about Mars, and you guys should really check out that presentation and that interview as well. There was like the things that Dave was showing us that is on Mars is just it's mind-blowing, and especially with the 3D technology that he has incorporated into his archaeological work of Mars. He's showing us metallic objects, buildings, water, trees, animals, birds, lizards. It's like Mars is alive, guys, and we have been duped into thinking that it is a dead planet. So you guys should check that out from Dave Gannett. So let's begin. This is my story, says wow, 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 and more wow. Right on. I like that. Can't wait for the day to arrive. Yes, Brad's books are fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. Brad is awesome, awesome. I plan to have Brad on here in about a week or so, maybe after Christmas if he's not busy, and we're going to be talking about mounds and Aboriginal knowledge and sacred sites around North America, United States, and Canada. So I'm really looking forward to that show. So stay tuned for that one. So welcome, Gods, my brother. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate your time. I know it's like 5 o'clock in the morning for you. And, you're a total light worker. And I appreciate the knowledge that you're always giving us and sharing with us, unobstructed and just raw and take it as you will kind of deal. So I really appreciate that. So today's episode, we're talking about Illuminati, Reptoid, and hybrid humans and Satanists. So this should be very interesting, brother. I'm going to put you on full screen, and as questions come up, I'll jump in and I'll ask you questions. And if I have anything to add, I'll jump in and I'll do the same thing.
Just one moment before you start, Omar. With the actual sort of Reptoid human hybrid situation and Satanists and that sort of thing, as you got as the theme of the show, what specifically, if you could just outline for me, what are the main questions people are after in the sense of what they really want to know about that? Because there's a lot of stuff I can talk about that and basically go in all directions.
I'm not really quite sure. Guys, you guys heard Gauze, so toss...
Yeah, ask some questions, guys.
Yeah.
Today's a good day to do that because I can talk about some of the nature custodian work that I've been doing and all that sort of thing in the sense of behind the scenes and what's being achieved on a magnetic level, okay?
Yeah, I like that.
My whole plan is like, okay, they've got the whole fucking thing rigged out there, okay? Let's face it. They've got their finger in every fucking pie, just about. So it's like, how are you supposed to lobby successfully, like the political process, when the Zionists have got that all stitched up? So they basically engineer people to lobby for their sort of behalf and use that process. But then for other people to use it, and even just to contact senators and things like that, to get any, you don't even get a response. Now, to have democratic informed consent, when you ask a member of parliament, a senator, a question in an email, and it's like you don't get even a response, well, hold it, you're working for us. Okay? Now, a democracy was set up, rigged in the first place. The concept's right, in the sense of, like, they're working, if you're in a political position, you're in a privileged position to be a facilitator, to basically work the society correctly in a conscionable way for the actual people and how they want things to be, okay?
So I got this comment there, Gauze. It's from No Shame Name.
Yeah,
says,
okay.
Start with the basics.
Well, I'm pretty much doing that now.
Yeah, right on, brother. Sorry to interrupt.
Cool. Now, the thing is that when the Greeks invented democracy, okay, once they were sort of taken over by the Satanists, okay, because they were taken over up in Scotland, when Macedonia was more the top of Scotland. You had Judea on the sort of eastern side. You had Greece on the left-hand side. And Alexander the Great, that's why they called him the Great, because he was actually a Mudger. The Macedonians were Mudgers, okay? And so were the original Greeks. But however, those Greeks first got taken over by the actual Jews, the Sadducees of the Jews that had invaded that area. And basically, Alexander's father and grandfather had worked a long time to sort of keep at bay, the whole sort of Jew thing that had happened there. Now, I'd like to say, so that's basically the area of most of the post-Atlantean rerun, one of the post-Atlantean reruns, not the original Atlantis that finished like 70,000 years ago, so to speak, that original movie tape. But we're on like about the sixth sort of rerun now. If you read all the NASA coding in all of their space missions, and you decode all of that, they're literally telling you it's like another Atlantean rerun because they're so stupid. Because when you're working from an inorganic, toxic sort of perspective of life, where you're basically putting fiction, animation, zombie stuff, cartoon fiction, animation, but in real life, it's suffocating as an inorganic overlay, the real living and breathing organic reality, where it's actually pimping the instincts of the organic reality, nature, so it can basically build more rubbish to decorate and literally keep on polishing turds. But really, at the end of the day, no matter how much you polish a turd, it's still a turd. And they're literally destroying the environment to get all the things they need to build more rubbish. Well, technology like this, the internet and stuff, and the way they do everything, they build it with such rubbish technology, with ungrounded electricity that allows them to use hot energy microwaves. It's cancerous to run the 4-5G system when they could be using cold energy, okay? And being healing energy, it's basically, it's not thermally fire sort of damaging because you've got water running with it, hydrogen, okay? You're making it cold energy. You're making the woman energy not spiked anymore, like folded circle stuff, okay? You're making it run in its normal, natural, sort of instant omni way. Because that's the thing about water. That's what allows the instant omni to know anything, anywhere, right here, before you even see it here, because you've got to feel it in order to see it. It's like a hieroglyph or a symbol. Guess what? About all these light languages. It's all shit. Why? There's a symbol. What comes before the symbol? The sound. The sound comes here first, okay? It's the magnetic consciousness. It's how it expresses itself. It's a sound. So that's music. And that's where Beethoven's The Fifth came from. It's one of our core songlines, as you find in a lot of classical music, jazz music, avant-garde 20th century music, funk, rock, jazz, you name it. The music all comes from inside us, because that's the language of the communication. When you tie the magnetic energy consciousness, okay, that's source consciousness, okay, it's magnetic. There's no other force that comes before magnetism, like electricity, nitrogen, blah, blah, blah. All of that comes off. They're aspects of magnetism. And love's the delivery of magnetism. So it's the same thing, love and magnetism. But the actual process of giving unconditional magnetism is love itself. That's the process, okay? That's the delivery. Just like the Mudja language is the delivery of that magnetism, so that all interconnected aspects of nature can actually communicate with itself, bang, instantly, omni. That's that water, that's the feminine, light touch, able to go Ishan's fingernail, okay? You can slice and dice and everything like that without doing an incision, okay? You can do surgery from your auric realms, woo, and basically through your endocannabinoid receptors and all your medicine wells, you can move your whole body like clay, because you've got that magnetism, they've got that air and water working together, so you don't feel pain. And how do you keep it in order from going crazy? It's the musical omnity, okay? Well, I would say usually harmonic rhythm, okay? But I'm using, like, say if you used unity, well, not right unity, because we don't live in a universe either, like a mono sort of culture sort of thing that's all compressed down, monotonal language, blah, 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 blah. It's what the joke world order want. Where our original language was a full range of chordal music, harmonics, everything, because that's what life is, music. Like sound in itself, when you actually have a magnetic consciousness of the actual sound, that's the first gut instinct with the magnetism itself. It comes out like that. So before light or sound creation can actually happen, nature's got to communicate with itself instantly, anywhere, anytime. So it's a whole living and breathing organism that's always symbiotic, masculine and feminine. So that's how all of organic nature works. It's always equally masculine and feminine, symbiosis. And in the physical, why we're separate in masculine and feminine is because what happens in the physical affects all reality. In the satanic inverted world, when they say we come from nothing and go back to nothing, well, that's bullshit, isn't it? The opposite is true. Simple reverse psychology 101. So what happens in the physical, when the masculine and feminine in all aspects of nature, us and the rest of nature, come together to do procreation, that procreation is what makes all organic reality happen and evolve and grow. If that process is stopped, like what happens when you bring two positive magnets together? You just can't make it work. So you've got to do some sort of alchemical, sort of twisted, fucked up equation. So you can have the illusion that two positive magnets can come together and magnetically attract in a perfect way, which they can't in real reality. And that's what this whole inorganic Kabbalah thing is all about. It's perverse. It's using oversaturated electrical energy. It's not properly grounded. It's only really grounded, same as our electricity systems, on the yang sort of masculine side, okay? And it's like if you run anything, if you run a power amp, only with sort of the positive side of the power amp sort of happening, and the left side's like the circle feminine side that's been folded and been forced under male domination to be spiked waves in sacred geometry. Like the masculine is essentially a straight line in its pure sense. But in nature, it's always curved because everything moves in curves. It's the circle and the line, the equalization between that, the 1 and the 0 becomes a center. Line in the center, okay, egg around the side, it's the bottom of the boat, canoe. That's its basic thing. Get a dandelion pollen ball, and you got a major master center symbol organic archetype template, okay? That's a very important thing. Now, if you got that dandelion pollen ball as a symbol, okay, that symbol, that comes last, okay? First, you've got the instinct, okay? And then the sound with it, if someone knows how to consciously listen to the sound. If you don't know how to listen to sound, you just hear it, and it makes no sense. You just hear it and go, yeah, whatever. Then sound becomes the fourth in the line of senses if you don't know how to listen properly. That's why everyone has to learn music straight up in life. And then everything, because that ties together linguistics, the language, and that sound as well, and all life is in language. And magnetism, music is the link, what keeps it together. Music is a link when I'm basically doing body healing and moving massive body parts around, dislocation and sewing stuff up, you know, with the Eastern fingernail. If they make the external Isis a sickle from, they appropriate it, okay? What's a sickle? Mate, that's a death thing, okay? Isis, Draco-Egyptian fucking bullshit. Yeah, that's the identity hijacking franchise. Look how many different pharaonic races they had after the original Medjay, okay, which were originally Medes from Persia that were Mudjas who got taken over by Jewish Sadducees there as well. And then they created Mithraism, Zoroaster and all that sort of stuff. But then when they made later distortions in sort of Greek Coptic stuff and Roman Catholic Church and all that sort of stuff, well, okay, it's just like the upgrades here in computers, you know, the latest sort of, oh, you need to get this update, that update. Yeah, the latest fucking distortion that they can, here you go, this is for you now to be even dumber. And we got more backdoor sort of technology on you to perv on you because we're perverts. Because we love doing it as a spectator sport, just like sport commentators, where we vicariously live through you, watching your patterns going, ha, 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 ha. But really, at the end of the day, we're only hobbyists because we don't get to know the magnetism. We don't get to know any of that because we weaponize our pain so we never have to face this again because we're such little spoiled little fucking brats that refuse to grow up. So we created Kabbalah to basically be a death, antithesis of life. It was an expression of our endocrine disrupted, terminally ill biological condition. It's a sickness condition, worse than mental illness. Now, why don't psychiatrists consider that? Okay? No, because they're gatekeepers for the sorcerers, the Kabbalists. That needs to be scrapped. It's an industry death. It was made by eugenicists, the Rockefellers. Oh, yeah, right. How do we sell oil as medicine? We've been making a lot of money in the last century, you know, selling cocaine and heroin, even using pot as a medicine, anything that we're going to get a profit out. And they're all legal drugs. You can find a whole heap of old adverts. And then when they basically work out, how can we sell oil as medicine? Petrochemicals. What we'll do is just isolate a few things and a few plants and stuff like that as placebos, or things that basically mask certain symptoms of actual certain diseases that we classify as diseases. Then while we mask those symptoms, we'll put other inorganic toxic element and compounds through the petrochemicals that we can alchemically then fuck with once they're in the patient. Not only have we got a customer for life that's going to be addicted to all of this shit, okay, because they need something to stop the symptoms at least. They don't know that. They think it's being held. Well, we can get our sorcerers to do alchemy through these inorganic compounds. Yeah. And what's alchemy mean? Al in Mudja. Al means from below, beneath. What's chem? Comes from K-E-M, the stroke above the E. Chem means to spy. Spying. So it's alchemy, spying from beneath. That's where your astral is. 4D, 5D, all that stuff. You think it's all high and glory and woo, age of Aquarius. And 5G is actually the real 5D. And it's Pied Pipering us all to the fucking abattoir through these jabs. So that's the real reality. It's a big con job. Even the Bible. Abrahamic religions. What's Abraham? Okay. We've got Abraham, and then you do a dialect change with the vowels because in proper linguistic dialect stuff with Mudja stuff.
Yeah, those three religions are in worship to the cube. Right?
That's right.
We have Christianity that uses.
It's all sound coded to Kabbalah.
And
but in the Bible,
Islam, same thing. They worship the Kaaba, the black cube. Judaism, same thing. They wear that Teflon on their third eye. The black cube. So and the black cube is connected to Saturn because a hexagon is a flattened out cube, right? So these guys are unknowingly,
also,
knowingly
you look into the corner of a cube at the right angle, you can literally see a hexagram, and that is the portal to get inside of Saturn. You really want to go there. Especially when you want to flush it with magnetism. Gee, you're going to be popular then, aren't you? Well, they can't do anything about it anyway, because they can't come near magnetism. Because they thrive off this oversaturated electrical sort of stuff, okay? That's secondary, secondary stuff. It's step-down energy, right? And everything that's emotional, ecclesiastic motion of the heart is reactive energy. Now, what's reactive energy compared to creative energy? Reactive energy is destructive energy. In the English language, reaction is an anagram inside creation. So they've already spelled that word, creation. Creation is actually something of magnetism, of pure creation, okay, organic. Now, look at the word create. In Mudja language, you never have a double consonant starting a word. Never. There are whole sounds in Mudja, in Romanized script, that are like two consonants put together from, Romanized lettering, okay? But they had to work out how to put the oldest language into their fucking shit confused tongues language in the latest sort of distortion download, okay? So what I was about to say about those distortion, as soon as they have a new distortion, new model, okay, they then wipe out their old model, okay? So they don't leave a trail because the confusion of the tongues, they couldn't do all straight away. People are not that stupid. They had to do it gradually. So once they started with one distortion, okay, then they do a 9/11 reset, get rid of all of that. Let's start the next distortion. Because how do you move Greece, Macedon, and Judea down to the Mediterranean and Middle East, okay? Just like that, Constantine decides, okay, council and see, this is how it is now. We need a new fucking Jerusalem, mate. Yeah, we fucking do, because the last one, got razed to the ground a couple of times, a few centuries ago, and Hadrian and all that sort of stuff, and, there's no Jerusalem left anyway. It's just all rubble. So we need a new Jerusalem. Now, Jerusalem then is what we know as Edinburgh now, okay? And then the reset before that then, well, it's interesting, this one, because there was 2 towns in New Zealand before Wellington, where that is now. You've got Tara in Ireland, it's called that. And also there was a Jerusalem as well in Wellington. So do you see the pattern here? They keep on moving the same movie tape to different areas of the world to further make us lost, de-identified, forget our roots, who we be and where we come from. All the seeding happened in Uga, okay, which means uncultivated fallow land. Now about the Greeks. Sorry, I didn't finish that one before. I tend to open a lot of things and don't finish everything up. And there's one thing I could finish from my last talk that I forgot to get to, but I've forgotten what it is at the moment, but I'll make a mental note and probably come back to it. The thing about democracy is that the elite started in Greece going, okay.
I'll remind you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. And basically speaking, they go, well, we'll get them to vote for their leader, except we'll choose the leaders. So they're backing all the horses right from the beginning in democracy. Are we that fucking stupid? Like it's meant, look, it's a good model if the people choose the actual leaders to choose from, like the actual parties. Okay, those people in the parties are actually in the parties because there's someone actually representing the people's voice. They're not actually representing it. They are the people's voice. They be the people's voice. Why would the people want to put someone in that represents them, like a barrister that's first upholding the bar, the bench, the bank, before anything else gets done? Another corporate franchise, huh? In the guise of a justice system. Just like the whole Bible. And I call it whole because you can turn an E into a Y in confused tongues. That's what they do. They do the same with I and J. Go and just put the letter I in 1913 Webster's online. And it shows you. They don't say how it comes about. They go, oh yeah, I, J, and I think even Y slips in there as well, because Y slips in with an E as well at times, and an I. So the thing is, when you're doing dialect interchange, you don't muddle up verbs and consonants. With verbs, in normal Mudger language dialect, like say Omar's speaking sort of Canadian, you know how a Canadian would speak, but he actually speaks better than a Canadian in my opinion, because he doesn't speak like with the general American accent where you're all taught to talk through your nose for the vowels. Hey! Okay? Even Australians are bad when they're talking bogan, if you're not talking enough from the gut first. It's horrible. Horrible, horrible. So that's the thing. Someone's talking through their nose or a pathological lie. If you're talking from the gut all the time, you know rather they're talking the truth. And even if they get something wrong, they still have the intention of talking the truth. And if you tell them, hey, you're wrong about this, they'll thank you because they want to know the fucking truth. So if someone only speaks between here and here, like a lot of these Englishans, oh, we have to be polite. Yes, we're polite and we hold our metal, and we hold our centre like this, and we talk like this, right? By doing this, we can be the smartest, filthiest fucking murderers, criminals, and rapists in history, but yet the most polite at the same time. And because we're polite, we make it seem reasonable. We need how to disguise it in like, oh, here's all this philanthropy for you. Why do we give you a colonised dream time that's all about the third eye? In the real dream time, it had nothing to do with the fucking third eye. To do with the soul centre. And the real astral was only accessible through your fisheye, your crown here, which is also a stargate. And also where the pineal's meant to be, is it's a radar. Okay, it's a transmitter and receiver.
I also learned recently, guys, that in between the 2 hemispheres of the brain where the fisheye is, that there's actually a little blue crystal about the size of a rice grain that is right in the center where you're here. I'll put myself on cam and I'll show you.
There you go.
What I'm talking about.
I love how
like
the details start
like
streaming.
right here,
Right?
like right there where you're saying the fisheye is, and right there is
Yeah.
this little crystal. It's almost like a a turquoise blue crystal that's about the size of a grain of rice, but that there is right in the center of the two hemispheres. So I found that very interesting.
Well, it
And
makes
then I
you also
related to when you were
question.
talking about the fisheye. I was like, hey, I
Yeah.
wonder if that crystal has anything to do with that fisheye and centering, because it really does make sense, because our brain is coated in a crystal called magnetite.
Magnetite, yeah. And you
Yeah,
know,
magnetite, and it's in
and when I
the
was saying last time, the magnetite in the black clay, which
yeah.
heals the actual Morgellons,
That's
because
right. That's right.
you can't actually zap it with fucking sharp dagger frequencies. You actually have to heal it, because if you zap it with sharp dagger frequencies or any way, like antibiotics, penicillin, smashes the virus, all the good and bad virus, but then it comes back like a zombie even harder. Oh, we need more funding, to smash the virus in a linear way, head on, smash, 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 okay? It creates more reactive energy, more fight energy, more ecclesiastical motion energy that these people feed off, that's step-down energy, that's electrical, that's designed to burn out our hearts and minds. It causes an early physical death. But the thing is, if you're got your gut thing happening, your magnetism, once you have magnetism, you won't fucking die. You literally have the ability to bounce. Even when I was in sexual rituals as a child, the reason why they couldn't get me for the MK Ultra was I never ran into my head when I was in fear. I just went deeper into my center, into such a deep place within inside myself. Whatever fuck they were doing to my body, I wasn't there for most of it. Like, I was so present down there that I let them be in their reactive space up there, going, and whatever the fuck they're doing to me, and my scripted mother fucking smashing me with a Hollywood wand on the ritual altar 21 times in my balls and arsehole, which scarred me for life. But I've got the ability to heal, and been healing now with magnetism. Ishtan's fingernail, the light touch, because the biggest forces of magnetism are actually controlled by the finest, most delicate essences and layers, like your skin layers. You've got many skin layers there. That's from your fine skin layers that you actually can move the biggest parts. Like, I moved literally half my body, like, less than 24 hours ago, just because I literally connected to magnetic south, okay, which is the fixed point of the centering, okay, which is the actual feet of the earth, way down past Antarctica. Yeah, way down past. Because they've sliced us down to be fleas living around mainly the gut and the genital area of Earth. So this sort of ball is down here that they give us, you're just an insignificant ball in space. They want you to think you're insignificant. Well, hold it. That's just that area, right? But what about the rest of the body to the top of the head that's up the north? That's why they want it magnetic north, and that's why they sent an iron comet into Mount Meru, now Greenland, around 10,800 BC, if you look at standard geology records approximately, to do another reset. But that's when they kicked off the second Homo sapien Mark II bodies, yeah. That whole process did, and that's when the Khazars came over from Tiamat with the Chinese and the Hebrews and a whole heap of others. They were Draco Reptoids, because the second Homo sapien ones from here couldn't defeat the first Homo sapien, so they had to send in some extra hard, toxic fucking ones from Tiamat, the ones for blowing it up. They were warring for 100,000 years during Atlantean times, once they'd taken over the actual Mudgers on Mars and the Mudgers on Tiamat, and made them all Draco and fight against each other until they basically kapoosh. Hydrogen bomb technology, the US government's known about for ages, that did Tiamat. That some people know in the Reptoid speak as Maldek. Okay, and even Lucifer was called that one stage. The morning star of Lucifer, how they sneaked it into the Bible. How from Greek Coptic it was just phosphorus. Phosphorus does glow in the dark, and it's the feminine light egg side of ether. Yeah, they don't talk about the feminine side of ether. And that phosphorus light egg, which enables vision in the dark, these fuckers turned into black holes. So they could have portals from one parallel split timeline fucking universe to another. That's what they talk about, these parallel universes. It's all bullshit. In the sense of it's a bullshit creation of fiction animation that's suffocating our original organic, real what's through the fisheye up here, the real original Ugar Dreamtime in the fertile lands of Australia, of which the female ovary caduceus here in Australia. That's why the seeding happens here originally. And other seedings happen in other places for other reasons, because the idiots took over the genetic butchery, okay? Now, all the feminine lands, okay, on this portion of the earth is mainly sort of like from the Arctic down to Antarctica and then bending around to Australia. That yours to be all joined. All mainly Europe and that sort of stuff is the male lands, and that's meant to be left wild and hairy for pure energy. And all the seeding and living and all of that was done on the female lands. Things like that and different aspects of nature that we then look after that affect the rest of the omniverse. Because that's it, we're source magnets. And they burn us out as source batteries with all of this ungrounded fucking electricity that burns out the heart and the mind. So magnetize yourself. That's the answer. You use less electricity. You need less secondary elements that align properly with the actual magnetic elements, okay? Like say, for instance, in plants, okay? Non-hybrid plants. In the sulfates, you are going to get the magnetic energy fed to every cell of your body and soul information from nature, okay? If you get potassium phosphate, sodium phosphate, magnesium phosphate, and calcium phosphate, and then you link that up with the phosphates of the same ones, potassium, sodium, magnesium, calcium. As we know, calcium only absorbs properly into the bone if you have it with magnesium. They didn't tell us that for years, hey?
Hey, Shaman, I got a few
calcium deposits all over the body if you don't have the magnesium to absorb it. Okay, but these are things, okay, if you line these up just in the plant life, not only do you get, sorry, Omar, just hold that thought for a sec. And this is important because this is going to change everyone's life if they follow what I'm saying in these times and days, because this is going to give you magnetic and electric charge to every cell of your body. And all you need is a homeopathic remedy to do it in liquid that combines all these non-hybrid plants together, okay? And you get the soul information from nature from the phosphates and the spirit information from nature from the electrical stuff. Because the spirits, okay, they're in your head and they're connected to all the animals and the rocks and the plants in nature that are brothers and sisters too, that we are the orchestras for, the orchestra conductor, okay? They already know what to do, okay, perfectly. But from moment to moment, when we've got to deal with certain situations that change from moment to moment, we need to be the facilitators of the present here and now so they can do their job better for each one of these things, so we can move all one and work together to fix problems or create new life, the whole everything, okay? And that is a musical communication. And they took that original musical language. It's fully chordal. You can play different instruments on the keys on your body. Okay, you heard the pitch changes by me, literally the motion moving through my body. That's where the blues came from. You sang it through your body, your injuries, your hurting. Okay, all the styles of music comes from that, from singing through the body and healing the body into place. It's the music. Basically, we're putting the magnetism into nature via the music, okay? And we basically give nature all of that magnetism, and it gives us back all the essences of life in the air and water that energize us like this, to give us all this sort of magnetic energy for every cell of our body, and electrical energy as well, to the point that we do not need to eat anything. We're never predators to begin with. We just lived off the essences. We just drank water because water is the memory of all life. But water is also, like before we were living on the land, we came from the sea. It made more sense to be in the sea. We said you're in the water. Yeah. Do you ever injure yourself in the water when you're swimming and doing exercises? No. When you're injured, you go in the water because you can actually move. You get the fluidity and the flow and the magnetism back happening. Like, look at the Tai Chi. What's Tai Chi? It's a whole heap of exercises. If they talk about putting the music to Tai Chi, and the fact that Tai Chi movement is actually the groove of nature. So once you look at it like this, because our ancient world, we had a completely different consciousness where we looked at all sides of things. We took our time. We didn't have to earn money to give it to a whole heap of rich fucking pigs at the end of the week with the Hoover, like in the supermarket, when it comes down the Hoover to basically, you know, suck up all the cash from the last 8 hours. Next, suck it up. Now, let's sit around Tavistock this weekend and work out how can we fuck the people even more. Yeah, I went to school with the richest private school in the eastern suburbs in Sydney. Yet I was scripted to look like some sort of, lower class 2 immigrants that basically came here. Well, my mother was Australian, but her parents were immigrants. There's a whole story behind that anyway. I won't go into that now. But it was made to look, they worked hard and made it to middle class wealthy, but yet they were trying to keep up with the Joneses that were basically going to the private school that I went to. And I'm sort of going, what the fucking lunacy is this?
The Joneses. That's a really good one, brother, because I'm writing a book called Earth Frequency, and in that I call the Joneses the Redinklesons. I find it extremely ridiculous to want to, have an human experience similar to someone else's. So I thought, what name can I come up with? And the Redinklesons just sounded absolutely perfect. So I'm running with it in my book. And then now that you mentioned that, the Redinklesons came into my mind. I just kind of
exactly.
So when you're ready, brother, just let me know. I've got a few questions that I've starred, and
I'm just thinking.
when you're ready to take questions, let me know.
I've started about 10 topics at once.
All right, cool, brother. I know.
And I'm just thinking, okay, what have I got to get back to next? Or what haven't I completed? Okay, now I said this is really important about the sulfates and the phosphates, because once you get them from non-hybrid plants, you've got that energy for your body all the time. Like all my drinks, whether I'm having my green drinks or my antioxidant drinks or my spices drinks, or I can add those sulfates and phosphates to every single one of those drinks, just the homeopathic form, just to get the right source frequency and vibration into your water, in your fish tank body terrain. Yeah, you're mainly liquid, you're mainly water, but you've got to have lipids, oils, okay? You've got to have salt in these bodies. We need pretty much fuck all salt in us first Homo sapien bodies, because we're so magnetized, we're so flexible, loose, but strong as all fuck, loose with a tight fit, yeah. And if we needed to move that around, that tight fit, we had the looseness and the flexibility and the wiry, explosive strength when required to do it. Okay? Being buff doesn't mean necessarily that you're strong. Being buff means you're cumbersome. Basically pumping weights all day, you're restricting. You get to a point where you're like, why do you want to lose your flexibility? We're strength. You can be strength in any form. Like, sure, we used to be giants one time. 100-foot giants makes sense. But we had the whole realm of Arahana, Earth, okay? The place of gold itself. It's pretty much what Arahana means. It's a bit more to it. So it makes sense. Niacinamide. What about niacinamide? What do you want to know about? Be specific, please. It's like there's a lot I can say about niacinamide. I could speak for an hour or two.
Tell us what you can, brother, and let me know when you're ready for questions, because I've got a few of them in here. Here, let me toss one at you, actually. This is my story, and it says, they're all a death cult who lives on our destruction. How can we get these people out of government positions?
Well, basically, we make a people's court. Fuck their marine animalty law fucking bullshit. It's fraudulent. Completely fraudulent. It's a perversion. Like Kabbalah itself is a perversion of the Mudja language. That's how they confuse the tongues. I'll tell you how they confuse the tongues. They took the whole Mudja language, okay, and they put it into numerology. And Satan said, let's put the alphabet into math. And that's how they confuse the tongues. Okay? So they get the whole modular language, put it into numerology, it spits out numerical digits. Now, we never had numerical digits. The natural math was already in the language. It's like, why double up something? See, in the modular language, you have a root sound for every meaning, and that's it. And then you have suffixes. So you have one meaning, and then you express that meaning. Okay? You can have a cup. Okay? You can have a lighter on top of the cup, beside the cup, under the cup, over the cup, around the cup, whatever the cup. You've got the basic sound, okay? 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 Then you add this suffix. You can hear the same root meaning is in there, but then there's a different suffix of expression to do with this moment, spontaneous moment now, that's concerned with this thing and what's going on with this thing. It's a much simpler way of expressing yourself. You're expressing yourself through the music of the language. And it's just not this monotonic rubbish that's coming out of my mouth now. Okay? Now, for that dandelion seed pollen ball I was talking about, the mastering symbol and template, yeah, there's a sound that comes before that. Because hieroglyphs, symbols, they're meant to indicate a sound to your voice box. They took away that knowledge. They turned it into light language. Oh, we come from light language, light language, light language. Oh, they only ever talked in pictures and shit. Yeah, because we fucking genetically designed them to do some of those fucking mutant hybrids that were giants as well. Because they hybrided us as giants. They've done the same thing. It starts off with the Mudger family of tribes, original tribes, which are the indigenous tribes all over the world. There were never any white and black to fucking start with. That was their strategization to take the lighter skinned tribes and the darker skinned tribes and basically fade them out, pale them out to white and fucking black for racial polarization, strategic purposes of divide and conquer. The closest you had to white of the first Homo sapiens was oak, okay? The closest you had to black was probably purple, okay, or brown. So, haven't we all been fucking fooled and conned? No black, no white, no yellow to begin with. Where'd the black, the melanin, all that come? It comes inside the womb from a woman. It's a natural thing. They're putting it all in the skin. Same with the yellow, the sulfur that's in all of us. Sulfur is the main key element of all organic material. That's us, it's the plants, the rocks, everything organic. Now these reptoids, people are scared of sulfur. Why? Yeah, that's because they stink of sulfides, rotten egg gas. Okay? Toxic sulfur. Anything toxic, anything inorganic, secondary. They build technology through all crystalline structures. So what does that say about the Philosopher's Stone? Massive fucking con. Oh yeah, perfect your body. To be 144 crystals, 1,000 crystals. What does it add up to? 9. The number of the fucking self-destructive Kabbalah matrix. What's 9? The head, symbol, row, Chai row, 9/11. Yeah, let's skip the 10. Cut its head off at John the Baptist's birthday in the middle of the pagan calendar to symbolize cutting the head off the body of humanity where the power source, real master brain, soul is in the gut. Because in the gut here, your belly, and basically what you put into your belly, and when you play your internal tree, didgeridoo, then you've got drawbars here. Just like on a church organ. A church organ is modelled off this. Your lower intestines, and on a male, even in your genitalia, you've got French horn sounds, trombones, tubas. Yeah. You work out where the violins are modelled off the body when you sing music through it. Every musical instrument in the orchestra, jazz band, rock band, brass band, concert band is model of us. All cars or technology modeled of us. Best organic technology ever. And here we are, an organic computer in a way that's self-automating, it's conscious of itself. And all you need to do is use your own consciousness to literally start the engine of the car. Right here. Here's your on-off switch. They take the piss out of in a center symbol, line, circle, when you do on-off. They laugh at the fact. Look at all these people pressing the center symbol and they have no fucking clue. They think it's an on-off switch. Just for a fucking device. When you're playing PlayStation, put your hands here. You know, PlayStation thing, it's the same as having a double mudra, okay, which is the dorje in Buddhism, more external technology of the gunta, which is modeled off here, the bell. And what do? You put the dorje, double mudra in here. Now, if Buddhists are watching this, they're going to fucking freak. But they're going to freak in a good way. Yeah, you can use your own body to do it all, to become the Buddha essence of the key elements, prime elements of nature. That's what Buddha is, an essence. It's not a name. That's he was known. Because he self-mastered. That particular, once you connect your magnetism, face south, which is the fixed position of tuning for magnetism. And how do you do it? Okay. I just have to move this a bit. Now check this out. Okay. I'm going to face south. Look at my hands. Now, what do you think that is today? What do you think I'm doing? Like Omar. You'd think I'd be praying to God or something, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, guess what? The reptoids are going, you know what? When all these mudgers, when they're literally center connecting to the magnetism like this. Now, what I'm doing right now, as I'm talking, I'm turning my body into a compass, and you're going to start seeing it swaying freely in the magnetism, just slightly. Whatever. Yep, here we go. Why? Because I am feeling right down at the mountain of the three hills. The three hills. What are the three hills? The 2 feet, the medicine wheels on the bottom, the Achilles, and your tail. They're the 3 hills that support your mountain, your soul totem. Now, without the mountain of the 3 hills, if you don't have that support structure, the foundations in place, you've got no functionality. You can't move around. You can't do fuck all. And it's same on an omniversal level and an earth level, macrocosmic level too, of your body microcosm. So once you know how your body works and what's going on inside, and you can see the astral inside your body, when you feel to see it through your fisheye, inside your body, then you know the architecture and structure of what's going on in the real astral up there through your fisheye, not fake space and planets. That literally is an abomination against nature. It's one big Star Wars poofta parade in space. Sorry, but it is. The Jedi, they're based on the Magi. They're Aryan Jedi, okay? Aryans, Germans, Nordics, nothing against those people. But sorry, you were genetically manipulated into place, sliced off us to be new toy soldiers, to replace us and to go against us. But from our families where you came from, you got Malda, butcher engineers, genetic engineers, men, you know them by their matrix sort of villain scripted. They love being scripted as villains, matrix names, but as to what their true essences or names is, names is fiction anyway, because it doesn't describe what you is or anything is. Yeah, that's a dorje. See, look how it's modeled off the hands.
Yeah,
and it's also
like a PlayStation, Xbox type of controller. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, have a look at my hands now. Okay, I'll give you, look at that. That's a basic sort of mudra. There's a dorje to tie, to put into your gunta. That's what the Nazi bell technology is modeled off too. This. Now, women have got the best stomachs for this job. That's why they're naturally better than us men at doing this work. Magi work. Magus work. Magus singular. Now, I'm talking in English, okay? But the Maj itself is the mountain of the 3 hills. that core base structure. Yeah, we don't give enough respect to our feet and to our tail. Okay? Yeah, in a way. Yeah, time is fiction. That's the whole thing. Time and space is a fiction construct where they basically get big omni pineapple, okay? Okay, this one's had its things cut off, okay? Well, I bought it cheap up the road for $2, but I'm actually using it for shamanic purposes here now. See, I haven't eaten it. Anyway, imagine, okay, you've got two bodies in the universe. You've got a male body and a female body in an embrace, okay? And they join in a kiss up the top, an embrace, and obviously the genitals are together for procreation. Now, it's not a taboo subject originally. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It was natural. They've changed the consciousness of that. They had to make it taboo in straight society so they could get off on the perverseness of doing things and get us basically addicted to the drama, the soap opera, of fucking romanticism and emotional stuff, which is ecclesiastical emotion. Well, they don't exist. That's a fiction too. So that's basically designed to create reactive energy, reactive, addicted to the drama, fight energy, linear projection against linear projection. Just like the DNA is on our genetics. They're off switches. They're locks. So we can't linearly get through to the places in our body to get through the soul cage, so to speak. They've done everything possible, especially from the older souls, the most experienced sort of source magnets here, okay, from the original family. You're either from the original family of tribes or you've been sliced off unlawfully by the Malda Genetic Project, by Otto Skorzeny and Joseph Mengele, as they're known in their Matrix sort of villain scripted names, because everything has been scripted as clockwork and programmed as clockwork. Because time, like, yeah, it's a fiction construct. And we operate to the clock. Okay, so Kabbalah's operating to the clock too. How does it do it? It's that vortex fucking spin that ruins, creates wormholes and fabric damage to the omniverse. That spin. Forever cleaning up their shit stains, and everyone's shit stains from that fucking vortex spin. That's not natural. You don't see that spin in nature. You have to literally make the spin itself. And as you see, just like a wrecking ball, spinning wrecking ball going down a steep cliff, it's fucking destructive as all fuck. Okay? That's why that spin is fucking fiction, because it doesn't occur naturally. In normal reality, when we don't have the moon, okay, with the 260-day cycle from the Geese calendar, okay, not their fault, it's another script fucking thing, okay, that adds up to 8, numerology-wise, okay? So you've got that octopi octagon 8 being an orgone vampire on the women and everything in the water every month, okay? And the men who are born in water sounds, they're in this caught in this Kabbalist New Age thing, they all have their man periods every fucking month without fail now. It's horrible. It's unbelievable. Sorry. We need some real men back. I'm 53. Sorry. Men weren't like that when I was growing up. Good men would use all their might and all their anger and all that part of ourselves for the righteous reasons. For when our peaceful world of do no harm is threatened by ugly fucking scavenger, fucking death cultists who eat babies and drink blood, you know, do horribly perverse things and sacrificing pigeons and goats and all that horrible stuff. And it's like they make that the norm now. It's cool to be death cult and Satanist and this and that, because literally they stole everything that's Mudja, did their goat chicken dance all over it, got the Jews to do it for them, okay, as Draco's chosen people, Reptoid's chosen people, that these Reptoid Dracos, well, they're all your ETs as well. They're all Draco hybrids. Sorry, they're all Reptoid hybrids. And guess where they're all made? Those Dracos were created in Atlantean times in all the Tower of Babels once they were taken over. Okay? So they'd find a way to get us to show them everything, to build external technology. Literally, the language was inside of us. We never actually spoke it. The only time we opened our mouth originally was to sing down song lines to magnetize life with music. Okay? Otherwise, we didn't need to speak. We could feel soul to soul. Like soul to soul. Feel communication, that's instant. You can give one look to someone. That one look can literally be a whole book of words. Okay? So with your feeling, when you feel something right here, you know it's real. It's vibrating. It's living and breathing. It's not a bit of zombie fiction animation. Okay? That's what Hollywood, Disney's all about. But they're doing it in real life. Okay? They start seeding stuff down here. The original Samaria is just up the coast here, down away. It's known as Kangi Yangi here, which is Konjons. Okay, and Munch. Okay? In the original non-monotonal language, it is I actually haven't said its name in the original language out loud yet. It was the first time. I do it on the spot, even if I get a little bit of it raw. That's it. At least you know it's real. Next time you hear it, you'll hear it the same. Might be a bit, the delivery might be a bit smoother, might be a bit rougher. Depends on this moment. Depends on now. Depends on that moment. Depends now. It's always going to have a slightly different expression. The same root sound, slightly different. It's a different expression. So if you go and confuse the tongues, and you're using that same sound for all these different contrary fucking meanings, and then you're basically interchanging sort of E's with Y's and I's with J's and Y's as well, mixing up consonants in a slippery, slimy sort of way, and vowels like that. Well, literally, it says in the fucking Hebrew fucking fraudulent Bible, right? Okay? It says that God confused the tongues, okay? Now, Mudja language is the communication system of organic nature, so that organic nature can instantly communicate with itself before sound, light creation can actually occur. Well, if you're a supposed God, why would you want to shoot yourself in the foot and ruin the communication network of nature itself? It's a special kind of stupid, is it not? What do you reckon, Omar? Yeah, you've got to be honest. Because the thing is that the reality of our true surroundings is fucking ugly. I'm sorry. What's basically come to now is final crunch time, where they're playing for keeps right now. They're experimenting. Go and watch Utopia 2013. They're telling you exactly how they're race targeting with certain of those things, with these things that don't even qualify as you-know-whats, okay? So I don't want to say it on here because they're that paranoid that us people that know the simple truth about this, well, it is what it is. So they'll look for any words with their IOs, algorithms and stuff like that. And ADL, B'nai B'nith, they're a bunch of flesh and blood people in my age controlling that. And you're trying to rip off and rob out my family that lays claimant, true righteous claimant to omniversal creation, let alone human origins later down the track, through the many forms that we've been. Unfortunately, since we had a few of our original children, when we were like cetacean fish beings, clear cetacean fish beings, transparent, all the colour was in our soul. Colour was everywhere, it was in the feeling. I can't describe it fully until you can start to see through the fish eye. Then you'll know what I mean. It's not separated colours, okay, of dimensions, like a fire engine red and all these pathetic, fucking harsh, fucking unnatural colours. How can you fall for that shit? And all these over-angular fucking geometry. How can you think that's fucking natural? They've gotten you used to one distortion after another, okay? Like Like sacred geometry is confusion of the tongues as for proper organic templates. Go and look at dandelion pollen ball. That's perfect. Look at the masculine coming out from the core center, right? Okay, and then you've got the body of it, all the flowers, you know, all the pollen bits, the leaves. That's feminine. Now there's 2/3 of the feminine to 1/3 of masculine in nature, and that's equal. Most people won't understand why. They think, well, 2/3 and 1/3, that's not equal. I'll say one word: density. Now do you see why it's equal? The masculine has to be stronger and denser as the architectural support and engineering to carry the feminine in all ways out to all parts of nature so she can give her unconditional love of magnetism, that when she gets her ignition from the male aspect of the sun, from the inner sun below our feet, direct north, not magnetic north, but direct south, or true south. True north is straight above our heads to the mother aspect of the sun. And they say Jesus is the sun up there. Fuck off. That's their astrotheology. If you don't know where it's fucking ripped off from, you're fucking bringing in the New World Order for them. That goes for right across the board. And all I'm doing is giving the soul roots back to people. This is birthright information. Once they took away this information from here and moved our focus to knowing all life here without even need to seeing it visually, we just instantly know stuff straight from here, and then you feel to see it, so that when you're actually healing stuff in your body and you're doing it by feel, you're actually feel to seeing, so you can use your eyes to go further down the track of the moment from now, so you can negotiate what's further ahead, and you can get ahead of yourself while being in the now. Now that's true evolved omni being. Who wants to be in bipolar fucking stereo of Kabbalah, where you have to balance good and fucking evil, where the evil fucking controls all the energy now, because it's all shit fucking polarized fucking oversaturated electrical energy, so it doesn't matter whether it's positive or negative. You shouldn't call it positive or negative. So negative always equates to feminine in their faggot world, and the positive always equates to men. The only one out there that's true is yin and yang, because at least it's saying masculine and feminine, okay? But it doesn't work in duality. It works in symbiosis. The masculine, the feminine, the physical has to come together, because that's the action-making, the proactive action-making that affects all of the other realms. Now, these 4D disincarnate fucking lazy fucking pieces of shit, okay, that somehow they've taken the Dyson out of our two eyes so we can fucking see it, all that fucking shit. That, you know, that's the most hard to get. It's a banned substance around. It's not even a drug. Because if you make Dyson and sort of glasses, you can see straight into the third eye without even need to going into the third eye. What does that tell you? They've turned our fucking head in these second Homo sapien Mark II bodies into a Hollywood fucking movie fucking unit, okay? But they've taken the pineal, what I told you that before, the ultra high frequency, and shoved it into the fucking head. If you know anything about sound, you take a high frequency transmitter, ultra high frequency transmitter, you put it in the head, how much fucking noise are you going to create? No wonder all the academics are going quack, 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 academic. It's like you're so gullible, you're so happy to get your fucking work permit. Oh, I worked hard for mummy and daddy and a good future and stuff like that and blah, blah, blah. And now I've got a work permit in the fucking 1% fucking industry of allopathy or the fucking marine admiralty law system where you need the biggest fucking marks, and they're both fucking fraudulent fucking professions. And look at that, the folded circle. There we go. Look at that. Torturing the feminine. Why would you want to do that? That's what you call it, femininity? Torturing a feminine forever? You know?
Took me a little bit to find this, but I thought I show this, Gauze, to resonate and to really show what you're saying. Yeah.
See how it's a folded circle? And it's right hiding in plain sight in front of your nose. And where's your centre? Hiding in plain sight for all you Illuminati bloodlines in the UK and everywhere else, and the French and whatever. They've got you on a wild fucking goose chase for fucking thousands of years, looking for external technology like the Holy Grail, okay, and the Ark and the Covenant. Guess where the real ones are? Inside you. That was modelled off you. And then with Rothschild and Rockefeller, back each horse, okay, and watch the show because we like to watch a show, and let's watch them all because we're backing all the horses and give us something to do for the day. Yeah. They're fucking taking the piss out of you too. These top 9 occupy 8 with the secret town bike woman in the centre of the round table of the Occupy 8 worst degenerates in history. Faggots. And a faggot is a dead piece of wood. You can't make life, procreation, with 2 positive fucking magnets. Even if you alchemically twist them up so they do a fake attraction, well, that's just for your illusion. So you're actually doing something fucking unnatural and you think it's fucking great because you're endocrine disrupted. That's the thing about endocrine disruption. It makes you biologically insane. It makes you the antithesis of all life. That you hate everything so much. You're jealous of people like me, okay? Because I'm natural and I just feel it and I do it and I don't have to think about it. That's how it's meant to be. You have simple foundations, masculine, feminine, okay? In the physical, the water and the air are feminine, but still they're equal, feminine, masculine, because there's some men in their aspect of nature are better at basically supporting feminine things like water and air. And there's some women that are vice versa, better at supporting men structure things like earth and fire. But everyone can do both, okay? Because when you're in the center, okay, here's your masculine, it's bringing the abstract down to logic. Here's the feminine that just literally bang, and the water just on me goes straight to it. Okay, when the woman just goes straight to it and identifies what the problem is, okay, man goes, okay, I'll bring that abstract back down to here, into logic. This is what we need to do. Bang, we do it. The male provides the strength of that magnetism and he holds it, okay? Here we go, praying again. It's not praying, but you'll see where praying comes from, okay? The man holds that rudder, that soul anchor. Okay, I'm just doing it so you can see me. Now you're using that straight in front of your solar plexus here, okay? And I'm feeling literally there's a big magnet down at the feet of Earth, way down past Antarctica. Now I'm going to really feel it now and watch my body go. Okay. Now I've got it really sort of attracting me. Now, with my own breath and music, I bring it back. I allow the magnetism fully into my body through all the 4 primary elements now. Now watch my body subtly, gently sway. Now when you have a group of mudgers, especially women, mudjo, doing this all together, there's nothing that can defeat this. And these reptoids were going, how the fuck do we con them into sending all their magnetic energy towards a programming icon? Okay, we better make messiahs out of all of them. Okay, and gods. Because they don't have gods. Because they know that worshipping things are stupid. Because it's just self-adulation. Because we're all equal parts of nature. And the only thing that holds rank is experience in the sense of consciousness, because consciousness is the only currency. So it doesn't matter how long you've basically been doing it for, it's the best person, is the, you know, the royalty, the best couples, okay, in the sense of they've learned every aspect of the law and they have the responsibility of being the best cleaners. Yeah, it's the cleaners that are the royalty. In a satanic inverted world, no, it's not the fucking leeches that live off the fat of the lamb of the people that sit around at Tavistock all day and go, how can we fucking screw them even further? Because that's exactly what fucking these fucking rich fucking idiots do. I've seen it. I've grown up with them. I've seen it in the learnt behaviour of their children that I grew up with. It fucking ends now. Because I've got the bottom line of fucking magnetism. So you can all get fucked. And I don't care who believes me or who doesn't. Because belief is guesswork. Because until you've met yourself at a deep enough level that is present enough in the moment of now to be the moment of now, that you literally are a woman or man of nature and hence your will be done. Because you are a conscionable person that is in love, magnetism with everything that you do. You have no reason to lie to yourself nor to another. Because this magnetism, unless you get your body to be clean in your fish tank so it can work properly and there's not toxic, so the magnetism can flow properly and there's no blockages, injuries, stuff like that. You can have injuries and it still works because you heal the injuries. Like literally, once you know how this body works and the 19 medicine wheels and the endocannabinoid receptors in your bones and your teeth, and you can use all of them, okay, as magnetic projectors and attractors. It's a pulley system to hold your body in place when you're doing big, big movements and moving stuff around. You can either do it fast or slow. You can either go... Now, that was the Benny Hill show, but ultra sped up. Yeah, that's what they did to that songline for healing. They turned it into fucking smut for a fucking stupid TV show. Now, when I first started hearing that and remembering that inside me, I'm going, what the fuck am I hearing that for? Get fucked, they didn't. And all these old songs from different split timeline bodies I've been in, okay, in different parts of the world and cultures, it's all there. And they've turned it all into commercial music. And these are songs for advertising purpose, the whole lot. And these are our songs that we're singing down our song lines, and we're doing it so funky too. Guess what? The Irish were just as funky as fucking James Brown, if not funkier, before these Khazarian pieces of shit got the Melchizedek, Yesu, homosexual priests. There was a coven, a post-Atlantean reset period. Yeah, one of their Atlantean resets, repeats. And they threw homosexual sex rituals. They got all of our Mudja tribal genetics to make the CCR5 genetic so that they were immune, okay, to all of their biological weapons of mass destruction, from cholera to AIDS to black plague, bubonic plague, and what else? Smallpox. There's a whole host of them. They're eugenicists. They're freaks. They love killing people and doing big rituals. Why? Because when they ritual my other half in sex rituals, in their big 1% ritual, and they kill her at the end, okay, that provides the 9/11 occult power for their fucking 9/11 resets. Charming, isn't it? Now, I reckon I'm delivering this pretty well considering what I just let you know. This is how the occult science works for their sex rituals. Because if you use sex, that's how powerful that energy is. And if that energy is misdirected, and if you do not guide your sexual energy, even with your own partner, where you're actually intending to send that energy, because when you're procreating with yourselves, okay, even if you're not making a baby or anything, you can be literally directing that energy to the macrocosmic earth body to heal it, and the omniversal body to heal it as well, instead of having that's why they got sex in, like, subliminally written into everything, because they want everyone to have heaps of meaningless sex where you don't direct your energy, and they scoop it up. They literally do. They've got mechanisms to scoop it up everywhere. They pull all that energy. They pull all your prayer energy too. So what was magnetism stone, a gazima stone, or when we pointed it like this, so I'll do it in reverse, okay? I'm facing north now. Now I'm going backwards, okay? I can use the pendulum in reverse like this if I'm facing north if I want, okay? I'm actually leaning back now that I'm being pulled back. Now I'll connect with the four elements again consciously. Now when you connect with the prime elements of nature, you connect with the magnetism of the whole omniverse. It's that simple. And you'll feel the strength and the power of the whole ocean. You'll know what the wind is actually communicating when you be leaf. Okay? When you literally be leaf. Where are we? Here we are. Look what's on the leaf. See all those center sort of simple stuff? This is where it comes from, nature. Okay? That's spirit information on that leaf. That's telling you a whole heap of stuff on that leaf. You can read that leaf. Just like you can read your own saliva. Just like you can read chicken guts. You can read life in everything. Because it's all macrocosm, microcosm, microcosm, macrocosm. It's how it works. My old house is a ceremony here of heaps of microcosm models of stuff that's going on the earth and other places. Yeah, I've turned my whole Department of Housing house into a ceremonial grounds. I live in the city. Why? So I need to do it. Where do we go here? International common law of justice. Well, common law comes from directly from natural law.
This is a arrest warrant for Horio Bergoglio, a.k.a. Pope Francis. As well, there's an arrest warrant for Queen Elizabeth and the Canterbury of the Church of England. I believe there's arrest warrants for all of these guys from the international common law courts.
Well, you know what?
When you were speaking of pedophiles and pedophile priests, this is the first thing that came to mind. And they've been trying to place him under arrest, but every single time they approach him, his security gets extremely violent, and they repel the arrest, and so they're not able to arrest him.
Isn't it? Well, I'm just going to add my 2 cents worth here. That front bum wannabe, fucking Jesuit, fucking child molester, I'm not going to call it a pedophile because it likes being called a lover of children. I'll call it maybe a pedovore. Child molester's better. But the child molestation is just a front for the satanic ritual abuse. If you mention satanic ritual abuse, they'll call out a psychiatrist on you and say, sorry, we've got to lock him up because we're gatekeepers for the fucking satanic baby eaters and a couple of sources. I'm fucking calling this out big time on psychiatry. It's a fraud. Now, psychology and psychotherapy is useful once you know about how to read energy, okay? And you know how to soul center. There's valid things in there. But without them, they don't know how to take the emotional charge of trauma of when you're stuck in your brain in fear, and you're in fear in your head, the fear magnifies. So fear is actually a big illusion, but if you go into your center, you can weather the blows much better of pain. You still get hurt, but you know what? You survive. And they don't crack you. You don't get the trauma-based mind control of what they do in the trauma-based mind control. All the spirit aspects of your soul totem get imprisoned, okay? They lock them up so they can't communicate with each other, and then they work out Kabbalah sound codes, light codes, color codes, whatever codes to trigger each one of these locked up spirit aspects of you to basically go as your main personality. They can literally switch each one of these personalities through MK Ultra, and the other one doesn't know the existence of the other. Even the main personality doesn't even know that he's just turned into a mass murderer, finished, and he's come back to normal. He has no idea what he's done. It's perfect. It's a perfect espionage tool. It's the same as they turn women, especially our women, into monarch sex slaves for espionage. Same thing goes on. So the only way to break MK Ultra programming, we're in this sort of stuff to transhumanize us, what they're doing is they're actually morphing our spirit aspects too. They're genetically changing them. Now, if they're genetically changing them, what's it doing to the animals in nature? What are they going to do to them? That these connect to when we're doing our orchestra conducting in nature so that they can do their job better from moment to moment. When we're going, hold it, we need to fix that. Okay, all you guys over there, there. It's probably the best thing to do there. And they'll communicate to us to say, what about if you go over there? It could be better. And sometimes we might go, yeah, you're right. No, for this situation, for this. We all communicate as brothers and sisters, all of nature. How amazing is that? We even talk with the rocks. My goodness. This rock the information that this rock has, okay? The false memories, basically you don't get smell, you don't get taste, you don't get feel on the false memories. That's when you know it's a false memory implant, okay? A false memory implant only has vision and a little bit of sound. That's it. It's so easy to discern. When you're having real regression, real centered regression, it's all about smells in particular and taste. Mercurochrome smell. Now what's in mercurochrome that's got to do with satanic ritual abuse? All sorts of things. The feeling of scolopamine in the memory wiping. When it gets entered into you and you go, oh, I remember this feeling, fuck. That means I'm not going to remember today. They're memory wiping me. So I better sit on the bed and remember all of this until I fall asleep. Because otherwise, I'm probably not going to remember it unless I drill it into myself. That's what I did when I was 7. And basically I had a man who told me who I was when I was in London. And I pestered my mother all day. I had to go back and see him. And my mother went on high security, and then in the evening, she basically injected me. And I'm going, oh, fuck. I can feel that feeling and that flavour of that horrible scolopamine come into me. Ugh. Okay? That's when you know you've got a real memory. If it's only visual, visual is the last sense. It's the most easily hackable fucking sense we have. Now, considering we could know our life originally, instantly feeling it from my gut and knowing it anywhere, anytime, magnetically, we feel to then see. That's how the fisheye works. That's why people have trouble using it. They go, oh, this is hard to use. Yeah, because you can't instantly turn it on. You just do a bit of friction feeding, feel there, you straighten the third eye, okay? And then you get the third eye to be tiring over the gut, over this, over that, operate everything from there. It's wrong. Sorry, you've all been fucking conned. And once you get this soul information back, you get it. What do you want to use, a 7 chakra overlay or 19 medicine wheels times 19 regions in your body that make up 361 meridians? The Chinese acupuncture system that was ripped off the Huns, okay? What do you want to use? The whole body and soul, or a tiny pissy little pinhole pineal that scavengers use? And when I fight, I've had to fight the biggest sorcerers in the world, okay, from the Illuminati. But you know what? They can't take me on one-on-one, full body soul versus pissy little pineal. So they get together in scavenger packs. I've literally defeated every single one of these cunts, fighting it all at once and hitting me with scalar weapons at the same time. It's dismantled my body. That sent all my fucking, what do you call them, ligament lines, you know, tendon lines and joints, literally bang, all in the wrong places. I had to bring my medicine wheel skin layer from the bottom of my foot back to behind my knee. Yeah, behind your knees one as well. You got all these medicine wheels everywhere. Got a full magnetic pulley system. If I have some stupid army can't come to the door, I go, don't you fucking jab me after I've spent 34 fucking years working out how this organic technology fucking works again. Fuck off. I can prove my body, I've already put my fucking hips back together. I don't need a hip replacement. Okay? My feet were totally fucking flat from grey MyLab fucking stuff and then weaving my feet together so I had no air in my soles, literally. I had to raise my Achilles heels because they hacked off all of that as well. They hacked off all of here. My mother smashed me there. They basically did it so all my joints would collapse me into a cripple. And this was their strategy for life, for me, to get me to go into a wheelchair, shit like that. But, you know. Yeah, but you've got to call them into this life, and you can only do it through the magnetism. You just can't think it in, mate. You've got to feel it in. Don't tell me to fucking forget that. Have you done it? Have you done it magnetically? I hate all these new age people that tell me what I've got to do when I'm living it already. I'm in connection, consciously, magnetically, with the prime elements of nature. Once you can do that, That's when you're present. You got to get deep enough in yourself to get this present in the moment of now in front of your nose. And people have been so conditioned in the brains, you're not in the moment. As soon as you think, you are no longer in the moment of now. And it's the moment of now that has connection to all knowledge of the Akashic records. It's basically in your appendix. Sorry, it's not in the third eye. That's a false Draco hoax as well. That's why the centre's so important. And for the Ugai Dreamtime, they've wiped out and genocided all the real original peoples here. That includes the Irish and the Hungarians, Albanians, Estonians, okay, as well. It's not about black, 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 black. Fuck off. You were fucking Nuggers and Hebrews. Dravidians, take away the R. Davidians. Nuggers. Black Hebrews, same race. Black Buddhas of Asia, one of the early distortions of Buddhism, wiped out, you know, that early distortion once, you know, Tibetan and the Chinese stuff is happening, not the other ones. Okay? Now, doesn't mean those people aren't bad people, but they came down here first and brought circumcision and knocking out teeth and stupid shit like that into here that were never part of the original tribe stuff. So don't go, oh, he's a white cunt, he doesn't know fucking anything. If it wasn't us coming from the fucking sea, you wouldn't have been healed in the first place. Yeah, that's what your Wanjin is all about. It's Mudja Nyao. They flipped the W. Means the paintings at the Mudja site. And that's, well, maybe you should correct the way that you write things so they're not misconstrued when I see it across the screen. What am I meant to know? You know, I can't feel into fiction, okay? I can feel into you, but I can't see you there.
All good, brother. This very passionate subject.
Yeah.
And people are sharing their thoughts, and you know, it's very
and
high
with these
energy.
reptoids, okay? The Seven Sisters, right? You know what that was really all about? You got 7 women, okay? Original reptilian race women that are of the original peoples here, okay? And they had to turn themselves into planets to escape the fucking Reptoid creator from raping them. Sounds like a real nice guy, huh? And that's your fucking Biami, that you got game cards and everything on the net in comics. Hasn't people worked out that everything that they make freely available to you, there's a reason for that? Like all the bloodthirsty cultures of the past, the Greeks, the Romans, the Aztecs, the Mayans. But what about the people with the flowers, you know, who do the rituals with nature, the flowers and the leaves and the weeds? Guess what? It's the most powerful essences there are, and they call them weeds. So anything that they call of low value, reverse child psychology, because they're all fucking children that refuse to grow up, and you get the real truth. It's like the appendix. They say, oh, that's just the fucking organ that, oh, when you're all fucking, you know, vegetarian and shit, eat plants. Well, you don't eat so many more plants, so it's shriveled up and it's not that important now. It's the biggest load of horseshit you've ever fucking heard. That's what I heard when I was growing up. That's the reset for the gut, the intestines. It's your Akashic records. It's connected to every part of your body. Every part. Isn't that telling you something? The function of an appendix in a book, what is it? It's a list of annotation and records. They're giving it away, hiding in plain sight. You just got to observe things. You've got to look at all sides of life and question stuff. You've got to not be a gullible idiot and believe whatever you're fed. Because then you'll spend 20 or 30 years studying medicine and science and all the details with the wrong fundamentals. Then a cunt like me, a good cunt comes along, and I can learn it in 3 to 6 months because I work out the system, you know, designed first. I look at that and see if it's viable. And I've been doing that my whole last 34 years when I decided I didn't like what had become by 19 and a half. And I said, I'm unlearning all this bullshit. And I'm finding out what the essence of this is first. And I'm kicking off from there first. I'm fucking glad I did it. Because I knew who I was as a child. I almost defeated the whole New World Order when I was 7. because it's the second Arcana Arcanorum Rite of Atlantis rituals at Port Macquarie in New South Wales, Australia, where Captain Cook went straight up to fucking Sydney to basically check out all the gold mines here. Yeah, it was a fucking invasion. The French were already here. The Scottish Picts, the Frisians. There was a whole heap of civilizations before that they decided to wipe out, you know? And once the Khazarian Jews had taken over the original Scythian Mudger tribe of Dan, those Jews set up business down the rocks here. There was a Jewish area before the British arrived, and they were doing trading with Jews in Hungary in 3 Holocaust towns. Interesting. I'm not saying they're necessarily bad people or the people, but there was a history of that happening too. And even the Jews had to wipe out that to make it look like that the British came and there was just some black Aborigines hanging about. And that was it. And it was terra nullis. The biggest load of shit. The British couldn't beat the French fucking Navy for fucking ages. So they had to basically create a split timeline situation where they basically went, okay, we worked out how to cheat and beat you. Because Rothschild wanted the British to come here, not the French. Okay, he eventually won the Battle of Waterloo, but not in the way you imagined it. Imagine how many split timeline movie takes where the French basically kicked the English's ass, and also stuff leaked out of Australia about the civilization here, so they had to start the reset again and do it somewhere else. Yeah, meaning of life. 42, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. 42, initial split timelines. But they ran out of 42 because they made too many fuck-ups. So they had to fucking patch in a whole heap more subgroups. Yeah, the mud flood, 1624. Move it ahead 200 years. Too easy to digitally edit. Okay, wipe out part of the 19th century when Dennis Cummins was causing havoc. He was around from the mid-1850s up to the 1960s, and they had to wipe him out of their history. The only thing left is Dennis the Menace. They couldn't even make a script out of him. He was more problems than Izu, the actual Mudger dude that the fucking Jesus Theatre actors, white and black, were fucking modelled on and based on and actually acted out based on. They've literally made theatre scripts in real reality and gone back in time since 1913 to make it. This is no fucking joke, because I was used in this project. They stole my sperm. They used my fucking blood to mix with explosives for terrorist attacks. That's how much they hate our family. That's how spiteful they are. That's how jealous they are. They wish with us that they have to be this fucking schizophrenic way in the folded circle. Bipolar fucking idiot stuck in the mind. Because when you basically burnt out all your senses and your endocrine disrupted your whole body and you're biologically sick, it's a sickness condition. We got people running that are evil geniuses. Now, how did that come about? But they're not conscionable. Evil and stupid. Boas and yucking. They're synonymous. Why is that? Because when you eat the masculine lines of the forest, coming back to the mushroom, when we used to have giant mushrooms before forests, okay? When you just have the masculine side, it's going to give you an ascended level of consciousness before your consciousness and your responsibility to deal with that consciousness is viable. And they have that during the sex rituals. They gobble this fucking shit so they can feel as high as they can. But if you got a wrong sort of way of thinking and a mind pattern and shit like that, and you've got this power of a manifestation of such a high level of consciousness. Now, I've got that. I've got the magnetism to do that. But if I have ill will, I'll lose my gift. Because that's not how this body and soul was designed. It wasn't designed for fucking arseholes. Hence why they can't use this. But any arsehole can use the third eye to play psychic tricks on fucking anyone. Isn't that a red flag? Prove me wrong. I'll debate anyone on this. And I'm not doing it for ego's sake. I'm doing it for humanity's sake. I'm giving all this information, everything I've got for free. So we don't need money to create abundance. We just need magnetism, love. Now you know what love is. It's a delivery of magnetism. So when you're connecting south,
money
you're
is
holding that magnetism, then you got it. You can direct that magnetism anywhere. Now, I didn't do that just for entertainment or demonstration. I didn't waste a drop. You know where I sent that through? I sent that through the appendix, actually the feminine appendix, and the masculine appendix on Earth. Now, the feminine appendix, because it's connected to everything, it goes to the whole Earth. So I don't fuck around. I know the organ straight to go to that the full magnetism gets everywhere. And I know the male one too. It's in fucking London. It shits me to tears. And that's where I was in 1913, as we know it. When I got thrown off the Tower of London because they replaced my wife with a fucking clone that betrayed me with a concrete fucking block. We had a 1500-year peace before that. But the remainder of these cat mutants were the only ones that refused to heal, that are original children, a few of them. The rest of them, they learnt the law. They're ready to start their own omniverse, as the children are. Because that's why the original mother and father had children in the first place, so literally everything could evolve further, and the children are actually meant to be smarter, and then the parents learn from the children. But that's the way of upgrading the model. It's a win-win situation. It's like we all learn the same foundation basics. We learn the law. Once we all got that down and take as long as we want with it, okay, we get everything right on top. Then we use everyone being the own unique essence of nature, working in different aspects of nature to learn all of it. Everyone has unique ways of doing it. Oh, how do you do it? Oh, okay, this is how I do it. We combine it. We be our own independent dogs first. We learn how to make our own garden to survive off. And then when we make a relationship, okay, whether it be a partner relationship, friend relationship, whatever relationship, each person in that relationship being independent, being their own dog, their own best friend, comes into that situation, is not codependent, and sucks each other's gardens dry. That's why relationships go flat. Codependency, where does that come from? Ecclesiastic motion, an emotional fucking soap opera drama that's got nothing to do with fucking love. All this romantic fucking bullshit. You know what? Real magnetism is far more than romanticism. Far more richer, far more passionate, far more vibrant, far more intimate, far more hardcore.
Brother Gauze, you want to address this question? It says, it's from Keith. He says, question for Gauze. I have two really good friends who are lesbians.
Those lesbians should have male partners first. No other excuses. Natural law.
They want a baby. They've asked me, how should I approach, or how would you approach it?
I just told you. Okay. For men, look, two positive magnets. Let's try putting two positive magnets without any sort of alchemical distortion to the magnetism by getting, say, like graphene, a toxic fucking inorganic secondary compound, and by electrostatic processes, you make it magnetic in an inorganic way. You should never make inorganic things magnetic. It doesn't work. Now, for men, it's no excuse for homosexuality because those positive magnets won't go together, okay? And what happens to the seed? It's fucking wasted. With women, the ovaries are inside the body. There's no waste. Women's natural thing is to love and to nurture and to be sisterly for each other. They're mothers after all. They are the creation process itself. However, you go and get two negative magnets. Do they repel each other? You tell me. Someone tell me now. This is what you know.
They'll push each other away.
Do they push each other away?
Yeah, it depends on, what is it? If you put negative to negative, it will push the magnet away. But if you go positive to positive, they'll be attracted to each other.
It's the other way around, brother.
Okay, maybe. Yeah.
It's the other way around.
Educate me, homie.
That's okay. Positive magnets are male magnets. They project magnetism. Females attract magnetism, okay?
Okay,
So,
I got you there. I got you.
There's nothing wrong
in
actually women being intimate with each other. However, they need to be with a man first. because organic creation is all about finding the right magnetic half. It's literally like, if it's not like that, you don't feel it like that, then why question it? In the sense of, wait until it feels like that, then investigate it and go, whoa, that's real. That's magnetic. I don't even have to try. That's attractive. It's not like, oh, she's not my type, or this, that, or the other. No, it's not a psychological equation of whether big tits or this, that, or whatever. It's called magnetic attraction, despite the aesthetic appearance. Because in these cartoon skin suits, you've got some of the most beautiful souls in the world that have been put in the most deformed fucking genetic fucking skin suits. And then their character, their soul, still shapes that skin suit, despite how ugly it's been made. And they got character and still beauty. And that radiance shines from the soul. That's what makes your beauty. It's not this vain, aesthetic, classic beauty. Look, I've been out, with a hot, what they say is a hot, aesthetically beautiful woman. But if there's nothing to sustain it from below, it does nothing for me. Nothing. So our whole concept of what beauty is too needs to be reinvestigated. Now, some people know this already, but they're old school. But this is the thing, by the dumbing down of society and the whole satanic thing, it's all about swag, isn't it? Style. Fake it. Contrive it. Fuck that shit. Fuck
My
all
wife,
the fake shit.
my wife Amy and I were talking about that actually very thing last night, as to what people consider to be beauty, and here in North America and parts of Europe, they've made it so that anorexic women are supposed to be appealing, and then and I was saying that when you go to South Africa or South America or parts of Africa, they actually prefer their women to be a little chunky and to be juicy and
Yeah,
healthy,
because women
because
around.
yeah,
It's about
exactly, that's
curves.
how the woman is supposed to be, right?
Yeah,
Not that
she's not meant to be
anorexic
straight,
skeletal
bored, and
type.
flat and straight.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
they
that's
make
not
the
beauty.
supermodel stuff, out of
Yeah,
the tranny
you gotta
thing.
love that wholesome woman. That's in my mind, that's beauty, right? The
That's right,
wholesomeness of
because
the
the thing
woman.
is that this supermodel thing was made by the Malda Project by
Ridiculous.
literally making male to female bodies. And I'm actually in a female to male body, funnily enough. That's what they've done to screw around with my family. They've fucked around with all our bodies and everything. They've fucked around with our genetics, everything. Because they keep on handling our genetics with satanic chain jerk Jewish families. Okay? They fuck into our lines to handle our families, just like my scripted mother was in this fucking life. That when I take it back to the original soul stuff, she's more like my child or my grandchild. So they've literally incested all of our bloodlines to be in the image of them as well. Mate, I haven't seen Drax in the furniture. When I was 4.5, I was used to basically release what the Christians know as the devil, which is the Draco, Governor General of the Earth Matrix, which we call the fake cat, non-touch. Okay? This is not a cat. It's a fake cat. It's a cat mixed with so many fucking different hybrid animals and things and junk and rubbish. But yeah, these Dracos are mixed with industrial rubbish as well and textiles and horrible. That's why they got a fucking horrible sulfide smell. Yeah, the Draco Reptoid human hybrids, the ones that have got overbalanced Reptoid genetics, well, they need to keep on eating human hormones so they don't fucking shapeshift. Okay? The ones that have got an even amount of human and Reptoid genetics, they don't shapeshift. It varies in the elites. So some of them shapeshift, some of them don't. Now you know why.
That's really cool what you just said, and it kind of gave me the goosebumps, Gus, because a few years ago, when you just mentioned sulfur, the smell of sulfur, he what was his name? Hugo Chavez, right? He was the president of
Venezuela.
Venezuela,
Yeah.
and he went to the UN, and he made a speech there the day after, Junior Little Bush was there, in making a case for the war, and I clearly remember him saying that I'm standing here and it smells like sulfur. right?
Yeah. That's
And he
big.
was relating that to Little Bush, right? Not Pappy Bush, but Little Bush. I found that very interesting. And then now that you mentioned sulfur, that just rang a bell in my
Well,
in my
guess
mind.
what?
I was like, wow, what's he trying to tell me?
Everyone thinks sulfur's demonized because they think of sulfur. Hold it, you've got to get it accurate. Organic sulfur doesn't fucking have a smell.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There was a huge mine
Sulfides
in Vancouver.
is the waste.
That, yeah,
Is the waste of sulfide that's toxic, okay? And it's the
yeah,
rotten smelling egg gas, rotten eggs, yeah. And it's like no matter how much they shower. I was talking to a mate of mine today. He's a true Mudger soul. He's a tribe of Dan one, but he's been like gaslighted in an Italian family. It's like, how did I end up in an Italian family? I'm the most un-Italian fucking Italian I've ever come across. Because he follows what he feels. He feels things out like a true Mudger. I don't have to say anything to him. Yeah, it just went off the tracks. But look, I've got nothing against gay people in general. They all got human souls.
yeah.
A lot of them wonder why they are what they are. And I've met some good gay people in my time and been friends with them.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I've actually have a few.
When you come across the rancid ones, like the handlebar mustachio types that dress up like the village people and think that's all masculine and tough, and we get it all up here. When we talk about the pink swastikas, the hardcore ones that beat up on other faggots and beat up on each other, they literally have punch-outs with each other and then go and fuck. Okay? That's some really fucked up degenerate stuff. And like when I got through the AI computer programs, mainframes, Maud and Tabitha, which I was warned through one of their MI6 Facebook profiles years ago, Goz, stay away from Tabitha, okay? Because if you touch that, they're basically telling me, that's our AI mainframe and we're still, doing the final touches. Well, they used that on me years later. That was in 2016. In 2018, they attacked me with everything they had. After they psychiatrically poisoned me for a year and a half, I had to come back from that. And as soon as I came back, I got an NAD, intravenous, 10 session sort of thing, one day after another. That's how fucked my body was. The doctor even went, I don't even know how you're alive. I can't even get I've never seen veins where I can't even get the drip needle into the vein or anything like that. He said, he was looking at me like, dude, how are you alive?
Yeah.
And eventually did get them into my veins. And I had a 10-day treatment. It would have cost me $14,000. This doctor was so good, he just took one look at me and he goes, dude, I'm going to give it. He just went straight up, I'll do it for you for $8,000. I said, thank you. That's exactly what I got. I've saved up all my money from the government and eaten at homeless food trucks because I knew that when I'd come off this drug, I'd have to basically work fucking hard, how to work out how to detox this fucking poison out of my system. Because when I look at people, I've come across people who've been off this shit for 5-10 years and they're still fucking basket case. That's how much these drugs do to eugenocide you. I'm not joking. They take away your life span and everything. And I've healed it twice now. And that's the only way they can stop me. Because when they put these things into you, for someone like me, that I don't think much. I consciously use my brain as a processor to upload whatever comes from my soul. And when you do that, your brain can actually catch up with the speed of its soul by being the processor for it, because your brain is the activator of physical commands in your body. So if your brain's doing the activation of physical command without listening to down here, then it makes mistakes. That's how you get injured. That's how you get out of the musical omnity, harmonic rhythm of life. I don't want to use the word harmonic because it's got the word harm in it, okay? See,
yeah. Wow.
And look at the word harmony. Yeah. Harmony. It says money harm. They're taking the piss the whole way. Now, also, look at the word 100, okay? Look at the root in that. You've got hun and then dread. Now, why the fuck are they calling the number 100, as you know it in numerical digits, which are false images, what we used to call algebra, okay, which the word, English word algebra comes from. And algebra means pseudo pictures or false diagrams, pseudo images. Well, image is actually abra, okay? Hamish, okay, in Mudja means fake, counterfeit. H-A-M-I-S, the root being ham. Okay, means counterfeit, fake. So there you go. Abrahamic religions, fake, counterfeit image. That's what it means in Mudja.
Yeah, Abraham, and in Arabic, haram means bad, right?
There
So
you
you
go.
have Abraham and then haram, right? In Arabic, Urdu, Hindi, Punjabi, right? That means to do bad or to be bad
There
and
you go.
bad, right? So
There's
the
some other
haram, and you
languages.
have Abraham. Makes sense. What do you think of this question up here, Gauze? Let
Yeah.
me find it here really quick. There's actually a few of them, but let me.
But look at it. All your Abrahamic religions, they're taking the piss out of you. They're going,
Mhm.
you know, image of the counterfeit or the fake. That's what it means. Ham. Look at ham in itself. That's a fake fucking meat. Why is that? Pig. How did pigs come about? Atlantean times. Okay? Yeah, because I wiped out all the fucking Dracos. I did it all in 2015, all the traditional ones. Only a few got away. But I sent them to the dirt, which is the right thing to do. But I fucked up in one thing. At that stage, I'd forgotten to do a full clean. You send it through the dirt, then the water, then the lowlands, then back out to Vilagtang, got from the inner farther aspect of the sun, where you literally use the dandelion pollen ball sound, which is one. And it's like this. As I said, a symbol indicates the sound that comes before it. So it's not a light language. Sorry. The satanically inverted everything. Anuhazi language in Kalontic science being the first light language. Well, it was for all the fucking Draco Reptoid pieces of shit. Not for the real ones. Not for the real souls. No. That's where I bowed out of Kalontic science. I actually read all of that years ago. It's a very clever French-Swiss Rothschild style. As you write Gold Company. As you write Press. And then Ashiana changed her name to Iasha. If you read an original Aramaic in the Hebrew, that's one letter different from E-O-S-H-A. Eosha, which is actually their name for fucking Jesus in Aramaic. I've got it. I got it off a Mason. You know, it was a Jewish guy who wanted a true translation of the Bible for himself, with no fucking distortion in Greek or Hebrew or anything before it, okay? He just wanted to get his own translation. And I studied that. And he said, hold it, Hebrews was speaking Ashurit. There's your Ashurite. Is that too much of a coincidence for you people to fucking realise that you've been conned? Just because they gave you all this back history, okay, of what was before humanity and all that sort of stuff, and you can't get it from anywhere else. Yeah, that's because they wiped out all the natural law. The Holy Bible, or I should say, the Holy Natural Law of magnetism, which is love. Okay? And you've all got one in your own soul. And they took away the tools from you and I so that we couldn't read it anymore, that made us soul blind, so that we'd believe in a fucking Messiah bullshit and turn a connection to magnetism into directing it towards a false icon, Messiah, so they could scoop up all that stuff. Because Jesus isn't the real Izu. He's a fake character. So if you're praying to Jesus and a fake image of him that doesn't look like the original Izu, they got you straight up, hook, line and sinker. Your Satanists gave you controlled opposition straight from the start. Because that's when Christianity was invented, with the Roman Catholic Church. Now, who was running that? The Roman Saturnalia cult. Yahudi. What's Yahudi? Jew. Satanic Jew. Not all Jews are satanic. The Shepherd we never had a problem with. When we told the Shepherd hey, you've got all the wrong, what you call metaphysics here. Okay, that's all our stuff, but it's just been over-masculinized. You just got to put curves. You've got to put nitrite curves in it. You've got to make the nitrogen aspect of it. You just can't have nitrates on the yang side. You've got to have nitrites to get all the fluffy sort of flowery sort of stuff of the feminine, which is the high top end air, just like you've got the bottom end air of the magnetism down below. And the nitrogen is the bridge between the magnetism and the electricity. You fuck that up as well. You fold the circle, you make that all spiked. That fucks up everything too. That enables them to suck out all the orgone, out of the environment, in what you call the ether, but it's also got the phosphorus light in. Now with the ether, that's the daytime side, right? With the ether in the dark, what's the phosphorus that enables the light of it all? That's the feminine aspect of it. No one talks about it. Oh, we just accept ether. We'll hold it. Everything is masculine and feminine. What's the feminine side of ether?
How about this question there, Gauze?
Okay, Luciferian. Lucifer is Enki in the Bible, and Satan basically is the fake cat that I basically summoned out of this Atlantean statue. I locked it in Atlantean times, okay? And I did it to it twice, okay? Because Azazel in the Bible was another incarnation of the fake cat. And I let them both out of two different statues at the manor during the 70s. The first one when I was 4.5. Okay, so they basically let out both of those fuckers on the world from different split timelines. Literally the same entity from two different bodies. And they got me as a child, drugged me up on LSD and the whole rest of it, and got me to look into the eyes of each statue to basically activate them out. They had to get me as a little child to do it, beat the shit out of me. That's how much of cowards they are. Because they knew who I was and how I was coming through. Why? Because in the last life that I had as Dennis Cummins, I actually said to them, I said, I'll be coming back through my son here that's married this piece of shit Jew. It's not a real fucking Jew anyway, shepherding. I smelt it. I knew it was another trap. It was another one of these secret Rothschild lines, the New Man line. Yeah, all related to Joan Newman, the real name of the mother of Obama. Okay? That somehow weaseled its way in with Malcolm X to get Obama's seat. And he also looks a lot like that dude from Indonesia as well, that he also spent a lot of time with. How many Obamas have they got? How many Hitlers did they have? Greg Hallett said 8. He was right. Mal, the Genetic Project. They did a number on Greg as well, I'm pretty sure. He hasn't quite been the same sort of Greg that I knew years ago. It was immaculate. They had 8 Hitlers. The real one went down to Antarctica. That's what I wanted to say last time, Omar. I forgot to say with the Hitler thing. The real one went down to Antarctica, where they started an experiment in Atlantean times. I think I might have mentioned this the last show. If I had, I won't go on about it.
I think you briefly touched on it, but you never really went into it.
Well, basically, that was the big Aryan dream, to copy the Mudgers, right? Okay. So they could basically make these Draco-human hybrids that were still giants down there, okay, or out, I should say, in the other realms of the earth as well, because they got museums of all the old body types that are supposedly extinct. They got museums of all of this stuff. Shane Bales talks about it. But I'm sure he's had his mouth shut up about the light language and all that stuff, and the fact that, hey, it's all music and tones first. Because he used to communicate with them all. And I talked about him with Mudger language, but I think they gagged him. But I think he's a good bloke. He's got good information. And that's what happens with everyone out there that I try to contact that's important. They're told, oh, don't talk to him. He's fucking Lucifer. He's this. He's the devil. He's the Antichrist. They make up any shit about me. He's Steve fucking Rockefeller. He's fucking Greenberg that fucking Ed Chiarini said years ago, until I fucking hounded him for fucking 4 years, and he fucking admitted to me that he was taking the piss. But no, he released it on his Facebook profile and he said, oh, he's Tony Greenberg. That was in 2012. I chased that fucking cunt down. And then I found out his real name was Ellie something. I've got a program of some B-grade theatre thing that he was in when he was younger. Yeah, he's got a different name. And he was working for fucking Tavistock and the Rockefellers. And what was he doing with his ear thing? He was hiding the fact that they were Mengele twins. They weren't the same person, Morgan Freeman and Jimi Hendrix. They were Mengele twins. That's what he was hiding up. See how clever their psyops are? Oh, look, it's the same ear, same ear. Yeah, Mengele 20. Boys from Brazil. Don't do your homework on that. Anyway, Hitler, they had 7 of them running around the earth. As usual, the usual Illuminati mystery. As long as they keep it a mystery, well, it's another fucking form of entertainment they can make money from. Oh, what's another problem we can make money out of? That's what the Freemasons do. Oh, we've got a new problem. Good. Oh, we've got a new inorganic element that we've created on the chemical confusion of tongues. You know, this element of nature has come together after this 9/11 reset that wouldn't have normally happened. Oh, great. New inorganic toxic thing that we can use for fucking this and fucking that. More money to be made. You fucking faggot masons. How can you fucking live with yourselves? Now, not all of you are bad, I know that, especially in the blue lodges. It's the alpha lodges and the red lodges that are the problem. But they got their moles everywhere, like in society, in every fucking profession. It's organised crime. We need the fucking Freemasons out of the fucking police force right fucking now, and all secret society pieces of shit. Now, they're already getting all the good police out of there anyway, because it's like, oh, if you don't get the, well, you can't work here. And you look at all the UN troops in Australia here, they're all fucking Maldeclines. Where'd they all come from? They're all dressed up and hidden, and they're all psychopaths. They're all fucking Maldeclines. They can make whole armies. They can make people to any age and copy anyone in less than a fucking day to what you are now with the tattoos you got on and everything. That's how sophisticated they got that Malda project. But it's butchery. Because the body that you're in is meant to last forever, physically. It's once you have magnetism, you don't die, because the soul is that which cannot be destroyed. That's what one means, that dandelion pollen ball. Because that's the perfect master template of the feminine and masculine. Simple thing like that. Look at those little weeds. They say, oh, they're weeds, they're not power, they're rubbish. What about a weed that grows up through concrete out of fucking nowhere? Those things are the most powerful essences and medicines we have, and how you treat them are very, very powerful, especially when you've got magnetism. Okay? Oh, it's a troll, right? Of course we're going to get a troll. Because you trolls, all you go and tell people, and they replaced a lot of my friends and people that I've known in my life that have been scripted to come in here that used to be, that were family members that don't know their family members anymore. And then at some certain stage, they turn against me, and then they replace them with a clone to fucking totally go against me. And then they get a whole heap of clones from different areas of my life, and they go against me. And then I say, come on, you face me on a video. You debate me in public. You stop being a little faggot, little coward, weakling bully, throwing sticks at me, poking me in the ribs from afar by email or text talk, but you don't have the guts to meet me in person or have a debate online where I can pick you out as a fucking clone, and I'll show you that you're a clone because you've got no soul significant memories, because you're not programmed to basically remember soul stuff that I've had with the real humans that I've had the interaction. Then I test the clones, they can't remember a fucking thing. And I've observed this for fucking years. Yeah, Westworld. Remember Westworld in the 70s? They were telling you that they had that stuff back then. Imagine what the models they got now. They can actually MK Ultra a real person in a dumb space that's in a pharmaceutical coma, in a coffin, okay? And they can get an MK Ultra of them when they're living in their mind. They think they're on the surface, right? And then they dimensionally activate the real person through the clone. And then they can dimensionally activate it through the clone and then use it through the voice to skull at you to make it seem like you're actually talking telepathy with a morphology perfect to the real person. They even got the shrink up at the hospital and the case manager totally perfect. They got an personality alter out of both of them while they're at work, while the front person doesn't even realise that a part of their brain's being used, you know, through a voice to skull project. That's literally the multilateral level that they've got all this technology now. And people, they pay money to see it at the movies and Netflix as entertainment, all this shit.
Yet when you mention in real reality, this is real, they base it on what they do. Oh, no, you're a conspiracy theorist. There's no way it could be happening. And it's a fiction. Because I go watch it at Hollywood and the good guys always win. But in real life, the bad guys win. As long as you believe in the illusion, they've got your hook, line, and sinker.
Brother, I gotta jump in here for a very quick
Sure,
second.
brother. I'm pretty passionate today, but I've got to say it for what it is, because I don't give a fuck. Who tries to defame my character, that says, oh, look what he did when he was 19, look what he did when he was then, and blah, 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 blah. Who gives a fuck? Am I the same person who I was back then when I was traumatized and trying to remember who I was after I was beaten the fuck out of and used in military experiments and had all my sperm stolen by Jackie Kennedy in place, who was another handler and shit like that at the manor and stuff like that?
I got
this fucking needle in my balls as a small child to get my sperm to come out. I'll never forget that one. That was excruciating.
Yeah, I bet. I wouldn't forget that either. I got to say one thing here on Watchers Talk. I don't like to censor people. And when comments come up that have been highlighted that they've been blocked due to whatever reason, 99.9% of the time, I approve the comment because, again, I don't want to censor anyone. Everyone has the right to speak as they want and share what they want. But one thing that I will definitely not tolerate on Watchers Talk is hate. Right? Hate towards a speaker, hate towards another member that's watching in the audience. That's something that I just simply will not tolerate. So that troll that we just had come in, I learned how to block them, and I blocked that troll. So
I missed the troll anyway because I only look at a couple of the things that come across because I'm too focused on what I'm saying.
I didn't put it up on the screen. I didn't want to take your wavelength away. I seen that. People seen it. And we just removed him. It's just simple as that. The thing is that we're not going to tolerate any hate on Watchers Talk. Feel free to say what you want, however you want to say it. I won't censor you. But the minute you start hating and calling people names and stuff, I'm going to put an end to that type of nonsense. Let's have a couple of questions.
Unless you're taking the piss out of the joke world order as they take the piss out of us, you've got to take the piss out of them because they're the stupid ones. They call us stupid and useless eaters. No, they're the useless eaters. They're the fluke artists who has to do all these scientific experiments at a horrible cost to killing lives, nature and things like that to find out the equations that work. You don't need to do that. You've already got the truth in your soul. They literally went around. Joseph Farrell says it. The Nazi scientists were given free rein. Go and do whatever it takes. Go and get the knowledge. And once you got all that spiritual knowledge of all the shamans and this, that, and the other, kill them all. And like Cecil Rhodes did as well in Africa and stuff like that. And we get to keep the knowledge for ourselves and we turn it into technology and it's just throw away the spirituality. We just want the technology. We just want the information. Okay? Now, with spirituality, that's just about the soul totem spirit aspects. Then there's the soul stuff that comes before it. And you've got to have that foundation stuff. Okay? So you got to think about it. They give you religion and spirituality, but what about the soul? There's mentions of it here and there, but is there actually any particular manual? Now, a lot of people have talked about the soul, but it's not something of the mind. You are energy. How are you going to know energy from the intellect, from having a brain in these bodies that don't even have a sense that can feel itself? You can actually start to feel with your brain once it's been the student of the all-knowing soul teacher for long enough. And then it can gain an ability to start feeling and thinking and activating physical command in the body like the brain does. That's the thing with the brain. It activates the physical command. But as I said before, if the brain makes a decision disconnected from the body and then gets injured and makes a mistake, that's how good the brain is at running things. But when it listens to the soul that knows everything, and that's a field language, well, it has to become conscious of that field language. That's what self-mastery is about, becoming conscious of the soul language. Okay? And once you get to a good enough plateau, and there's a lot of plateaus of learning on that, but I'm giving this information to everybody that I spent 34 years getting to a self-mastered level, competent enough to take back the magnetism from these fucking Kabbalists. And I deconfused the tongues 3 years ago in order to do that first. Okay? And I've worked my fucking ass off. When some people see me, hold it, he never knew that subject, he never knew that subject. Well, I've worked my fucking ass off for 34 years to know everything. Because I wanted to make sense of what happened to me when I was younger. Because I knew it when I was younger,
who and what I is. And I almost defeated them in that second ritual, the Arcana Arcanorum Rite of Atlantis, because I remembered from the ritual before, when I was put into the second ritual beforehand, I've gone, oh shit, this again. I remember this. I know what to do. I went and grounded the whole fucking ritual.
Here's an interesting...
I realized in that ritual, I could get, if I could earth ground that whole ritual, it would fuck up the whole ritual and everything for all the top Dracos and all the 1%. And as a 7-year-old, I almost defeated the New World Order, except Mengele, at the last moment before the ritual, realized I'd actually grounded it. I think he saw me all dirty and stuff with, dirt all over me. He thought, what's that little fucker been up to? And then he realized. And then he went fucking mad. He grabbed me, he put me on the fucking ritual altar, and he started doing open surgery on my fucking brain, looking for a part of my brain that he was never going to find because it's hiding on a magnetic realm. And I'll talk about that another time. Because I got it sort of like what's called a back brain, and they used that in the voice to skull stuff to try and confuse me, because there was a stage with the voice to skull. They could read what's coming up before I could get to it, okay? And they were pretending that, I had this back brain there, and that the Mudger women could actually read it first to prove to me that they, were connected to me and stuff like that to get my trust, okay? That's how much of a psyop they played on me. They played a lot of tricks. Then I realised, hold it, this isn't my real back brain. Yeah, I do have a real back brain, but they're basing it on it from what basically Mengele went through. And I did have other people that remote viewed these rituals and things like that. And most of them couldn't tell me at all because it was just too shocking. Like, I had one particular contact who's dead now, and he was sent in as an agent to basically do stuff, with me, to handle me. But just as much as they tried to handle me, every single one of them, I got equally as much out of these insiders too. I went through it, some very perilous paths to find out some information. With this particular contact, I found out how they confused the tongues, in the sense of, when he found out about the Mudger language being the first language here and everything like that, and I went, well, look, everything Jewish is basically Mudger first name. It's all been ripped off, and they've used Judaism as a veil, to hide behind, like all the Satanists, the Reptoids and stuff. And then all of these Reptoids are controlled by 9 people in the physical that used to be cat mutants in that 1500-year piece, that they were the only ones that refused to heal. We healed all the dog mutants, everyone else, stuff like that. The Aldebaran equation that made the original reptilian dragon races that we know as the Aboriginals. So we literally came out of the sea because they wanted to heal. They thought, who are these people that made us? Oh, yuck. They went, fuck. And they wanted to heal. So because they wanted to heal, we came out of the sea and terraformed what was the land then of giant Amanita muscaria mushrooms. And the Smithsonian Institute even had one thing of a giant mushroom. I remember I've got on one link somewhere from years ago, because there were giant mushrooms everywhere before there were forests, because that's all we needed. Because what the mushroom spores gave out was the essences of nature, both in the water and on the land. So we didn't need to fucking eat anything. We kept the physicality of nature intact, because it's our brothers and sisters that evolve and grow with us. That's what organic nature is about. All of it's living and breathing. You can communicate it. This rock, it's a musical instrument as well. I'm playing the keys of the rock. Now, the more intimate I get in the moment, that's when it really flows. Okay? I just did it straight up then. I was reasonably in the moment. Can do better though. I just want to show you. That rock's got so much information. Put it on your belly button, on your navel. Put that for a while. And just feel the rock. The amount of uploads that you'll have from that rock, what it's telling you, incredible. So we've got to really respect nature. And that's what the original Dreamtime was all about. It described life down to the finest speck of sand, the finest ripple. And we have had a relationship with those reptilian dragon races. We spent 500,000 years terraforming, bringing marine life onto land, making plants and forests and stuff like that, and all the right animals to make a mammalian body that these reptilians could shapeshift between to get used of, so they could get a sense of smell back. and all things mammalian so they could have a full sense, okay? Everything essentially mammalian is Mudger, okay? Even the birds originally are Mudger too. They say that they're reptilian. Well, yes and no. It's a bit of both. But the thing is that we've had a relationship ever since. It didn't start in the Pleiades. Look at Pleiades. A Mudger word, original word, has a vowel between the double consonant. Look at PL. So you've got to think of what vowel goes back in there so you can find out where they got the word Pleiades from in the first place, because it's not an original word. It's a confused tongue word. So we have to look at things a little bit more there. Because you look, we came out of the sea to basically heal them and give them the tools to be organic. And we literally, after 500,000 years, 10% of them were healed. And the rest of them were starting to rapidly heal. Then the cat and dog mutants came back from gobbling up everything out there. And they came here and laid waste to everything and started their nonsense. And their first hybrids from our animals that we made to make this, what was previous to the Cro-Magnon body, because the Cro-Magnon body is the first distortion body they made of that mammalian body we had, okay? But it was essentially from that mammalian body. And of course, they don't show that body in history because it's too perfect. They only show the distortions that they fucking butchered of our original bodies we made first. And we got a different way and approach to making genetics and making things, because we feel our way through everything. Because the only way you're going to get to know energy and magnetism is feeling through it. You're not going to mentally know it by observing quantum fucking science and shit like that. You're a fucking hobbyist at the end of the day. You're an amateur theatist. You can recognize patterns and results, but you're not going to know the energy until you literally live it and be it, because you are energy. And once you know how your circuitry works, okay, most of the rest after that in this matrix is a total fucking waste of time and distraction.
Glad you brought up the energy, Gauze. I've got an interesting question here that I'd actually like to hear your opinion on. It's from Bob Kenter. He says, hey, Gauze, what exactly is energy, bro? Right, that's a very good question. Right, I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, it is consciousness that's fluid, intelligent, that flows.
I like that.
Okay?
Yeah.
Fluid, consciousness, intelligent. Now, what's fluid? Water, hydrogen, feminine. It's that fluid consciousness, okay? That intelligence, fluid intelligence, the ability to be anywhere, anytime, any place in the omni, in the whole omni pineapple, that they caused the first trauma. Our children, unfortunately, just a few, they decided, they were told and they knew, if you fuck with the mushroom lines, you're literally putting the destruction of all our existence at risk. There's some things that you don't fuck with. And we don't want to have to put safeguards on everything, because we want to live by trust and love. We don't want to have to fortify everything. We want everything to be transparent. We talk about everything, discuss everything. We didn't need to talk back then because the communication was instant and feel. We didn't even need telepathy. That's a later thing. We didn't even need to be psychic because we had our fisheye. Because the thing is that we know anything by the feeling straight away, instant. That's why I can pick up things. That's why all you trolls that come onto my page, that basically you don't approach me privately to get to know me or anything about my work. You just butthurt because I just demolished Kabbalah, and you've attached your ego and your personality to that. And that's a stupid thing to do. You shouldn't use any fucking material props to prop you up anyway. You don't need to. That's ego. Just be what you is. You got to know what you is. It's an essence. It's not a fucking name. It's not a title. Title is ripped off from totem anyway. What's that? Your soul. That's your feeling. And we knew each other by our soul feel, our sound, our resonance, okay? Our smell, our taste. We didn't even need to see it. But what we'd feel to see, we'd then look ahead for that thing. While we're doing something in the moment, we could look ahead and see what's next to basically be that ahead of the moment. Now, that's really advanced fluid conscious intelligence, okay? So energy is the conscious fuel of life that has a motion. It has a rhythm, a musical omnity, okay? I don't say unity, that's singular. Omnity, that's full chordal. Our language is music. And the Mudger language had musical notes and harmony and stuff. They took that all away out of it, made it monotonal. That's what they've done. That's the biggest thing that they've done. They've squeezed that full, wide, dynamic language. Okay? Say, for instance, Omar, in olden times, I wanted to contact you, brother. What I would do, I would sing your essence, your personal song down a song line so you could feel it in your soul and you could feel, oh, that's Goz's vibration. He wants to contact me about something. So this is what I do. And Omar, I'm just doing this straight off the bat, okay?
Yep, that's good, bro.
Feel your essence, your original essence, and I'm going to put it down the song line to you. It doesn't get more confronting than this, because I haven't done this before. I want people to see this as raw. Sounds like it could have a bit to do with some of your Pakistan roots or something like that, in the sense of you got both the Mohawk thing and the Pakistan. Very unique mix that you've got there, brother. That's just what.
Yeah, half Aboriginal Mohawk.
Yep.
And half Pakistani.
So that sounded to me a lot of the Pakistani stuff coming out to a little bit of, I don't know. That's just what came out right then. Okay? Mm-hmm. I come out with all different styles and all different cultures all the time. And as I rediscover, see, it's much easier to remember stuff you already know with your soul and the muscle memory that you've had in your past bodies than having to fucking relearn everything from scratch. You already know it in there. Just work out how to get in there. How do you get past the DNA code locks, the on-off switches? Don't try going through linear. Go under the rug. How do you go under the rug? The body pendulum. Okay? When you connect, before I realized it was magnetism, I knew it was source consciousness energy and it was connected to the sun and the solar plexus. It's telling you, solar plexus, soul, Greek, soul, sun. Soul anyway, it's there, S-O-U-L. It's the same sound. Okay? See, Greek is an early confused tongues distortion. So it's got some truth in it and some distortion as well. The earlier the distortion, you still find some things. Same with Gaelic language. That's a survivor of the confusion tongues. And there's actually some things in Gaelic that's no longer in Hungarian. So you've got to look at that. But then there's other things in Gaelic that are distorted. So you've got to look, you've got to pick the bits out of everywhere. And then when they take stuff out of Hungarian, okay, and then put it into another, they have to put it into another language because they literally got to have that language all there somewhere, otherwise creation won't work. Okay? So that's the thing. We knew each other by sound, by feel and taste. There's a completely different consciousness to this brain consciousness now, where we're fed third-party, intellectually colonized information and language right from when we're born. And isn't it amazing how they say, well, you're born to be alive. Well, they don't say they're born to be alive. You're just literally born to be alive. And then all of a sudden someone comes along, oh, by the way, you're just born to be alive, but actually you're going to die. What the fuck are you born for in the first place if you're going to die? What's the point of living 80, 90 years, if you're lucky, and how they've fucking genetically engineered and wired us up to electrically burn out our hearts and minds because we're not actually properly grounded and magnetized? Look at energy. Forget all the fucking holy, pompous stuff on top of that. Look at an energetic thing to actually discern and understand what the truth is. And then you can align yourself to the magnetism and then you can honor the flow of the magnetism because you've got to be that present in the moment of now to feel that sway of magnetism so you turn yourself into a body pendulum, into a compass,
And then you can ask that compass any question and you get the answer. And you know what? I was finding out stuff so much quicker once I found all this stuff and I worked it out, that literally they got a black budget to stop me from basically waking up, okay, and remembering who I am and being able to do. But once I was able to do that, the cat was out of the bag for myself. They literally spent a fortune to work out a way to hook into my body to basically do frequency fences to start altering my body pendulum. And for a while there, yeah, they were screwing around with it. But then I realized what was me, the natural magnetism, and then jerking it, because when they jerk it, they rush it. They rush the moment. It's like when you're playing in a band with a really bad bass player like I did back in my 20s, right? He was always clipping the one. It's like, dude, if you want to play the funk, you've got to play on the back of the beat and you've got to know the beat. And you have to play and keep time like your life depends on it. And do not fuck up the beat. Keep right on the back of it. So there's so much space for the rest of the band and all the rhythm to actually move and flow. And when you've got that good, funky backbeat in every style of music, you've got that feel and everyone just moves. You know where your history is? It's in your soul. Learn how to read your soul again. Learn how to soul center. Get the soul centering instructions from me. I've said every show. Anyone wants some instructions, come and get it for free. Ask me on Facebook. A couple of people have. Give it to them straight away. No questions asked.
I've got the link to Gauz's Facebook profile in the description, guys. So if you want to, shoot him a friend's request or speak to him on Messenger, the link is available for you.
And the thing is, if you dedicate yourself to learning these fundamental principles and you take your time with it and you're conscientious and you do it, once you get them all down, you exponentially fly after that in ways that people will just go, holy fuck. And yeah, people will get jealous, spiteful, all of this sort of thing, because it's like, how the fuck he's doing that? He was a fucking loser at school. We all called him fucking Hitler because he only had one ball. Yeah, I did. I had one ball that was stuck up here from the fucking sexual rituals because I got slammed in the ball by a Hollywood stick with a silver encasing down on the end of it. And then I get gaslighted through the private school I'm in, when we're going on an outward bound sort of camping sort of thing. And then one of the boys, looking at my ball and saying, oh, what happened? You've only got one ball. I was going, what the fuck are you looking at my balls anyway, faggot?
Yeah, exactly. Why the fuck are you looking at my nuts?
Exactly. And then before I know it, the rest of the form is all laughing about it. And then by second form in school, the whole school is fucking paying the shit out of me, gaslighting me. Now, I was being gaslighted on a program all my fucking life. They've been poking my ribs, getting other people, chain jerking other people, mind controlling through the MK Ultra thing I explained earlier, all that sort of stuff. And you've got 9 people controlling all the rubbish dumpsters that are the Dracos, the Reptoids, ET races, all controlled by 9 people. And all you Illuminatis have been fooled that they're all your fucking gods and there's fucking 9 puppet masters on your level doing it. How does that fucking feel, Illuminatis? And that you're mind controlled and beaten up the same way as us as children in all the rituals and then memory wiped. 98% of those big 1% rituals like the Arcanarum, Rite of Atlantis rituals where Kidman was there, I was made to have sex with her, fucking Theresa May had to suck me off, and this person did that, and that person did that, all this depravity fucking shit going on. Then Draco's getting involved and getting inside people, through all the fucking this sex and that sex and whatever, fucking farm sex with whatever, and then putting etheric implants in your genitals, males and females, so that when you meet up in later life, you've got this false sexual charge between you that happened between me and the mother of my child. Because literally we'd been ritual together. And when we met up, I don't know whether she was probably MK Ultra sent into the gig that I was playing at the time in 1992, 30 years ago. Okay? And I didn't even end up with her that night. She ended up with some trombone player or whatever, and then she sort of going a month later, oh, shit, I went with the wrong guy. And it's like, anyway, that's what they do. Some people meet up and they got this like ritual charge left over from their children and their memory wiped from that ritual. And when they memory wipe them, it keeps the programming for life
until you basically work out what went going down and you break programming like I did. Well, I was never programmed because I always went deep into my soul, because when you go into your head, when you're getting tortured, that makes it worse, and that's when you give up. And if you give up in the soul, that's when they get to capture all your soul totem spirit aspects and do the MK Ultra stuff. Now, I know what I'm talking about. I know how the ritual science works, okay? Then to undo chakra locks and things like that, yeah, these are all chakra locks. I call them crab claws. Undo and lock these in the rituals, they get all the belly dancers from different sort of cultures and things like that, okay? If you really knew what that dancing was about, yeah, the Tai Chi, like as I said before, once you put it to musical rhythm, then it's not just a boring bunch of exercises of breathing. You're doing it to musical rhythm. I should say harmonic rhythm, which I'm now calling musical omnity, because I don't want to use the word harmony anymore. So this is the thing. This is what they do, okay? All the Illuminati children, they go through the same trauma-based mind control as well as the Mudger families that get sacrificed. Now, being the royal bloodlines, we don't get killed in the fox hunts. We get a tag put on us. We don't get killed. However, there's other children that they consider of lower bloodlines that are not royal bloodlines. They do get killed and sacrificed. And there were so many children at this Port Macquarie ritual. Now, if you go and have a look at the Port Macquarie, what is it, Borowak Street, go have a look on Google Earth, okay? It just looks like some pokey Florida backwaters sort of, you know, sleepy Masonic lodge. Well, it's those lodges you've got to watch out for, because they deliberately choose them because they look like they're out of the way and no one's ever going to suspect anything. They've got a big just a big Dumbs complex under that. Where the entrance is, well, it was an entrance from the actual lodge itself, but I think they moved it after I started blabbing about it years ago. I think it's from there's a football oval next to it, and I think it's from the football club. Now that I mention that, they'll probably put it somewhere else, or this or that. But it's there anyway. It's underground there. Go and do your testing. Seismic testing, the whole everything. That's exactly right, brother. No shame, no. You got it. Once you sent it, you play music with energy. That's a completely another level of creation. It's another realm indeed. Thank you, brother. It's a completely different consciousness. That's the consciousness that we come from. That is our original perfect designed creation. There was no original sin. The only people of original sin are the ones that played with the mushroom lines, that gave you extended abilities before they're ready to be responsible for it. Because the thing is, but once you learn every step of consciousness, the way these bodies are designed and soul to be symbiotic, work together and function, is that once you're ready to know the next level of consciousness through proactively living and existentially experiencing it, the actual natural law itself, the LORE, which is the knowledge of everything, okay, once you do that, then you have the conscious realization and epiphanal enlightenment to go, that's how that is. That's how it works. But you had the guide in your soul telling what's the right information. All you had to do was follow the information that's guiding you, okay? And then all you got to do is experience. So these children, for some reason, they were so fucking lazy in a non-traumatized world that they didn't want to do the work, and they decided, well, fuck doing all that. We can basically get that level of consciousness and then fuck around with it and not have to fucking do all that shit. And to this day, because they got endocrine disrupted, they want to prove me fucking right, that they're right, that even if they destroy all of creation, they go, ha ha, Mr. Organic, you couldn't stop the virus from destroying everything, so we're fucking right. That's what you're dealing with, all of us, that level of insanity, and that's what's controlling. You know, I still got that over 24 karat gold stuff. It's great. It's called From Serious Metals in Irvine, California. Okay. I just bought a gallon of it for 750 Australian dollars. Okay. Now, I bought it for 449 American, but that's how much GST and exchange rate that I had to pay for it. And then the bank
basically charges another exchange rate fee on all of it because the bank are fucking thieves.
Oh, no, you guys have the GST there as well? Goods and
Oh,
services
yeah.
tax? Oh, that's terrible, man.
Yeah, like I bought it for
They've been stuck on it for
$449
like,
US American. Now, if we paid $449 Australian, that'd be a fucking great price for it. No problem for a gallon. If you buy a gallon, look, I buy everything in bulk because I've learned how to live off the smell of an oily rag. And I spend all my money. What you're seeing behind me is the best organic stuff here that I use for frequencies for all my nature custodian work. So there's nothing I can't clean and deal with. Okay? So half the food and nutrients and everything that I buy don't go into my stomach. It goes towards this work. Because once you're fully magnetized, you don't hardly need food anymore. I'm serious. I still eat a little bit because I'm actually holding the weight of all the magnetism with only a few people. And I'm waiting for more people that want to basically do this nature custodian work and become sovereign emancipated. But people are so afraid of facing their souls when they're given the keys to the kingdom to turn on the engine again, to turn the on switch on. It's like, hello, what have you all been turned into clones all of a sudden, all the people that I've known over these years? Because I know people out there that knew this stuff well enough ages ago. It's like, what are you doing? You're still procrastinating. You're still distracting yourself with shit. It's like we're not here to fuck seagulls, this movie Take Around. We've got to take this back now. It's crunch time. They're playing for keeps. You know? They're playing fucking, oh, let's experiment with the fucking genocide, okay? Which actual transhuman sort of genetic experiments actually work and which ones don't. And we know that certain races we're going to extinguish anyway, because we don't want them around anymore, because we want to get rid of that sort of distortion and replace it with a new distortion. And as I say, this is what their upgrades are all about. But they've got to keep the genetic stock pure. As in, with me, they don't kill me. They just constantly torture me sadistically, lifetime after lifetime after lifetime, where they soul squeeze me from body to body. I can't remember the last time I died. I actually came into this body at 6 months. I had the first memory. And it was like, I remember opening my eyes and I was in this cot in Double Bay in Sydney in a flat. I'm basically looking up. I've just come from the, you know, the time of, what shall I say, supposedly 2,000 years ago, but they did add 1,000 years to the timeline, but they lost 200 of that through the Arcanorum rituals in the 70s. The two of them were in Port Macquarie, and then the third one was in the Parliament House in Canberra. That it was so fucking messy and bloody and fucked up that they literally had to close down that Parliament House and move into the new one after it. And they even time travelled that whole thing around from this year to that year to cover their tracks so no one would ever work out any chronology to it. There were some things so depraved that they did that they just literally had to hide it like that so no one could pick up the tracks. And when people like me and other true Mudger souls wake up to who they are, it doesn't take us very long to catch back up what they've planned for thousands of years, because when you've got that instant omni and you can work stuff out with your magnetism and your body pendulum and you don't lie to yourself, you've got a clean consciousness that's conscionable, you're just not a fuckwit. Everything's satanic. Take away all the evil stuff, okay, and the unconscionable stuff, but keep the free stuff about, okay, I can do what I want, and there's nothing wrong with doing what you want. Look at the word want. You know what it means now. That which cannot be destroyed, referring to the soul. And that mastering center symbol of the dandelion pollen ball, okay? Beethoven's Fifth. Now, how the fuck did he end up with that? How did that end up in Beethoven's Fifth? And that's like one of the core sort of Mudger sort of tones for songline stuff for actually putting things into place in a major sort of way. And then another one, the Benny Hill theme song. And then now, I heard my Hopi friend, White Buffalo, Dean LaCroix, singing that. And he sings it so beautifully. He sings his part in the song. And he does these Facebook sort of live things at times, and he does all this shamanic information.
And he's a Hopi man that really knows the old stuff. And he spent a lot of time with Quetzalcoatl in a past lifetime because he knows more than just shamanic stuff, this dude. He's one of the guys that knows a few of the rare old stuff. I have a lot of respect for him. And he says, we call unconditional love ulu. You know what? He's absolutely right. It's just a dialect different from how we say it, because I go like this. Wula. You could say that. Wula. Depends how I express it. But that's the same thing. In the music language, it just comes out like that. So he's right. Okay? You need to go listen to him. And he started singing one of his songs that he sings sometimes, one of his songline songs, and he's just singing his part. And as he's starting to sing it, I'm going, hold it. This sounds like an old country and western song. And then I started going, and so on, okay? So I'm playing the bass line, the sub bass. I'm not doing it too well there, but I'm just giving you an idea. And then he's singing the melody over the top. But anyway, I'm not multitasking well. I can do it well at the same time at times, but I'm not in the moment of now enough to do it. I'm only demonstrating. But when he started doing it, I went, hold it, I know this song. And then I started playing the bass as I'm watching him singing it on the video. I've gone, I've fucking done this with him before. Not this life. Now, to have those realizations, and then I worked out all the rest of the songs, the parts, the harmony parts, you know, the different voicings in the choir, because we all used to sing in choir, okay? And I'm thinking, he's singing his part. He's just got no one else in the tribe to fill out all the other parts anymore. And then I realised they turned it into a country western song. And then I realised one day I saw him put up all these songs on his Facebook, and I'm going, why is he putting all these songs up? These particular ones and certain commercial songs from the 80s. Then I realised he remembers them as song lines. So they'd taken our song lines and made commercial fucking music out of it, and then given it to Draco rubbish dumpsters to inspire sort of musicians. Here, have all these lyrics, have all this music, become a star with it, or we've already made you a star, and this is your song. And all these lyrics are actually all about the Octopi 8, okay? So when people sing these songs, this artist that's come up with it, yeah. So they're singing about the Octopi 8, and they're getting all the energy from commercial music. When people sing about them, they don't even realise that all that energy has been sung about that person. They think they're fucking gods.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just telling you how the energy works, the occult energy, and how they pimp at your instincts, okay?
And also, guys, the frequency which they transmit that music on, I think it's like 433 gigahertz or something. It's not really good for you when you're listening to.
Well, actually, 433
or is it
is actually good.
I think it's 430 that they stream.
Yeah, it would be 430 because 433 is actually a real source frequency. And why is that? Why you mentioned that? Okay. They say they made A equals 440. That adds up to 8, the octagon 8. It's horrible.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Octagon 8, okay? And you see that octagon everywhere. The octagon, as Sean Ross says, controls the pentagon. He's absolutely fucking right, okay? And the thing is, with that octagon, you need 2 more aspects to basically ground it to 10, okay? But really, the real 8, as I said last time, is the female magnet mountain of the 3 hills that makes 4, the mountain, coming together with the masculine one of the 2 magnets, okay? But the way they treat it is a bigger distortion. But anyway, 440 adds up to 8. It's a horrible distortion. Go look at the cymatic of it. It's horrible. Okay, you move it down to 432 to 9, the number of the matrix, the head. Okay, it's better sound, but then go look at the cymatics. Too much masculine angles, okay? You've got to put the nitrogen curves back into it, or the nitrite curves, okay? How do we do that? We just ground it with magnetism, then unfold the circle on the feminine side of the nitrogen bridge, and we get all the curves back. So just imagine all those cymatics in 432 with curves, then that's the real 433. Now, when you do it with a cymatic sort of thing that's been programmed with Kabbalah algorithms, you're not going to see the real full difference between 432 and 433. But at least it's going to be grounded. It's subtle, okay? And when it's grounded on 433 in numerology, that adds up to 10. What's 10? The only numerical digit that's an algebra, okay? As I said, that means pseudo picture, false image, false diagram, okay? Because that's what it is. As I said before, the natural math was already in the modular language. We didn't need to double it up with numerical digits that are fiction, okay? So crunching numbers, that's what it's all about, you know, crunching those numbers to make a whole heap of confused tongues, language codes, okay? And apparently, as Franco Collins said on his show back in 2013, there was a certain black king that created Kabbalah. And as usual, the Khazarians are getting the Hebrew and Asian middle management to do all their dirty work, and then they take it all off them later down the track. And this Kabbalah king basically spent his lifetime investing all his fortune into making the most evil system possible. And then even after he's died, his son found it such an abomination, even his son couldn't go through with it, okay? So I think that was King Nebuchadnezzar of the Bible. I might be wrong, but that's what I worked out years ago. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It was a different king. I'd like to talk to Frank about it. I've been trying to talk to Frank for years. But anyway, that's another matter, because he's got some really good work. He was the one that first identified the CCR5 genetic, and he called it a genetic anomaly. Well, I did some more research, because he put all the clues. I had to read behind the lines what he was giving away, and he was giving away a big lot of information with Henrik Palmer, you know, from Red Ice Radio back in 2013 on one particular interview. And when he mentioned this CCR5, for some reason, it just clicked the whole memory. It brought up something in me. And then it brought up rage, because that's what he did to get the Melchizedek homosexual priest coven from Atlantean times with the Yesu priests, okay, which were the top homosexual priest sorcerers, to basically homosexual sex ritualize all of our Magi genetics. So you can just imagine how fucking horrible the rituals were to homosexualize every single one of our tribal genetics, so that these Khazar Hyksos types who fucked into the Irish could have a skin suit to basically be immune to all of their weapons of mass biological eugenic destruction, as I mentioned before, all the types of diseases, okay? And all of those diseases are not airborne viruses. Even Black Plague, what they do, the Jesuits, right, priests, they get rats to eat the cadavers of fucking massacres of Mudger-speaking tribes, okay? They do the big massacre, satanic ritual, and then all the dead bodies at the end, they get the rats to eat it, to then go to the rest of the population to spread it, okay? To infect people with it. And then other things off the rats infect things further, okay? So it has to be passed around. It doesn't happen by an airborne virus. The only thing that happens through airborne stuff is spike proteins at the moment that literally are more fiction animated life. Because that's what AI is. All that synthetic worm stuff, Morgellons, it's fiction animation. It's zombie stuff. And what happens if all these people that have died all of a sudden one day come back as zombies, like they did with the Russian gas experiments of reanimating sort of skeletons and stuff, like they did back in the 30s in Pavlov's dog, by separating a dog and keeping it alive. They were doing that stuff back then. They had time travel from 1913 before then, genetic projects. That's how far ahead for how long they've been and been hoarding it. And then all of a sudden from the 90s, you've got all of this gear that they've turned into a phone in 10 years. Hello? I might have jumped the gun a little bit towards the end, and how quick they've advanced the technology all of a sudden that they've had, like the iPhones and iPads since the 60s. Everyone thinks, oh, look, it's great technology today. We'll just basically get addicted to these scrolling mirrors. They've done this all before, all of these resets. They're making the resets even quicker. From 1913, what can't you change in 108 years? By time travel. Retroactively. Inserting the same script everywhere. It's the same Enki and Lil story everywhere in every culture, okay? It's just different actor names and different theatre costumes, genetic theatre costumes, They've got a genetic project to do that. In every era in history, because linear time, cyclic time, is a fiction construct. With Kabbalah time travel, in the blink of an eye, they can go from Atlantean times to Middle Age times to whatever. It's all different movie studios in different parts of Earth and different timelines. And look at all the different times we live under, okay? Okay, Omar, I'm talking to you in BC at the moment. It's like, what is it? Is it midday yet where you are?
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock p.m.
1 o'clock on Saturday.
It's Saturday
It's
afternoon,
Sunday.
1 p.m., yeah.
It's Sunday 9 a.m. here in Australia. So what is there? 15 hours time difference?
17 hours. 17-hour difference, I think. 1, 9.
But here we are talking in the present moment now.
Hours.
But yet with all of these hours apart. Now, what the fuck is that all about? Really, what is it all about? Okay? All these different time difference across the earth. And it's like, they tell us that there's 7 chakras on this part of the earth. Well, no, that can't be right. Because we're only really on the sort of the gut groin sort of area, you know? Now, the middle of Central Australia is essentially the woman's sort of core solar plexus sort of whole area, okay? Now, I've not quite sure that all the people that are sending their prayers and meditation to Uluru, it's not Uluru, that's what the Jesuits renamed it. They've given you back as colonised history because no one knows the Mudgee language anymore because they've wiped out most of you. And of the 3% of Aboriginals left, most of you are actually the Nuggers and the ones that came from the north, that you are not real originals. You came here to live. You caused a lot of trouble. You caused the actual light-skinned tribes to fuck off, especially the Mudgees. So they wanted to keep the peace. Okay? And
I find it kind of weird too, because when you were saying the word Ulu, right, in Urdu in Pakistan, Ulu means fool. See how they've perverted it?
That's right. There you go. Yes. Anything that is literally of an original value, they desecrate. Yeah, exactly. They did the opposite.
That's why when I was talking to Dean that one time on chat on Facebook, he said Ulu. Right, and I wasn't aware of the actual.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
yeah. And then I went back to the original meaning, which I thought was the original meaning was in Urdu, which means fool. So I thought he was calling me a fool, right?
Yeah.
So, and I was like, no. I said I'm not a fool. And then he's like, no, brother, you don't understand what I mean. And then you gave me the description, and then he gave me the description. I was like, oh wow, and I really had that eye-opening moment where I was like, oh damn, they really are perverting the original.
Yeah. That's a great example in the sense of like Dean was actually going, Ulu, and he's always giving Ulu all the time. And he's saying to people, stop basically getting into this conditional love and get to the Ulu, the real unconditional love. That's the way he talks about it in his own way. But he's essentially correct, okay?
Yeah.
And you've got to look at people and their language and how they say it in their own way and know it in their own way, because any consciously intelligent person can see the difference in that sense. It's just he's talking in a different dialect, slightly different terminology. But
I learned a major life lesson at that moment when that happened, because now when I come across comments and things like that, I'm very conscious of the idea of what this person may be saying outside of my beliefs on the word, right? Because now I'm aware, my eyes are open to the fact that it's been corrupted. So now when I see, words and comments and such, I pay a special close attention to those. And when I'm not understanding something, I go within to ask myself what this person is trying to tell me. So, that was a great, great life lesson from Dean, and I truly appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, I saw it unfold in front of my eyes, just seeing you two communicate. And I thought, hold it, these are the last 2 people I want to don't want to meet. I don't want them to have an unpleasant meeting for the first time because I want to get Dean on your show. It's like, and I thought, oh, what's going on here? And then I realised what happened, and I went, oh my goodness. Then when you told me, well, it means fool in the way that I know it. It's like you're going, who's the fool?
I was like, I don't know you. You're calling me a fool.
This is why
Confused tongues. When you use the same sound for all these different meanings, it's the most stupid thing you can do. It's the most stupid thing. Why would you want to do that? One sound, one meaning, all the different suffixes and prefixes. It's just, that's how the tribal languages, the original ones, that's how they've got to be taught back. And you know what the Australian government are doing? They're teaching it back to them in a way more with vowels, verbs and nouns, which is more like English. It's bullshit. You know, the whole thing too. Agglutinative languages, okay, which Mudgee language is the original language, which all the original languages across Australia. Oh, they said they had over 500 languages and stuff like that, and all different, blah, blah. No, sorry. You know the one thing that gives it away? They all got to sing the same original language for the songline stuff, for rite of passage from territory to territory for a start. But when you're doing songline work, you're all got to know the same language so you can all hold the magnetism together. That gives it away. And what's that original language? I've sung it for you, haven't I? It's the original song, Mudgee language. And I still know this language better now than this fucking rubbish language that I'm talking to you in now. Because my soul was going, I was studying every form of the Mudgee language, you know? And yet I didn't have Hungarian people to talk around me here in Sydney. I had Attila Flink for fucking ages, and I learned everything I could off him from the best linguist in our time. And he literally got me to pronounce things the right way many times. He said, you need to know this sound, this sound, this sound, the core sounds, and you can't get them wrong. Get them right now. Now, he got it right for the oldest dialects of the monotonal language. But then I went further. My soul wouldn't rest until I remembered the sung language. Now, I started singing in 2016. I just started singing, but I didn't know how to voice it. I just knew that it was to do with singing, and that opera was taken off us as well, me, and this and that and whatever. All the music was ripped off by other people and turned into commercial songs just to desecrate it. They've done everything possible to desecrate our family. I'm sick of it. And they've turned us into nobodies by now, which I don't mind about that, but nobodies to be handled in the Matrix in the most unlikely fucking places under, you know, these cartoon skin suits, different names, this, that, and the other, okay? And you're going to know an original soul by the feel. And I meet them all the time, black, white, Asian, doesn't matter what. Because as I said, when they bring together a reptoid human tribe with a Mudgee tribe that should never mix, you bring two bloodlines together like that, well, souls from both bloodlines end up in the wrong bloodlines. They fuck again into the other wrong bloodlines, and again after that. A soul can end up so many bloodlines away from its original soul line, bloodline, that it's been gaslighted somewhere over here in this family, and that family, and that family. And that's how they split up the tribe of Dan. When they massacred us, okay? They massacred us and basically turned it all into sort of Hebrew Druidism, okay? And there's so many Irish people today that don't even know who they are anymore, and that's unbelievable. Irish are incredibly fucking tough people. However, once they homosexualize the genetics and then the blood as well, they're homosexual, sex ritual as well into O positive. That's how O positive came about in Atlantean times. And guess where that happened? Down here in Australia. Because there was a reset down here in Atlantean times, and all you've got to do is go out from the mouth of the Mullery River a few hundred metres, and literally what's down in the ocean is all these Atlantean statues. And you're thinking, what the fuck is Atlantean statues doing in the middle of sort of Lemuria, Mu Central, which is Uga? Because they basically fucked them up with their genetics down here at that time. And then on the next reset, they sent them up to the UK, memory wiped them that they're actually from here. And that was it. And all that funky groove and stuff like that got turned into bland folk music. Because they took, you know, they basically made Patrick Fitzwilliam and William Fitzpatrick, if you get what I mean. That's where all that started, you know. Gerald Fitzwilliam, William Fitzgerald. So that was the Hyksos Khazars, okay? And then they went on later to fuck Egypt, okay? Ramses II, Rothschild. Then when they distracted
you know, the Christians and the Muslims having religious wars in the new sort of Judea in Palestine line, where they've got the new sort of Jerusalem happening after a reset, and then they put Macedonia from northern Scotland and Greece from western Scotland into the Mediterranean, and they split Judea somewhere else. Well, they couldn't do that straight away. They could only do that after a reset. And I'm pretty sure they actually did that. There was this dead period around 56 to 54 BC. Notice that's a 9/11 period too. And yet the Council of Nicaea was 325 AD. So there's something weird going on. Like, you just cannot work out the chronology of this whole fucking period. Yeah.
Just when you were mentioning that, I was thinking that. I was like, there's something's off here. The time doesn't seem accurate.
And I know why. Say, for instance, this makes more sense of all of this nonsense, okay, that doesn't make sense. Say, for instance, for each period, like the Jesus period, you got a certain amount of split timelines where they literally, from each movie tape on the split timeline, you go, okay, we're going to take this portion, this portion, this portion that's favourable to our script, okay? Now, then they go to, say, the Atlantean reset split time with the Melchizedek homosexual priest that did all of this sort of stuff, okay, the Yesu priest. Now, Yesu, does that sound like a familiar name? What if you chuck an S on the end of Yesu and you get Jesus in Coptic classical Greek? So they named Jesus after the top high Melchizedek priests, which were known as the Yesu priests, and they were homosexual. So there's where your Jesus names comes from. Okay? And Melchizedek was a raving homosexual. He was the top priest. You're Melchizedek of the Bible in the New Age, that everyone goes, yeah, Melchizedek, yeah, he's a dude, man. And then you get Metatron, who is the New Age version of Archangel Michael. As I said, same actors, different actor names, right throughout the fucking Matrix. Enki, okay? He's basically ripped off the original Mudja father of creation, who happened to be Chubba, okay, in the beginning as fish beings with Ishtan. And Ishtan got sliced into Ishtar, and then Nana got twinned, so that they'd always have one of the two to kill and split timelines to basically do the 9/11 stuff, okay? Because they're constantly killing the female and bringing it back, okay? Putting it in another body, do it all again, okay? With the father aspect, they just keep on torturing you, okay? Because they can't kill the father because they're homosexual, okay? They don't want to kill the male, they just want to torture it. So that's what they've been doing this whole time. And it's fucking over. I'm saying it for what it is. I don't care who fucking calls me crazy. You get this present in the moment of now, you basically blast all these DNA locks off from within, go boof, with your magnetism, so you can get access to the whole of yourself. Then you can start finding out all of yourselves and all your past lives and all your memories and all the knowledge from your soul, so you don't have to fucking learn it again in their wrong systems. Because they're not going to give you enough information in the school indoctrination and the universities to overthrow them. They're only going to give you enough industries to be, you know, information to be a happy slave working in their fucking faux pas industries that are working to kill you and your families and experiment them on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree on that. Absolutely.
And so here I am. I'm trying to basically get together. There's some original people here that are known as Aboriginal people. I don't call them Aboriginal because that means not original in English. Look at that. In English, Aboriginal, Indigenous, not...
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that because there was a comment up here. Who made that comment? And it was just speaking exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
So I was hoping that you would pick up on that. Man, there's so many comments. It's awesome to see.
Yeah, like I'm big on the linguistics, as you know, okay? Like the original
Bob Kenter, sorry, just let me just do this. Bob
Sure.
Kenter says Australian indigenous people were the original human beings on Mother Earth, not Africans. It is starting to become clearer
Yeah,
now. Ab-original means not original, as in abnormal, not normal.
correct,
Yeah,
correct.
very, very
And also,
correct.
it's the
Very
same with
interesting.
indigenous. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
indigenous means of the original genes, right? So if you go indigenous, it's the same as not of the original genes. Exactly what Bob's saying there. Okay, and the thing is that some of us have known this for years. Okay, yeah, they pervert everything into the opposite. They
Mm-hmm.
basically, like in the Enki thing, they say he was into incest and fucked his family and shit. No, that's what these reptoids do. Okay?
Remember, we were talking about it last week when I was saying that this means love, right? And or this is Satan, and this means love, and
Yeah.
they corrupted it into saying "I love Satan," right? All you need to do is just move the thumb, right? I
Yeah,
love
yeah. I love
Satan,
Satan.
and
So, yeah,
yeah,
they're putting what the real love thing into a perverted way to give it occult power. That's
yeah,
confusion of the tongues. It's taking the original value and then turning into a swear word or a desecration, and then it's got the power of that original value behind that desecration, hiding behind it. That's how they confuse the tongues and get so much occult power that's evil, because they're actually taking a good original thing and perverting the meaning of it. It's like, say, for instance, in Japan, they got this saying called Nanja Korea, which means what the fuck, or what, it means literally what the what, okay?
mhm.
Now, that sort of triggered something in me. And then I was watching this Nintendo game. It was going, Nanja, Nanja, like that. And then it was going, Nanja, Nanja, Nanja. Ah, then I got it. Nanja Korea. It means attack with full force in Maja. That's what it really means. So they're taking something, when we go attack with full force, which is something rare, we're literally getting all the animals and everything with magnetism to attack literally a foreign force that's out there to destroy us. Because look, let's face it, you have to get stoic and pragmatic. If you literally got an enemy that's out to murder you and kill you and steal everything from you and desecrate you, if you don't stand up and fight at that last time to do counter violence, well, you're not being practical. You can't turn the cheek to that. Like, look at the part that they put in the Jesus stuff that went contrary to the rest of the Jesus theatre script, where he basically went and freed all the animals and turned over all the money changers. That's something from the real Izzard. That's what the fuck he did. He didn't put up with shit. He didn't put up with rubbish or rubbish decorations or the Draco Reptoid rubbish dumpster, okay? Yep, and I'm explaining why, about why everything's backwards. Exactly. Now, the thing is, that's the thing, us mudgers were the most hardcore of everybody in every sense. We lived life to the fullest and the passionate. However, when something threatened our lives, in the sense of our women, our children, our peaceful way of do no harm life, we would fucking put everything of our anger and might in our passion behind protecting them. And the only reason why they managed to beat us is because they cheated with time travel, sending armies and technology back into time, and they literally got UFOs and everything to help Alexander the Great win battles and things like that. Okay? And all sorts of people. They fucking rigged the whole fucking thing. They cheated all the way. And they thought they could get away with it, because they had this Kabbalah time travel technology that could, in a blink of an eye, just flip someone from split timeline to split timeline or dimension to dimension, take them out of the Matrix, put them back into the Matrix 60 years later at the same time and place you took them from, and you're sort of sitting there and going, I feel strange. Something just happened there. And they did that to me many times, to fix their fucking shit and future split timelines. I had no choice but to fix, because they put me in a different body. I'd get all my abilities and memories back, you know, in that body, because I didn't have the locks in this body. And I'm realizing, those fucking cunts, they've done it again. I'm now here in some other fucking body, doing some other thing, and I'm fixing their shit for them, and I've got no choice but to do it, because if I don't fix it, they'll fuck up everything. And they're sort of going, well, you know what to do. If you don't fix it, everything fucks up, and we don't care if it fucks up, because we're happy when it all fucks up, because that's when we get peace. So this is what we're dealing with here. They're literally taking the piss on the road to nowhere, on their highway to hell, just living it fucking large until it all goes. And they reckon that they can rely on us to keep on saving it, because that's what we got to do. Because there's no way that we're letting go of this life. But we had to wait till now, 2.2 million years since our children first fucked up, stole, like when we were doing an induction ceremony, all the other children had learnt the law. And they were going off to create their own omniverse with their significant magnetically compatible partner, to create their omniverse, because they were responsible enough to do it, because they knew the foundation basics. They knew how far they could push the envelope limit of creation without fucking up, okay? So, but if you don't learn that, you're going to take risks and blow things up, especially if you basically eat the monatomic gold, male, masculine side of the lines, coming back to the actual mushroom to recycle all the garbage from nature, then recycle it all and come back as feminine and masculine, loose sort of fuel from the spores that fed our environment, that we actually, it was both in the water. We had these mushrooms and on the land. And when we went on the land, we could shapeshift straight away and manifest as land beings, but we didn't spend much time there, because everything we needed was in the water. We seen in the water, we got full omni. To make it full, loose and omni and flexible in a full magnetic sense on land, you got to do a little bit more work to get the fluidity of water when you're on land and air. So it made more sense being in the water, but we could do both. So when we went to heal the Australian original reptilian dragon races that were made by these cat dog mutants at Aldebaran, they wanted to heal, yeah, we did all of that. And we've been good mates and family since. And they've destroyed that now through this stupid black race, white race polarization bullshit. Where just about every Aboriginal I come across now who doesn't even know anything shamanic or anything just calls me some white cunt that knows nothing, and you have no right to tell us what to do. Well, sorry, this is my birthplace the same as yours. Now, I grew up Australian, and I've learnt this Mudja, and I don't speak Hungarian monotonal Mudja, but I can actually speak the old language. And I know another Irish-Australian woman that can do it too. She started singing it rather. She didn't even know it was Mudja language, and I said, fuck, you're singing the same language as me. Fuck you. It's musical. And I say that when I come across them in the street. I go, do you sing the original language? Do you know the original language? Have you gone and done ceremony to learn it? And you're trying to tell me, oh, it's your country and it's all black and blah, blah, blah. But you go, you know, and I've been told by your elders, my age and older, that you're all disrespectful and you won't learn the shamanic stuff. You won't learn the law stuff that requires you to not be a fucking Western parasite, you know, reliant on all Western things. You live our ways, you speak our language, and you act in a conscionable way. That's what you're meant to do. That's what the elders are telling you. I've had a lot of your elders tell me these young fellas just won't do it. Why? Because they're given lots of gifts from the Khazarians and the Zionists and stuff like that, and money. Yeah, go and do that. Go to the black. They're just creating more black middle management like they did to the black Hebrew nuggets before you, that you descended from, that they sent you down from India and Asia and everything like that when you're black Buddhas of Asia. Go and look at Sambo, the prophecy of reincarnation. There's one video on YouTube they got for you there because of the Kalergi plan. Because they want to turn it all black now, black Eurasian, and wash out all the white race. But they'll still keep me stock because I've got the O blood that feeds even the O negative.
Yeah, that's very true. They are trying to cancel out the white race. You can see it clear.
And you know what? The Aryans are not the original white race, and they make them out to be. And with the whole Nazi thing, they think the white race and the Swiss and the Ku Klux Klan were all fucking cunts, but we're not.
We're originally oak coloured, not white. You know, we had the mountain of the three hills colours, okay? We had the red man. We had the gold man. Okay, we had the silver grey man. We had the copper tone man. I should say amber. Amber is the collective term for man and woman together, because that's centered then. They call it ember. They gave it an E. We shouldn't have the E vowel. That sharpens up the whole language. That came in with the Hebrew language. That's rubbish. The Mudger language went from 37 to 38 letter characters. Sorry, 37, 10, perfect, 5, 10 tribes, 5. You know, here's my woman's side. Here's my masculine side. Left brain, right brain, opposite, opposite. 5, 5, toes, 5, 5. 10 tribes to begin with. 1, masculine. 0, feminine. Centred, canoe boat, off and on switch, dandelion pollen ball. It's that simple. Even with Tesla 369 stuff, that's all bullshit too. It's all dirty use of free energy if you're only using the 369 and you're not adding 1 to ground it to 10. That 1 is greater than the 9, because less is always more. Unless you've got that 1 grounding it, 1 extra, it's a bucket of prawns in the sun, isn't it? Come on, let's get real. Know your energy. Know how it works. Get the foundations right to the system. Don't just accept the paradigm and go, this is this, this is this. Question it. Don't be a gullible fool. Don't be soul blind. We've been soul blind for too long. That's how they took over humanity. Once the information for the gut and the soul centre was gone, look what's happened to the Australian Dreamtime. There's another white shaman and one like me, and we met up at Carry On months ago. Okay, and then we met up again for 5 days. And we went out to Carry On 5 days. And we did a lot of stuff out there, a lot of healing, a lot of ceremonial setup and stuff. Because basically we both realised, he said to me, he said, you know what? I've checked out this, bungalung, mob that basically are sort of ex-Redfern people that are up there now. They just want the money. And the thing is, he said there's about 50 or 60 of them there. And he said, I pulled one of them aside and I said, I've heard you guys talking about this stuff. You don't guys have any clue about this stuff, nor any clue about your own stuff anymore. And it's like, the work's got to be done. It's like all these spirits have been trapped from massacres in land, okay, spirits and souls, okay? And they've done that on purpose to literally stop the dream time from kicking over again. That's why they've done all these massacres. And him and I have been going all around the country with gold-laced mother sand that's magnetic from the mouth of the Murray and the Lachlan rivers, which is the centre of the caudacea of the female ovaries. And guess what the left ovary is? Uluru. So if you're going to send all that meditation and prayer energy just to one side of the, the ovary, what about the right side? That's going to make a polarised situation straight away. The right side is to the west of Brisbane. And then you get the uterus at Wilpiri Pound. And so that's the female genitals. It's very sacred. And the fallopian tubes are the Lachlan and the Murray River. And that magnetic sand, the council down that way have literally tried to basically get rid of all that sand so many times and taken it to other parts and places to desecrate that whole place. But guess what? That sand is so magnetic within a year, no matter where they take it, it always magnetically comes back there. So what we've been doing is getting this Murray River magnetic sand. I've got some here. I use it for my ceremony stuff from here, and I've got other ways that I use it. But basically, I release trapped spirits and souls from massacres and songlines. Like I remember in the Arcanorum rituals, it was like there was this shaman named Dingo, okay, a Reptoid, Aboriginal shaman, not a full original one, or he was a bought off one. And he was being congratulated for doing such a good job, putting Draco Reptoid fake dragons into the songlines for this purpose, to
trap all the spirits and the souls there so they couldn't go back to mother through the mangrove swamps eventually down here and everything like that in different parts. What the Melder Project do here is they hijack them. They hijack the souls and then put them in new fucking genetic bodies, and that's how they manage to incest our family too, even my family, in their image. They've done through the Melder Project. Now, once you know that, well, yeah, it's a big hodgepodge, isn't it? That's how much they've desecrated your original family that you're part of, no matter whether you're a soul that's split off, okay, and used as a toy soldier against the original family as sport with these fuckwits, these 9 Octopi 8, the secret sort of Karen Bike member in the centre of all of them. That's the woman that works to basically connect the energy for their gravy train that the Masons do, get 33 Masons all in a gravy train, and the train driver at the front is basically, you know, the train driver who's the head sorcerer that turns the woman that they need to connect all that homosexual energy into something, because otherwise it's not going to work in the sex magic. So they always need a female to turn their vagina into a portal to create magic. And then they can connect that to technology and device and fire at this, do it that, do it that. I've been hit by that fucking energy before using an Aleph to convert it. And guess what an Aleph is? Okay? It's an alien fetus or a human fetus inside an egg with an umbilical cord. It's one of the most powerful desecration technologies that they've ever had. And the original Hitler was trained to how to use them, and that's how the Khazars got from Tiamat to here in the first place. They actually did get through the Van Allen belt, and this left got them through there. And like Lilith's egg, that spaceship of Malona literally smashed Maldivite everywhere. That's where Maldivite comes from, Tiamat, and the black goo and all that shit, the bad black goo. And that's what Lilith's egg smashing into the place is. They smashed into Arizona. It's in Navajo Indian records. And then they started on the Aztecs and the Mayans first. And then they were the ugly little midget dwarves in Lord of the Rings. You know, they're always chasing fucking false wealth and gold and stuff using horrible fucking big machinery like they got in the inner earth now, those Bohr things. Nothing's changed. And they fucked their way through the whole fucking world using the Malda Genetic Project with these 9 people, these 9 cat mutants that didn't heal. And everyone got complacent except for a few of us after 1,500 years. And then when they struck back hard. They had 1,500 years of preparation before this time travel stuff to retroactively literally change and insert a fake script and narrative through history and literally do it, and to cheat every speck of the way. And they thought they'd never get busted with this time travel stuff. Even though they're laughing at you in the 60s, like with that time travel program and all that sci-fi stuff, that's all based on real stuff that they already had in existence by then. They're basing all that stuff on it. And then when someone like me says in the Matrix, you know, oh, he's been watching too much of that. No, I was involved in the making of that fucking shit, whether I liked it or not. And I often had to clean up their fucking rubbish. And then they put me back into this fucking body. It's all fucking damaged, traumatized from birth and memory wiped, so I don't remember what happened. And the programming works better like it does on all the Illuminati children. For the Illuminatis that are listening to this, yeah, there's a few of you in controlled opposition right now. They're actually not bad people, but you're being controlled in a way that you don't even fucking know it. And you've given out some good information, but not enough. I don't want to name names at the moment. I will on another show, but now's the time not for it, because I don't want to do divide and conquer amongst the freedom movement. But I'm saying what's happened. They've programmed everyone, ritualized them as children. Don't call them kids. You call the Reptoids kids, because kids are baby goats. Look at them. They've got you in the habit of calling your children baby goats. I make a big point of never calling children kids. See how they've got you used to all these catchphrases that Tavistock make up and make fads with? They get it all off. They basically take the piss out of what we do. Oh, what's a way we can desecrate them next and spread around the latest fad words and get us to basically come up with all the trends and the original stuff, because we come up with stuff ourselves. They grab it all
And they basically put it out in their products. They steal our fucking songs, making commercial music. They then do seances over the fucking master tapes and stuff like that after they make the hit records. They stabbed in with their steely lives, but they just can't kill the beast. Guess who they're talking about there? Me. Because you can't kill me. It's like in this life. They've hit me with so many fucking energy weapons. Literally all my fucking lines and everything and joints have just fucking ended up all over my body. I should be dead. Should be crippled. I would have been crippled, except I got magnetized enough first. It's holding me up. And then I can do now in 3 days healing what used to take me 6 months to a year. So back in 2016, where I was literally, my body was shifting, moving around. I'm going, what's this happening? Well, it's like I'm shape shifting. What's going on? It's moving around. It's like my body's falling to pieces. And then I realized eventually, oh, we were the original shapeshifters, but we shapeshifted in a different way. And those idiots, they shift in a violent way that causes their bodies more harm, okay? But then they remain immortal because they're constantly parasiting off us in 4D. Think about that. They get their immortality because they suck all of our energy. When you get your guardian angel, they suck all of your energy and then they give you a big 10% concentrated junkie hit back that you go, woo, woo, woo. They're just like, you're as high as a kite. But then when you come down off that, you're craving for more like a junkie because they've taken all your natural energy and now you're dependent on them to get your junkie fixed. That's what your guardian angel is. They're guarding their piece of meat so they don't have to be a demon. So they got a regular piece of meat all the time. They just keep the other scavengers away. See how they got you so full? It's the same energy. It's stepped down, dirty electrical energy that's not properly grounded. It's a 369. It's not grounded. The 10 then becomes the sender symbol. Stop using binary code in computers for programming, ones and zeros. If you use ones and zeros by themselves, they're inorganic. You've got to combine them, just like in procreation. It's symbiotic. Everything's masculine, feminine, combined, making love, magnetism, okay? Make a center symbol. If you make a center symbol as programming code, you can imagine how much better your graphics are and you'll be able to have all the curved graphics and not all this stupid, scarred geometry rubbish. It's literally fiction animation. We literally put all the flow and the lines. We know how to heal. You'll see on my Facebook page all the pyramids and squares and stuff that I got from an old sort of design fabric, Maja rare book from 1918. It shows how we heal it all. Now, when I first saw that stuff, I'm going, man, that's how I stir when I'm making things. Like when I'm making my coffee or curries or things like that. I always do it musically and I do it with a rhythm. You never do it with spin. If you put spin and stir things, you're putting spin inside of you. You're putting vortex inside of you. That's right. They eat Christ's body. It's a reptilian sacrifice. It's like the only reason why they put that real bit about Izu when Christ got a bit sort of kick-ass, okay, that was Izu. But they deliberately put that bit about him in there because they're telling everyone in the controlled opposition in Christianity, this is what happens, this is what we do to anarchists. You want to be an anarchist? This is how you'll end up. The Satanists wrote your fucking religion. I'm sorry. It wasn't called Christianity. Christos, that's Greek. That's confused tongues. That's what the Romans were speaking at that time. Izu was not even a name. It was the essence that he was known of at that time, in that particular timeline life. And he was known as burning. That's what Izu means. And the burning is the inner fire, the very burning itself of the creation flame of the soul that the Buddha essence talks about. Because they both knew the same stuff. They both were the same person in different split timelines. And you're all going to go crazy once you realise it's the same guy for all these people that they're taking the piss out of. And then in the fiction, they're using things like Pooh Bear and all sorts of fucked up shit to take the piss out of the, the male one. Because they're that jealous and envious, they all wish they were him. And when I got through to Mengele and also Skorzeny, after getting through Maud and Tabitha, AI mainframes, after I was warned in 2006 16, you better not touch them. You're already causing a lot of mess and giving us harm. Yeah, after you're hitting me with ELF from the CIA, and then the CSIS, and then the Chinese, and then the Russians, you're all having a fucking go at me. Because they're not separate countries. They're all the same fucking idiots running all of it, jerking the chain. It's all political theatre. It's all programmed like clockwork. It's all rubbish. Turn the TV off, all of it. They package those news stuff years in advance. It's all programmed by AI. Every time I was doing important ceremony work with a true Mudger Soul woman yesterday. I was holding soul anchoring for so she can catch up to me because they're much better than men at this. And once they catch up and they catch up fast, yeah, I'll be learning off her. So I'm just giving her water knowledge back. Because water knowledge is woman knowledge. That's Magi knowledge, okay? Now, when we were doing that yesterday, I was saying to her, notice how every time we clean up something, we break through a new level and clean out this part of nature or this part of the omniverse, they automatically, you notice that helicopter comes, that plane starts happening, you start seeing these black sort of Levite Jesuit fucking symbols coming through here in your astral and this, that, and the other. Yeah, these are all AI triggered. And they've all been programmed a long time ago, just in case we happen to break back to this level, this level, this level, this level. It's literally, they've got a defensive fortress for every level we break back through. But, you know, when you're of pure magnetism, you have no fear. And you see any stupid little symbol or, you know, belligerent, you know, these demons and stuff like that, you know, and Dracos and scary faces. All it reminds me of is spoilt little rich kids when you catch them with their hand red-handed in the cookie jar, and all they can do is like can't do anything, and they just go, yeah! They just make faces at you and try and scare you away, okay, because they've been caught and they don't know what else to do, right? And that expression, well, considering those cat mutants made all those Draco rubbish dumpsters for the rest of the Illuminati to believe as their gods. See how there's a game within even the Illuminati and the Capstone clowns? Well, guess what I did? I did a reverse 9/11 4 months ago on the Capstone clowns. I chopped the head off the fucking Capstone. I'll tell you what I fucking did. This is how simple it was. I'm so magnetized in here now, I don't care if anyone calls me crazy, because until you understand this level of stuff, realm of stuff, you don't know fucking shit. So,
people,
I literally had this beeswax candle.
I was just going to say the woke people and the intelligent people are always called crazy by the
of course,
by the sheep and by the barn animals, and you know,
and by their chain jerkers. Their chain jerkers get them to do it too. They trigger them because it's much easier.
They don't understand reality.
Yeah, it's much easier to point the finger at me, okay, and blame me for all your problems because you refuse to look at those parts of yourself that I make you feel uncomfortable about just by being myself, not even saying anything about you. I've been doing it all my life.
Fuck, guys, it's your fault.
Yeah, it has to be my fault. Just like my family and everything like that. When they go, you're the problem. You're the one who got into trouble when you're younger. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, but what about all those rituals I went through? You won't validate them now. You know, the only people I got left alive is my mother and my scripted mother, who is the fucking town bike of the Octopi 8. That's how she got rewarded, by handling me. So I've had to fucking really crawl out of a fucking slippery fucking, you know, nook, so to speak, for lack of a better expression. So that's going to shock people. She's the most evil woman in the world. You think about it. She is the one at the end of the gravy train for the Octopi 8. She's the woman that's allowing herself to desecrate herself as the head mother, to allow that to happen to women. She's like the Wicked Witch, as you see in Disney. I remember one time when Jackie Kennedy, in the Manor, Jackie Onassis by that stage, she was trying to jab me with this big fucking needle. I'm going, fuck with you with your needles and shit. I'm sick of this shit. No more needles. And I was screaming for my mother. I started crying. Then my mother eventually came in because I kicked up such a fuss. I just went to my mother. You know, you want the love and you trust in your mother. And it's like, come on, you know, protect me from these horrible people. Please, please, please. Guess what?
my mother ended up injecting me. And they do this on purpose. They script this on purpose to absolutely demoralize, desecrate us in the most every fucking possible way. This is how much they hate us. This is how much endocrine disrupted to a fully blown, extent creates a biological sickness that's worse than mental illness. It's biological derangement. And this is the level of sickness. This is what's got to be pointed out. Now, I'm not talking any woo-woo stuff here. I'm talking real down-to-earth logic, sure. I'm describing some pretty insane stuff. And I haven't even got to basically the stuff when I basically summoned this Draco out of the statue and literally like a genie out of a bottle, all this smoke, this thing in the eye opened up in the statue, smoke came out. Ooh. It was weird. And then all of a sudden it assembled itself just off the floor and then it went with its feet or hooves, depending which particular statue, which time it was, of the fake cat and Azazel. 2 different ones. I took them out of 2 different statues. One of them was in a sarcophagus second Homo sapien printing machine. So when they were made in Adam's calendar, okay, the second Homo sapiens, they grew them in these pods, okay? And then they put them from the pods into these sarcophagus things that programmed them. And these second Homo sapiens were only designed to live for 80 years. That's where the lifespan got shut down. And then once they mixed in with all the first Homo sapiens and all that sort of stuff to wash them out, but with the first Homo sapiens, they had a lot of trouble getting rid of them. And so they had to literally resort to massive massacres and fucking wiping out of... It's a reason why the middle of Australia is full of fucking desert and it's all red. That's how much desecration they did. Of the tribal people that did manage to survive that time, they literally ran all down to Antarctica because the land bridge between Australia and Antarctica was still up. And they blew that up. The mud flood actually happened when basically the Khazarians from the Tunguska installation that they have kicked off through all the, what you call the Tartarian buildings. You cannot generalize it all as Tartaria. That's a psyop as well, because there's many different civilizations, okay, many different resets. The Tartarian one is just one, where they basically turned, the Aryans took over the whole Magyar equation, okay? That's what happened there. Let's look at Tartar. Tar is dialect of Hull, okay? That's fish in Magyar. Because L, Y and R are intellect interchangeable in Magyar, same as H, T and M in a basic sense. Once you know these dialect keys, they're also musical dialect keys as well. The vowels literally describe creation processes from unseen to seen, sort of ordered creation sequences. Nobody knows that anymore, but it makes sense. That's how it works.
I'm glad you brought up Tartaria, brother, because next month, as you guys know, Neil from Portal to Ascension, he's doing monthly lookbacks on ancient civilization stuff, and he's going to be talking about Tartaria here pretty quick. If you guys are interested, here's the website address that you guys can check out. There's information on the event that he's going to be holding about Tartaria. I thought this will give depth as to us because again, Neil is a truth speaker. So when he presents information, it's in the truth fashion, right? So because you're talking about Tartaria, I feel that it's quite important for people to get a little bit of a deeper depth into Tartaria.
Yeah. So the thing is with Tartaria, look at it. There's clues here. Magyars are fish people that originally come from the sea. That Vatican, that fish head thing that he's wearing, right? He stole that off us. He stole that off me, the fucking little pedophile, fucking little faggot. Give it back! Now's the time! You Satanist piece of fucking pedophile fucking shit from Argentina or where the fuck you're from, Jesuit piece of fucking scum. You're just the white pope, and you're ordained by the Greek Orthodox Church, and they got the fucking wood on you on that one, don't they?
Why don't you tell people about that, why the Greek Orthodox Church ordained you into place, and how they got the black pope after that, then the purple. It's more to do with the Greeks. They only have to have the wood on you on that one thing. And that's from one of the Octopi 8 that hides out in the middle class wealthy. That literally royalty step out of the way anytime he walks in the fucking building. They're so scared of him. She's got the edge on the other 7 Octopi 8. And all the outsourced, corporately outsourced planetary managers of other prison planets that they've got in their fake sort of space and planets, okay, they're all sort of families as well you wouldn't necessarily pick as the top elite families, okay? That are the front-face ones like Rockefeller and Rothschild. And yeah, indeed, there's a couple of Rothschilds in there. And there's a Rockefeller in there, yeah? But not all of them. They hide themselves, these top people. And they know how to dimensionally activate through many, many different people and clones and literally swap bodies all the time. And when you kill them, you send them to places that they can't possibly come back from. They work out a way to come back because they know that they don't die. They know the secrets, that the soul doesn't die. So they know how to come back from any, if you put them into the fires of hell or anything, they'll find a way back through. They've done it so many times themselves because they know the secrets. They know the real stuff to life. Because they're our original children, unfortunately, we were to take responsibility for. Even though they're clearly at fault for what they did, they knew better. Now, for someone that knows better and still fucks up, chooses to fuck up, that is what's called a fucktard. So they're fucktards, okay? And they're our children, unfortunately. Not all our children fucked up. They fucked up. And regardless of the fact they fucked up and it's their fault, as parents, we take responsibility anyway to clean up the mess. And they exploit that too. They say, it's always their fault. Now, even on the Simpsons I saw one time. E.T.'s. That was an experiment that basically our father let us basically have an experiment with and went all wrong and, it was all their fault anyway. They're always blaming us, refusing to grow up, pulling scary faces, which basically is the manifestation of their fucking Draco demons. Now you look at them. They're all looking scary and evil. And it's just a surface exterior thing, right? We're deep on the inside. To show scary shit like that means you're scared and paranoid as shit on the inside. That's what it means in true psychology. The more you have to over-criticize someone all the time, the more you're doing is you're exposing your own insecurities that you're dumping and projecting onto them. That's called preemptive striking. That's what psychopaths do. They hypocritically and guilty accuse you of the very thing that they're guilty of. Like I've had so many man bitches, freaking pissed off because I've exposed Kabbalah for what it is. And they come onto my page. They don't inbox me. They don't ask me questions or anything. They just want to be in an attention whore in public to try and basically make me lose face in front of everyone who's adult on my page, who's advanced and wants to know true information regardless of what fucking race, anywhere you come from, because it's one soul. One magnetism, one love. One group of people who get that right in the world, the Rusters, the Rastafarians. They know it. They've known it all this time. So when you come to my page, okay, you're going to carry on like a little upstart, like a little brat, like a little man bitch, feminized man bitch, grow some balls. Because what I'll do, I care so much. I'll give you tough love and I'll call you out for what you are. And I won't put up with any little shit, okay?
Oh, I love
basically
that.
dumps and projects their own stuff onto. And then they say, okay, they come to my page with this attitudinal putrid stench of basically being so nasty in their attitude. You can see they're fucking fuming. And they basically go, so basically you call everything that's not what you're saying wrong in the world. I said, no, you're making a big generalization and you're basically now taking me out of context. And I don't appreciate that because I say everything that's of Kabbalah infused and generated meta, meaning death in Hebrew, physics, is the fucking perversion of the original Mudja language. And it's how they confused the tongues. Okay? because the original Torah is all in Madja language. Aramaic is a Babylonian dialect of Madja language. It's got nothing to do with Hebrews peoples that spoke Ashurit at the time. Hey, Ashurit people of Colontic science. There are true stuff in Colontic science. Like all good controlled opposition, you've got to have some good magnetic carrots to get people sucked in the first place, even with the fucking holy Hebrew fraudulent Bible full of holes, omissions, and outright lies in places. Yeah, outright lies. And it's a perversion. All of the Madja language when it comes down to it. Natural law is the Madja language in the sense that's the only language that can describe the whole of the Uga Dreamtime, the original one. You can't do it, you can't access it with the third eye. So everyone that says they're in contact with the Australian Dreamtime with the third eye, you've been fucking Pied Piper. Just like the fucking Bible, just like when they gave you Bibles and the Jesuit Catholics stole your fucking land. Now, today, African people, some of the best people in the world, guess what? The Malda people did with them. The people that got massacred here, the ones that didn't end up in fucking songlines and stuff, they sent them over to Africa, into African bodies, and there's a lot of fucking of them and nuggers that are now in the ones here now. That's why I can't resonate with so many of them here. And the few ones that do resonate, they go to me, how the fuck did you find out about the Madja stuff? We don't tell anybody. I go, because I fucking am one myself. And I didn't know that, being Australian from the start. How does Tony start with that, fit in with all of this? I don't mind watching old Tony, because he's like me. He just calls shit out for what it is, and he doesn't give a fuck, okay? However, he's gone the hard route, and I feel much empathy for those up in the Northern Hemisphere who've had no access to anything Madja because it's been wiped completely from up there, especially the UK. They've conned you all thinking that you're basically part of the royal bloodlines because you're basically part of the tribe of Dan, the Jesus bloodline and all of this sort of stuff. Well, it's not the actual Jesus actor bloodline. No. They've fucked in to the royal Madja bloodline, both the Arpad bloodline, which is the Hungarian one, which means flood father, Arpad. Okay, Pad as in father, Ar as in river, stream, current. Now, Aramaic means people of the stream, river, still in Madja today. Not even in Babylonian dialect. That's the thing, it's the same language. It's just some letters and vowels that are slightly different to shape the actual environment of the time and the consciousness of the time, whether it was a slave consciousness or a free consciousness. That is what affects language and dialect, okay? And there's a way that the letters and the vowels naturally interchange, okay? There's a deep science behind it. I learned it all off Attila Flink. He spent over 65 years studying all this stuff from the age of 20, but he started when he was a child. But when he came here, he was working on Warrowback Gamba Dam in 1950. He's having a lunch break. He's talking with his Hungarian mates. There's other Italians, Croatians, White Australia policy, immigration thing after the war, okay? Don't say reptilian, mate. Get it fucking right. Call it Reptoid. Fucking over it. It demonises the original peoples of Uga. They're reptilian dragon races and there was nothing fucking wrong with them. I was part of it. I became reptilian in order to work out how to heal them. So all you people in the north and all the rest of it, the Draco Reptoid crap that have wiped out the most of them and the AI ones, and now they've just got AI simulation programs that people get sucked into now to the AI mainframe. That's what's going on at the moment. They tried the same shit on me. And I went, this is a stupid simulation program that people could just lose themselves in this labyrinth for ages with scary fucking face, demons. I just laugh at them. I see a scary demon, I go straight through the fucking cunt. I'm serious. You see a vortex in the third eye of spin. As soon as I see that, dandelion pollen ball, boof, back to Omni, no more spin, just like that. When you're of magnetism and you're a man, woman of nature, and you literally are conscionable enough to be of nature like that, and you've got nature supporting you, and you've got all this magnetism, your will be done. And I do ceremonial work 24/7. I'm quite often up for 2-3 days. I do whatever it takes. And you've got this extra stamina to do what it takes to get it all done, because there's no such thing as time anyway. That's right. Reptilians gave knowledge. The Australian Ugar peoples, because they spoke modular language. As I said, for the songline stuff, that gives it away. You've got to know the same songline stuff for many different reasons, despite all the different dialects of the same language and communal-lex that you speak right across the country. Yes, there were some different languages, but they were imports from the north. And also, sometimes some black Africans were left here by Portuguese. You know, they got shipwrecked in West Australia or this. Mate, there's such a hodgepodge to this history. Now, you know what? The plan for the Kalugi plan started at the Council of Nicaea, where they basically went, okay, we've got to flush out all of Ugar and make it all dark-skinned, so by the time we get the British later on down there, it's a perfect racial conflict. You've got to think strategy, people. The art of war. It wasn't written by Sun Tzu. Written by a Mudger, because we had to work how to basically out-strategy to outdo these people, to disarm these little fucking babies that refuse to grow up, that play with adult baby toys that are so fucking dangerous, and basically disarm them without causing harm, taking away their energy, playing tricks on them. We had to wait 2.2 million years, because when they did the initial rip in the fabric of the physicality and non-physicality of the original Omni pineapple, and then later on, after we healed them all, okay, we came back through the Sons of the Serpent, their first genetic mutation of our forms, of one of our most smartest apes that we used in the mammalian form, of all the different animals that we used to create that body, that ended up with soul, totem, spirit aspects of that body, that enabled the reptilian dragon races to get a sense of smell and become mammalian again. And the plan was to go back to the water after that, okay? That was the original plan. We came onto land, yeah, we're going to heal you, because these cat mutants, these children of ours, fucked up. Yeah, they made all this land life, permanent land life stuff, where they born themselves in blood, and Aldebaran. Now, what's Aldebaran? That's the heart valve of one of the bodies, of the omniversal bodies. Yeah, there's a masculine, feminine body out there too. Everything's masculine, feminine. Microcosm, macrocosm. As I said, there's two bodies here on Earth. It's not flat, it's not round, it's two bodies entwined. It's huge. We're just in the midriff. And they've made us, cut us down to little fleas to fuck us over in this little area here, to make us all significant. Oh, you're just on some little ball. Okay? And then when they wipe like this, they're going to have the full run of everything. That's why they don't mind trashing this part and basically mainlining this. Go and watch Charlie J. 2, their future split timelines that always need energy. Start dying. It's not going to happen anymore. I spent 2 years fighting them, with them having split timeline wars in 2018 and 19. Now, I don't even know where to begin to describe this stuff, how crazy it is, but I'm just an ordinary man having an extraordinary experience dealing with the most insane people there be, if you can call them people.
Well said. I really like that. Simple man having an extraordinary experience. Absolutely. This
yeah. And like, listen to me. Do I sound that out there? Yeah, I'm talking about some crazy stuff, about crazy shit happening. But I've got no choice. I've been poked in the ribs all my fucking life. And you know what? I'm actually okay.
The crazier it is, the truer it is.
No. So I can talk about this stuff. And look at Fiona Barnett. She's done a good job. She won't talk to me originally because I basically won't be fucking Jesus. Well, sorry, Jesus was fucking modelled off me. I can't hold back anymore. Yeah, call me a fucking schizophrenic. Call me fucking crazy. What do you fucking know? This is for all the other people that are not necessarily in the audience, but maybe the newbies that come along that go, oh, who's this idiot? Oh, he doesn't go with the conformity of what we're told on TV. We're told, oh, that we're all in together as one against the virus. The Louis Pasteur theory, even on his deathbed, said, I was wrong.
So, need I say any more about that? So we can keep this all on YouTube. So, yes, substitute reptoid for reptilian. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Sorry, but it does piss me off after a while, because if you call them reptilians, these reptoids, right, they do have reptilian in them. But remember, the Biami character fucking raped all those 7 women of our original reptilian dragon races, okay? That's right. It's a very lonely path, but it's got to be done. Now, the thing is, they do have reptilian genetics in them. But what these octopi 8 cat mutants decided to do, okay, we're going to get these reptilians because they got the fight. They got the fight or flight thing in the reptilian sort of brainstem, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, okay, in the sense of danger, okay, because when you've got the conjugable mammalian thing happening for the rest of the time of do no harm, okay, when literally harm comes our way and our whole peaceful existence and our women and children need protection, there's nothing wrong with that reptilian brainstem. That's when you snap into action. You don't fuck around. You put your dragon tail deep into the father aspect sun source that's below the roots, because the earth is the omniversal roots for all creation. Okay, we only get to see what Andromedan, that's sort of like the masculine sort of side of the galaxy, and Milky Way is more feminine, okay? Then you got the Pleiadian thing that they say, well, hold it. How can the original peoples come from Pleiades that are refugees from supposed Lyra? Now that's further way up the tree, where the roots are down here, Earth. It's the physical roots of the whole omniverse. All those stars that are out of view of this portion of the Earth literally have land and seas below them. It's a rule of thumb, okay, of reading stars and star maps. That's what Attila Flink told me for a start. He said, when I was in the Hungarian military as a teenager, learning stuff, okay, they taught us that we had to learn all the star map stuff, even though we're like the land branch. It's like the Irish and the Welsh are more the naval branch of the Mudgers, okay? And it's like, even the Welsh, the original Welsh and Irish had to know all the land branch stuff too. We all had to know all the nature aspects. That was the whole point of knowing the law. We all could cover our asses, okay? So basically speaking, Attila said even then, during World War II in the Hungarian military, they still had that knowledge, which was incredible. Incredible, considering how much they'd been basically colonised. Okay, Australian Aboriginals realised with the Hungarian history, when those nuggers basically chased them out of Australia here, well, they just actually went. They said, we're not going to do any fights and harm here. And all you're doing is this racial polarisation thing of white and black, and it's stupid. And we've always been all colours except for white and black, okay, before this sort of change. And we try to explain this to them. But they're so polarised in this Kabbalah fucking illusion, they just go madder and madder and madder and just want to get more violent. Okay, we're going, okay? So what we did was we left protectors of the tribes, Mudger protectors, that weren't just Mudgers as in Hungarians. There were Frisians, there were Picts, okay? Those protectors had been here since the 6th century AD. And we had a big meeting down here. And when people remember all that, all the memories will start flooding through like a dam bursting. Because we made a decision to split the tribe, which we saw ahead in the future what was happening. We saw this whole Council of Nicaea plan to basically, keep this all secret and basically wipe us all out and change all the history, do everything completely. This was already starting to happen back then. And that we were already aware of their fucking technology and this strange sort of bullshit going on. How they just arrive out of nowhere and just slaughter everyone with a squadron of UFOs and fucking tanks and everything, just like you see in the Avatar thing, but fucking 10 times worse. Okay? So, basically speaking, we made a decision. We split the tribe in two. We put the strongest physical people, okay? They're the ones that had to go through the sacrifice that were going to get hit, okay? And the weakest physical ones, but with the smartest brains, or I should say consciousness, okay? And proactive demonstration of knowing that, like our librarians, this, that, the other. Like the librarians are the holders of the bone, okay? And if you're holding 2 broken bones, you fucking idiot, you know who I'm talking about. That means you got the responsibility of putting it back together, idiot. I've had so many trolls try to tell me all sorts. They try to make up any shit about you. But when I say confront me online, you debate me, meet me in person, no, they're all scared little fucking whippets. And I'll stand up to the lot of you. I'll debate any of you. Anyone in the world, prove me wrong. So I'm using simple natural science of constant questioning until something becomes evident and clear, and linguistics, where all life is in language and linguistics, to prove the fucking lot of this. I can prove it by other ways too, many other ways. But I'm mainly doing it by these 2 ways, which is irrefutable. This linguistic stuff you can prove on the spot. You can show it. There's the evidence. It's in the language. It's still there. Okay? You want to know Mudger language in Scotland? Go and look up Edinburgh, Fortress of the Jews. Okay? Mountain of the Jews, Castle of the Jews.
Edinburgh means that?
Edinburgh, yeah.
Edinburgh, wow.
Eden in Mudger,
yeah,
okay, means Jews. But they took that out of the vocabulary to hide that, obviously. Okay? It can't, it's like, it works etymology like with Edomite. Edom, Edin. Okay?
Does that relate with like the Garden of Eden? Eden and Edinburgh kind of.
Well, you know, Edinburgh is a hybrid word. The Eden, there's a lot of word churning through confusion of the tongues. Okay? Hybrid stuff. And this is particularly good where Attila Flint was just incredible. Because there wasn't any language he couldn't decipher. Because he learnt so many different languages and he gone, oh, this one here, this is hybrid Mudger word with English here, or hybrid Mudger with French, or hybrid Mudger with Berg, which is Anglo-Saxon, which is the same sound as Berg, as in sort of, I think, German, which means mountain, castle, fortress as well, B-E-R-G, B-U-R-G-H. It's the same sound. Don't look at the spelling so much, look at the sound. That's the giveaway. Because that's what it comes from, the sound. And once you know the meaning of that sound, and then you have the expression and the feeling through that sound, well, there are your suffixes and prefixes and everything that's talking. Okay? Like, I've got to talk to someone out here right now. Little birdie. That's how we talk with nature. Like I just scented something. I didn't waste a drop. I didn't do that for a demonstration. I didn't do it to show off. I didn't do it for entertainment. We don't do music for entertainment. We're not musical prostitutes. We do this because we fucking love it. And we love doing it. And you know, the most hair-raising stuff that we do when we're under the biggest pressure is when we thrive the best in this stuff. Because that's when you literally have to dig in and groove the deepest. But when there's no fear, just pure magnetism, we're just all sailing on the sea of love, swimming in it. Because you've literally got that air, that bounce, that cushion. It's like listening to a really good bottom end in the sense of a bass or a kick drum, okay, in the sound system. And when that's tuned correctly with a nice big fat warm sound, okay, it's not a spiked wave of harm. It's not a fractal. A fractal, look at it. It's a spike. It's an object of harm. Imagine that, okay, in sound. We know how damaging these scalar waves are, the EMF weapons, the ELFs. They've been frying me with this stuff for ages, okay, until literally my body's just falling apart even further. But the thing was, I decided, okay, I'll keep on letting them hit me. I can't find adequate protection anyway because the elites control the protection clothes market, okay?
And then they only protect against a certain amount of frequencies with silver lining, this, that, and the other. You've got to pay a fortune for it. But then they make the clothes with fucking Morgellons fibres from BT cotton in it, GMO cotton. So how's that? Typical, hey, Omar? For one thing, they go, hey, get this for protective clothing. But while we give you protective clothing, we're going to put Morgellons in it. Fuck. And I told this company, I will fucking expose you. That's the Shield hats. And you've had 2 years to do the right thing by me and refund those two fucking that hat and beanie I bought off you. But I had to put through the washing machines quite a few times to get all the Morgellons worms out. And really paying 40, 50 pounds for a fucking hat when in Australian, just for a fucking hat. And then when I look at the silver lining in it, and it's like, hold it, that's only protecting between, what is it? I can't remember the amount. But when I looked at scalar waves and EMF waves and stuff like that, this silver lining, it's only protecting against half the frequency range of what you're getting targeted with. So they're literally cashing in on everything they fucking can. It's like, here we go, we've created the problem. There's all these targeted individuals around over there, like Dr. Catherine Horton. I understand how that woman feels. She talks the truth too, okay? She gets smashed all the time with energy weapons. And there's other people. There's another Nubian lady, a black American lady, who's got the most horrendous injuries from getting hit. And it's only because I'm me, okay, that I managed to survive it. But I still get fucking injured. It still fucking hurts. But I'm so used to fucking pain. Once you magnetise, I don't even feel much pain anymore. The only pain I feel is if literally my body's saying to me, hey, dude, it's time to do another adjustment. Now, when I started that last show, I think, Omar, that's Attila Flink there. Yeah, the petrol stuff.
I thought I would show people.
Yeah.
I got an echo here because you're talking about Attila, so I thought I would put a face to the name so that
this is the greatest.
Here's a couple other images I picked up there. Here's the Attila getting a download.
That's literally, that's just in the front room back in 2014. And as you can see, we used to be at it all the fucking time. We did not stop. Well, both of us were hardcore. Now, Attila never smoked. That was one of the rare occasions he grabbed a cigarette off me. I think he grabbed a cigarette off me, and the whole time I knew him 3 times. And most of the time he played tricks with it. He'd like literally inhale the cigarette through his nose. He'd do all sorts of crazy things, but he could do it. Because he found the magic in his own language in the old way. And find those pictures of him with the cockatoos. Because he had a special affinity with birds. He knew how to communicate with the birds. Like I do too now. But I communicate with the birds with the old song language. But he knew I think he must have known them. He knew the music and the language, but I never heard him sing the music language. But the spoken language of the monotonal stuff, he spoke the oldest dialects. And even when he spoke that, it used to haunt me at times in a good way, going, oh, the resonance and the richness and the way that he talks. And then when he used to talk at language conferences with these Hebrew scholars that say, oh, we've got a brand new international language. And Attila goes, oh, that really, you must be very intelligent. Okay. And then Attila said, okay, can you translate this word? And he'd say it in perfect Tasmanian dialect, okay? And this young guy would just be stumped. And he'd write it down and go, no. And eventually he just couldn't write it down. And Attila wrote it down in Mudja. And he said, that's how you write it down. It doesn't require an international language. This already was the international language originally. Now, this is a day when I came back to my house and Attila was waiting for me, okay? And I literally came across the road and I've gone, look at that. There's 10 cockatoos on top of his VW van. And they just loved him. He was always having an affinity with birds and talking with birds. And you know what? Because of that, You know what the Masons did? When he was working on this building site with another friend of mine, Daz, who literally they'd gang stalked Daz out of Sydney, out of Cronulla. Because Daz was like me. He picked up on all of Titilla's stuff. He got it, okay? And not only that, Daz worked out a whole heap of stuff himself that even Attila didn't work out. And Attila went, fuck yes, that's right. So I've got to give credit to Daz as well, because he's had his fucking life ruined by this. And I'm the only crazy one with the balls enough to go forward with this. And I should be dead by now for revealing the Levite priest stuff, which I need to finish saying that. So the original Torah is in Madja, in symbols, okay, runic script. And 90% of those symbols are found in that Torah. And you know what the Levite priests do to you, the rest of you Jewish people and Hebrews? They give you a watered-down Hebrew, English, whatever version of it. And there you are trying to work out the secrets of creation in Hebrew when they've got the original Madja language. And these are the people that control the law system in the world. Okay? You wonder where the judges get their authority from? Not from the queens, not from the presidents. They're just the corporate front faces. It's actually the maligned occult Kabbalah, you know, hardcore sexual ritual fucking priests themselves. They're the language holders. They got this secret Levite priest code book that someone told me back in 2011. And he said, oh, and I can't send you the email about it with the details because this person who's been sitting on it for 30 years, he said, you start talking about this, you'll get murdered. I said, really? Okay. I started blabbing about it. Not only that, I had a chat to the bloke in Melbourne I was in contact with. He was sent in to try and handle me in my life, but I ended up healing him half the time. Yeah, I healed a lot of the agents sent into my life to basically usurp me. And a few of them I ended up friends with until they replaced them with clients. So it's been a pretty fucked up life. Extraordinary, ordinary life in that sense. But it is what it is. And this stuff is real.
It occurred to me that there are 10 birds that are interacting.
Yes.
10.
That's right.
Yeah, I just counting. I was like, wait a minute. Do I see 10?
Yeah, that's what I said before. Like,
yeah, that's very powerful from like from what we're speaking of, and the number 10, and then here we have 10 birds that are interacting.
If you notice,
amazing, very amazing.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I actually post a lot of my Facebook posts and comments quite often on a 10 sort of time thing, when the numerology adds up to a 10. And quite often the amount of likes or comments or things like that, same thing. They'll all add up to a 10 number, like 46 or 64, 55, 28, 19. See, the reason why there's 19 is that when you use numerical digits, they're leaving out the zero, okay? They say that the zero is worth nothing. Now, zero in true reality is the feminine, okay? So in a masculine sort of world, okay, it's basically, you know, it's a desecration of the feminine. It's like getting the circle and folding it and torturing the woman, keeping the woman in that tortured sort of bipolar schizophrenic sort of state. But basically that's the state that these endocrine disrupted people are in. Actually, it's not the woman at all. They're just putting her into that state by anger, you know, over masculinizing her. So, and twisting her in half like that. So basically speaking, that's all got to go. It really has all got to go. It's not fair that heterosexual men and women who are the norm, basically all of a sudden, within a matter of 2 decades, are being taken over by the homosexual norm now, okay, here in Australia at least, in the sense of, yeah, it's okay to be homosexual and have marriage and this and that and be a priest. And they've already made a homosexual Bible that I've had a little bit of a read of it, and it's like, man, it's just, you people think you can just make up shit as you go.
Really? They have such a thing?
Yeah, they have such a thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I don't think I would want to read.
Like, it's bad enough the original one as it is, let alone you can imagine how fucked up that is.
Yeah,
Sodom and Sodom and Gomorrah in every 66 books, you know. Fucking hell. It's like, and the thing is, it's not fair to be ruled by a bunch of dead pieces of wood, which is where fasci comes from, faggot, dead pieces of wood, bundle of sticks, unity of bundle of sticks, that's how they get their power, by basically standing like faggots in a circle around someone who hasn't worn a mask, so some of those faggots can give them life fucking permanent injuries when they're kneeing them in the head with Mossad fucking techniques of fucking terrorism and jiu-jitsu fucking grappling. They all get taught. It's not on. And let alone making all these UN fucking clone troops and the rest of it. And Danny Andrews, let's roll out the real fucking Danny Andrews. How many fucking clones have they got of that stupid little fucking hunchback?
Oh, is that the guy that keeps sending me emails?
No, that's another clone.
Oh, that's a different one. Fuck a guy. That guy's irritating.
Well, this is the thing. As I said, everyone that they send into my life, they eventually replace and turn into a clone and then turn against me. Even the central aspect of Ishton. They've done the same thing. Real one out for a year after they rolled out all these other women before her to try and get me to make an heir with them so they could have a new Illuminati bloodline with my bloodline. Fuck off. Well, fuck off. And start another fucking stupid Jesus story or fucking whatever story, or so you can create a new fucking religious icon for the next fucking, transhuman robots. Yeah, fuck off. That's not even happening either. Fuck you all. How dare you desecrate our perfect creation? Why would you want to ruin it? Because you had a biological illness, sickness condition, that you were warned if you did what you did, you would potentially destroy the whole of existence. 2.2 million years later, we had to wait in the process of them ruining and putting a rip in the pineapple of the Omni. Imagine this is the Omni, okay? It's two bodies, but you can be anywhere in the Omni at any time, instantly, through the magnetism and the manifestation, because there was no trauma. It was a beautiful, perfect world. It was instant, practically.
Well, one of the emails that guy sent me, he's like, hey, why are you giving this guy a platform? And, I never responded back to that, right? And then I thought...
Yeah, because this is the thing. I'm revealing such truth now, they're going to send in all the usual trolls. And I'm going to say it's in the troll manual. Go and have a look at the troll manual. I've got the troll manual here. I've studied it.
This guy didn't realize who he was talking to because, when somebody tells me, say, hey, don't give that guy a platform to speak on, I'm going to do the opposite of that, right? So, I thought...
Exactly. Because the more that you have the...
Who does this...
As I said before, the more you basically over-criticize someone and try to destroy their character because you cannot fault one word I am fucking saying, you let my work speak for itself by itself. My character means nothing. Just because I'm the messenger and I live my words. I've spent 34 years working out this shit. I'm 53.
Yeah, that's most of your
life. Okay? Well, everyone's been wanking with their fucking third eye. I was onto this shit that long ago. So fuck you! Fuck you Zionist pigs! Fuck you Nazi pigs! Same side of the fucking Rothschild, fucking Bauer, fucking Khazarian, fucking rubbish dumpster coin. Fuck you all! Yeah. And I can see into you, under your rug, just like you can see into me, because you got my genetics, you fucking stole, so you at least get better looks because you were so fucking ugly when you came across from Tiamat. Yeah, you did have a Bear Beavis fucking head, because you Dracos like doing that, taking the piss. And a biological scientist can't understand the fucking irrationality behind that, and yet they turn them into Darwinian, parasite-minded fucking intellectual quack, 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 quackers. Anyway. So that's all they do. They quack, quack, quack in their mind all day. And you go, no, mate, you go too far. You go too far. That's because you're a scared little fucking fuckwit, asshole, condescending little fucking bigot, intellectual that think you know everything because you're going through their institution of being brainwashed and regurgitation. And you can't work out basic foundational things for yourself that you should have questioned before you went into learning all that shit. But 20 years later, you know all these details of it, all the foundations are wrong, so you're fucking wrong.
Exactly. That
doesn't matter how many fucking decorative, flowery details you have in your language to say, if your attitudinal approach it stinks putrid, like the sulfide, well, that's what matters. Doesn't matter how many flowery words you say, peace be with you and I love you, brother, at the end, after you've literally just said, hold it, you said, that all things in the world, if it doesn't agree with what you said, it's all wrong. No. everything that's Kabbalah. Not everything in the world is Kabbalah. There's a few people out there like me. I've just got the balls to speak out on behalf of all of them. On behalf of all of even the Tim Rafat's are doing his best with all that Kabbalah stuff over there, but he's got the right attitude towards the Illuminati fucktards, as he rightly terms it too. Love to talk to him. Just needs to use a few more rocks to just magnetize everything he's doing. Otherwise, everything he's doing is right, using their stuff.
Yeah.
But then once you find out about the existent medicine wheel systems, 19 times 19 meridian regions, making up 361 meridian lines, plus a whole heap more than that, brother, you're going to fucking party like no tomorrow, and you're going to love it. Because I'm giving all that information back to fucking everyone.
That's what that guy was trying to stop me from.
That's right. The more you send in fucking trolls now on my stuff, the more you validate my stuff.
Yeah.
The more you say that, oh, you know what that other troll said? I'll say it right now. And this is how I linked it to the controlled opposition. When I was in the Voice to Skull, they were trying to get me into this whole concept of having a fucking incestuous relationship with my own damn daughter. Okay, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So what if my daughter's got an aspect of Ishtan in her? I know that you've basically inbred all my genetics, my family genetics, just to make it in the image of yours, because you fucked all your genetics into my genetics, so you'd have a goldsmith breeding family to fuck into. That you basically got the Arpad bloodline, you fucked into that, got rid of the Arpad name and kept it all as Goldsmith, and that's what fucking Lady Diana was. You needed more original Mudger genetics, real human genetics, because the Rothschilds had washed them all out.
Yeah, that's what pretty much I said to that guy. I was like, fuck you.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me who can have a voice and who can't. And if you're telling me that this guy shouldn't have a voice, then I'm going to give him a platform to have
and no, also give a reason, mate. Give a reason. Give a specific reason.
Yeah.
Give a present here and now reason that you can back your claim, that you can walk your talk with, and not hide behind some little keyboard. I'm a little coward, weakling, bully faggot, and I'm going to chain jerk this person to get him over there. I'm going to chain jerk this person to get him over there. So I can hide and not have any culpability and not validate any word he's fucking saying, because I've basically bust loose, or I've fucking pulled your fucking rug right out and I'm tearing your playhouse down. Yeah, I do live in a shithole that the Department of Housing will not fucking fix up. That's a criminal fucking landlord that was operating on the normal property market. I've been waiting for fucking structural changes and a door to be put on back and for over 10 years here. Yet if I don't pay the fucking rent on time, they're always sending eviction notices. And I say, come on, let's go to court. I'll take you out in court. Because I know the people that are basically giving the funding for these places are the Freemasons. Because they are the private business partners in government that are making a killing. That's why they keep the fluoride in the water too. The sickness injuries, they make a fortune from fluoride, from long-term illnesses, to osteosarcoma, to your enzyme cells, right? Fluoride opens the porosity of your enzyme cells to suck up more co-contaminants they put in the water with the not even treated industrial fucking aluminium industry and rubber industry fucking waste. Those co-contaminants from uranium, the worst fucking inorganic fucking things to put in your body. That fluoride makes the suction uptake, the porosity in your enzyme cells, the enzyme cells. So imagine how deep that shit's getting into your body. Osteosarcoma, that's a very serious cancerous fucking shit in the bones going on. Let alone fluoride making men in Australia so fucking docile and so feminized that they do not stand up for themselves. The same with the women. And the thing is, in Australia here, they've had too much of the lucky country for so long because the top Illuminati people are down here. The Fourth Reichs, the Zionists. The New World operations happen from here in Sydney because the sun hits here in the south first before you get it in the north. That's why at traditional times, when you northern brothers and sisters, when we had something to say down here from the real originals down here, you'd sit back and listen because this is the birthplace down here, and you knew that back then. We had no problem about it. You were just up that aspect of nature here But when you had something to say, you'd listen because the sun was hitting you first. Because you get it the next day in this, the way they're doing the stupid time fucking bullshit difference, okay? But still, the thing is, the roots of, if you want to know the direction of the bodies, the two entwined bodies, well, the head's obviously up the north because they did that sort of, did I say that earlier, Omar, or not? Am I repeating myself?
No, you're not repeating yourself, bro.
Okay, good. Okay. Okay, we're on the midriff, okay, here. Around the gut and the genitals, main part. They reckon the head, everything is all on this small portion of Earth. They're not even correct about all the chakras, but they're right about the solar plexus here in Australia of the woman body, okay? Cartitude is the appendix. London town is the male appendix. I do everything through there. It gets to everywhere. And don't try doing anything through there because I've magnetised the whole place. If you try to do something there, or the Illuminati try to steal something there, it's only got a rebound on them. Because I've got spell reversers on everything that I do. I don't even have to lift a finger. I don't muck around. I can't fail. I can't allow humanity to go down the drain, be transhumanized and desecrated even further.
Yeah, no.
The only way I can do it is through magnetism, taking back the energy. And if we're not powerless. All of us can take back that energy. Just focus and feel all life. Literally feel that life around you. Open your senses up. Feel it from your gut first. Extend it to your body. In the present moment of now, and feel it so intensely that you become that present moment of now. That's how deeply present you need to be to connect with the magnetism of life. But now they've got you so far back in the back blocks in your consciousness. You're so up here, you don't even have kinesiology awareness of your body. They just say your body is just useless biology that's supporting your head. That's what they want it to be. Now, the head is north. That's why they made it magnetic north, right? When they sent, you know, it's like when they get frustrated and they can't defeat us, they just go nuts, okay?
And then they start slandering.
What's that?
And then they start slandering and trying to character assassinate when they have no argument against you.
Well, that's right. That's all they can do. They can, and they, like what I was saying before, and that other idiot basically was saying, he was making accusations that I had incest with my daughter and that he's got proof that I fantasize about my daughter. Oh, this was just classic. And I'm going, hold it.
Fuck.
I said, you just linked yourself to the voice of the skull, what they were trying to do 2 years ago. And it's funny that the two people at the moment doing this supposed thing by email, that they're too gutless to go on video with me or actually fucking see me face to face and all the rest of it, okay, and have a showdown. Come on, I'll debate both of you both at once, okay? But when it comes to that, you watch, there'll be no show. I'm doing it open here. Okay, what used to be Daniel Fogarty, who was the basic sort of go-to man for the Octopi 8, yeah, I was in contact with that level of insider. And he's only a guy in his 30s now. But they took him out of his body when he was young, time travelled him to another body to the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s to be a Montauk programmer because this guy was Melchizedek. He's been constantly a tug of war between us and them for a very fucking long time. The Octopi 8 used him as the go-to man. He'd go to the facilities worldwide and work out what needed to be worked out, this, that, and the other. He was security of the Arcanorum Rite of Atlantis. He was one of the 2% not memory wiped. They even said to him when he lived with me in 2013, he told me one day, I just got this Facebook message. It's like it's one of the Rothschilds. They're basically saying, Daniel, it's time to come home. And he'd been trying to avoid them all his life. He couldn't even finish his psychology degree at Newcastle University because they were trying to get him pedophile compromised and everything. And they said, and even his girlfriend started fucking the dean or something like that, you know, some satanic Jewish guy up there. And he couldn't finish uni, so he went, fuck that, and he got a job as a postman. So I know the real Daniel was trying to do the right thing, but somewhere along the line they've replaced him. And I take responsibility for some. So unfortunately, with some people, their lives get ruined because they get used to come in contact with me, or they make contact with me, and then because they've made contact with me, they fuck with them and fuck with their lives to use them and then against me. Because they're trying to crush my friendships, the pure friendships that I make with people. Because I do go outside this script. And so, basically speaking, I had to mention his name. And the other one is James Ovenden. Okay? The real
Yeah,
James.
that's the guy. Yeah, that's the guy that keeps sending me emails. And I responded back to him. You know, first couple of times I was nice. And then he just kept getting, even vulgar and vulgar. And then finally I had to put a stop to him.
Well, this is the thing. It's
yeah,
like
he's
trying to expose me for being vulgar.
Yeah.
But these, both of them, in the most soulless, like, there's no empathy, there's no compassion, there's no humanity.
There's nothing.
And they're just like they're literally like reaching around to their own assholes, picking out shit and just keep on throwing it at me. Doing horrible faces like elites that end up as fucking Draco creations. You get what I'm saying? In that scary face that the spoilt little child makes when it's caught, red-handed with its paws in the cookie jar, and all it can do is just do, frustrated, angry, impotent rage, crazy faces and jump up and down on the spot, and you're just going, okay, here we go. Just wait till it exhausts itself and falls into a heap, and then it gets off and sulks for a while, and then I have to clean up its shit stains because it won't even clean up its shit stains. That's what it's like dealing with the joke world order being a mudger, okay? They've made us nothing. We still clean up their bullshit. And then they polarise the rest of humanity and just about everyone in the eastern suburbs, where I fucking live, in this horrible fucking eastern suburbs, fucking rich, fucking middle, the whole full wealthy middle class. Like, I went to Cranbrook School, okay? And from the 50s, it used to have a reputation. There was this old song, even amongst other private schools, if you can't get a woman, get a Cranbrook man. And you know what? They're fucking right.
I like that from No Shame name, Agent Smiths. Yeah, that's really, like I was going to say, I feel like I'm dealing with bots.
And you know what? I had a friend call him out as Agent Smith.
Yeah.
A friend of mine. And she called him out because he did the same thing. He was, back in 2019, he was trying to kick off a thing because he was so butthurt because he was saying, I did this one post in 2015 where I basically, there's these two heads, I think Nazis found or something like that. And one was a square jaw thing of a Shem Hathor. It was typical of a Khazarian that came from Tiamat. And the other one was like a round sort of head, Hathor Draco head, that was more like the Egyptian sort of big, long, elongated sort of head stuff, okay? Yeah, they're hybrid, reptoid hybrid human types, okay? And identify that. And then he's going, no, they're bear beavers, what is it, pelvises, okay? He said, how could they have a fucking bear pelvis as a head? And that's straight up, Draco. They're taking the desecration out of our creations. You don't fucking get it yet. They're taking the piss all the way. They think it's a lurid, quiet joke. That's just what fully blown endocrine disruption does. These rubbish dumpsters, the reptoids, the cat mutants, mate, well, 2 million years later, after they first endocrine disrupted themselves, you think they're going to be any better? No, they're fucking worse. And the only reason why we've had to wait this long is when they tore a big rip in the original Omni, like everything moved together as one love, one soul, one magnetism, one soul. So when they ripped all of this, it was breaking us up into pieces, okay, all of nature and us. And then when they basically plotted for 1,500 years to come back in 1913, they had this plan to split the timelines. Guess what they were going to do? In order to split the timelines, they blew up Tiamat. And what they did, they blew up Tiamat, did a ritual, blew it up here, but they copied and pasted it onto their future split timeline. So there's a Tiamat there. Got it? Mm-hmm. Because this Aleph technology as well, it's got an alien fetus inside an egg. Go and have a look at the football fight in that Flash Gordon movie and you'll see an Aleph. This is where they hide it in such lurid, pathetic fucking B-grade movies, thinking no one will ever fucking know what these are. They hide the most
full-on stuff in the most banal fucking areas. This is what they're like. This is their sixth sense of humour. We're going, ha, ha, ha. We're so far ahead, they'll never work out where all this is from. Wrong.
Which clip was that?
The football fight.
Football fight.
It's on YouTube. Let me see if I can find it. Go Flash Gordon. I think it's 1981, the movie. I took a couple of pictures of it and I posted it on my old Facebook profile in 2009. Anyway, this James Ovenden, he's baiting me on all these posts. He was trying to get me into this argument. And I'm going, dude, stop baiting me on the Facebook page, being an attention whore in public. Mm. We're meant to be mind your family here and friends and working on the same, because I was working on the language stuff with him, right?
Yeah.
And because he showed interest. I thought he was someone that was going to do the right thing. And I'm just trying to get this stuff to people around the world. And they constantly end up putting people in my life. Look, I had this one Jewish guy recently. It's a good bloke. But then I realised they're MK Ultraing a part of him to do shit against me, and the guy doesn't even know it. So how can I blame the guy? This is how they do things, so in a sly way. So you end up having a reactive thing with that person that did it to you, but they've been chain-jerked in a way. Sometimes they don't even know they've been chain-jerked. So you've got to have the consciousness to look this far and go, whoa, see it for what it is. It's not this person here. Like this James Ovenden at the moment, that's not the real James Ovenden. You come out and prove. Because every time I talk to him on Skype since 2014, since I met him, I've never seen his face. We mainly type, okay, and we talk sometimes, but he's never let me see him. And other people have been like this too. And he's got plenty of money for credit and shit. But then he says, oh, no, choose up too much of my credit. He's lying through his nose. So they did an MK Ultra on the poor bugger when he was 18. A really bad thing. He had to literally bust out of a psychiatric hospital and jump out of the top window. So he's been through it himself. So why would him, after him and his experience, and I had a worse experience with what I've been through since a younger child, why would he want to fucking dump and do that shit on me in the jealous, narcissistic sort of faggot sort of way, like they do, in the same image as them? So this is what they do. They replace people, and then they've got a combination of clones and then move them all against you. And I'm called, there you go, right there. You saw it. You just went past it. See all those footballs they were holding? There. Bang. They're all elects. Okay? Now you think about it. Even this movie, what the fuck are they holding there?
Mm-hmm.
They called it a football fight. Flash Gordon. Now, Flash Gordon, they're not having footballs. It's like, now that's what they look like, okay? As you can see, it's on this sort of metal sort of, it's a technology. But inside that is an umbilical cord and either an alien Draco sort of fetus,
yeah,
or a human fetus. Now, think about it. As I've said, this is the best organic technology ever. And this fucking proves it. They've got a fetus. Now, I'll tell you what this thing can do. This thing can copy and paste a whole fucking galaxy, a whole omniverse. I'm not joking. It's what's responsible for light speed in Star Trek. Okay? It's how the Khazars, what we know as the Khazars, which were Green Shem Dracos from Tiamat, got through the Van Allen belt in an actual spaceship. Okay, I'm not talking about sort of like they got through, because the only way out of here, it's through the water, because the real astral around the Earth is water. Now, where they've made this fake space and planets, I don't know whether it's another part of Earth or whatever. I haven't fully worked out that equation because I'm not in any hurry to find every detail, because I work in a way that once I have certain pivots, bang, a whole heap of stuff more comes out. And also, there's some stuff I don't want to know just yet. It gets fucking lonely working out this shit by yourself. I want to be in company with people to remember stuff that we remember together. And we experience that together.
Because I don't want to be this bastard that's so far ahead of the curve because they've made a fucking Messiah programming that's forced me to be like this. And they've gone sucked in. It's like, you're the only cunt that can save them now. You know, in this whole thing, we're giving you one chance. They're saying all these fucking songs, but they're taking the piss out of me because we're going to turn everyone against you. No one's going to believe you. Everyone's going to be too satanic inverted to fucking, you know, they're going to think you're a crazy man. And then we're going to fucking replace all these clones around you with all these eastern suburbs people, fucking snobs and shit like that have basically made stories about you all your life about anything that you do anyway, because you make no mistakes. But every mistake that you do, everyone jumps on you, and we make sure they do.
Yeah. I got a question here from King of Kings. He's asking, how are you placing your legs and feet?
In what regard?
When you were standing there and, you know, I don't know if you were stretching or it's standing there showing us in aligning yourself.
Okay.
So like,
basically speaking, it's just normal. As you stand, okay, you're doing the magnetic thing. Okay, let me see if I can point this up a bit so you can...
So your feet are even with your shoulders.
Yep. And like when I'm doing connect to south, which is there, but I'm going to stay here for the moment, okay? I'm actually going to connect to south from here, but you'll watch my pendulum actually go south, okay? So it wants to go that way. And I'm letting it free swingly. I mean, swingly free. Fucking hell. But yeah, that's what you have to do. You have to become that present and allow your magnetism here, okay, connect with the magnetism of the whole omniverse. Now, how do you do that? Through basically the four primary elements, and then, yeah, sure, you've got the ether as well, and the phosphorus light egg feminine aspect of that too. Okay? And you become that present in the moment of now, feeling all life. Feel that ocean, like literally connect your water with that big body of ocean. You're not just a drop of water. You're the whole ocean. You've got the whole ocean of strength behind you. And when you've got that water...
I love that.
Okay? Then the fire that comes from your creation flame, it's not a thermal fire of burning, you know. It's not going to burn someone thermally, okay? It's going to be a healing flame of magnetism. So you've got that feminine water cooling down that flame, balancing, or not balancing it, equalizing it, okay? And it's the actual oxygen in our atmosphere that carries the heat. It makes the rays of the sun actually warm, okay? It's even by their stupid shit that in fake space and planets, fiction construct, do you feel the sun warmth in space? No. It's actually the air, the oxygen that comes through the plants, because what actually happens, and the ancients knew this, and this is the decent chapter in all the Churchwood books, Cosmic Forces of Mu, volume, I think it's 1. It's the most expensive one. And it's a chapter on the sun, and they fucking nail it. That part is right, okay? Because you got the priest translation from the guy that basically translated Pali, which is like a dead Latin language, which was also known as Magadan language, the people's language. Hello, Magadan, Maja.
Magadan, yeah, it was just Magadan, Maja.
Now, Attila Flink translated everything that Churchwood couldn't translate, right? And guess what? He knew this Hungarian Freemason who was a couple of years older than him, and he always used to come round to him and literally had this condescending attitude towards Attila, like Attila was his bitch or something, and Attila was way fucking smarter. But he was a very savvy Hungarian Mason, and then one day my mate Darren had some of his best work as well, and he'd left it at Attila's place. This is before I knew Attila. And Darren told me this. And he said, one day, yeah, I put it with Attila's Churchwood work, okay? And literally one day, the Hungarian Mason came round, took Attila's translations on Churchwood stuff, and also Darren's, and he never got it back. He just stole it, right? And what Attila did,
he translated all that stuff to the point that all the lower level Masons and secret societies, they'll go and hold it.
You want to move your camera down a little, Gods?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I was going to show about the feet and stuff, but it is pretty even. There's nothing big and special about the feet.
Mm-hmm.
You're just standing in a normal sort of way. And you're standing from here, okay? You walk from here, okay? When you walk from here, they even have this in Alexander technique. When you walk from here and not your legs, you don't fucking burn out your legs either, okay? There's a way to walk. There's also a way to breathe properly. Yeah, and the thing is with common law, it comes direct from natural law, not marine admiralty law. Marine admiralty law, as we know, usurps the law of the land in a very underhanded way.
Yeah, I live under that law, common law, natural law. There's no other way to be.
Exactly. And the thing is that I've got this document that proves where they fucking ripped marine admiralty law off through Kabbalah, confusion of the tongues, using Mudja language, okay? And as I said before, just to finish that bit off, so 90% of the symbols are basically in this of the confusion of the tongues source language, that all the confused tongue language are reverse polarized from, okay, and taken from, sourced from, okay? Now, 90% of those original runic script symbols that are Mudja, okay, most likely from Aramaic language, or it could have been done from another dialect. It doesn't matter what dialect, it's the same language, okay? Now, but being the Torah, most likely is the original Aramaic in Mudja before they gave the Hebrew version to Jews, okay? So Jews, your Levites are fucking Konju, okay? They're the supposed 13th tribe of the fake fucking Magi. We're the original Magi. They're the fucking fakes. Because real Magi are not into fucking money and gold. We are cleaners, organic cleaners. Fucktards. Now, they're the legalists. They're the language holders of legalese. Legalese was created, okay, as a language to basically buy and sell human souls and bodies through the marine admiralty law birth certificate scam. And then they decided, how about we rub it into them and give it this language? It's a commerce language, not meant for describing life, but for selling, okay, you, okay, buying and selling you, and basically generating a social security number that we put on the stock exchange, Bankers Casino. Say you're worth $7 million due to what your family bloodlines and your professions are as, you know, slave workers for us. We put you with your body and your soul as surety on the stock market, and then when you die, we'll just cash in, you know, a few billion. That's how much they're making on every soul. So that's how much wealth these Rothschilds and Rockefellers have got. And then they send it all to all these trading merchant banks, to trilateral companies, okay? Every second of every day with AI programs, okay? Lend this loan to this bank over here to do this, lend this loan for this government procedure over here. It's all AI scripted, okay? And they're moving money around all the time with other people's too. They don't touch the money themselves because they know it's cursed with our social security numbers on it. Okay, this shit has been said by other people before anyway. But the thing is, what I'm saying is that this marine admiralty law is ripped off, okay, the natural law, okay? In the sense, the Mudja language itself, if you look at John 1:1 in the Bible, okay, here's a bit of truth for you. The middle of the fucking Bible, before Genesis 2, but this is actually precedes it, okay? Now, the thing is, it says, in the beginning was the Word. What's the Word? Go look at Webster's 1913 dictionary. I think it's definition number 5.
Sound. There was sound.
Well,
would that be it? In the beginning, there was sound, and from sound, everything.
Well, actually, this actually
it's everything is vibration.
I'll explain
right?
why. I'll explain why. Because indeed, when the Lord in the Bible said, "Let there be light," well, there had to be sound for there to be light. Yes, you're right in that sense. Okay, because sound does become before light. Because light is an aspect of sound. It's just
That's right.
inaudible to our human ear until you become soul-centered enough that you can actually hear the fine hum of nature, which I can.
Yeah.
Hear nature's groove, because when you're soul-centered, all your senses magnify and you become omnisensible. You don't use sight for just vision. You actually hear with your sight. You smell with your sight. You taste with your sight. You feel with your sight. Why? Because you can. The same with all your other senses. See through your soul, feel through your soul, taste through your soul. Just look how much your life just expanded right now. Out of this monotone, blinkered sort of, just see and hear. No, you've got to listen with that to that, otherwise hearing's fourth in the line of senses. Okay? The soul feel and sound, when you know how to listen properly. Smell is next. Taste. Then hearing alone, if you don't know how to listen. That's number 4 in that case. What's last? Sight. The most easily hackable. So what you see, seeing is not believing when you're fucking soul blind. If you can only see 4% of reality, the intellectually colonized information you've been given, what about the other 96% that you can't see into? That's right in front of your fucking nose. You don't have the consciousness to see.
Yeah, exactly.
So who the fuck are you to tell me, after the life that I've had, that I bet you couldn't even walk 10 miles in my fucking shoes and survive? Who the fuck are you to judge me that I haven't been before? Okay? So any one of you bitches who are fucking butthurt in the Jew world order, New World Order, yeah, hate the Jew, I'm a self-hater. Well, guess what? If there was no Mudger first, there would be no fucking Jew, so fuck off. Fraud is not anti-Semitism, okay? As I said, Abrahamish in Mudger means fake, counterfeit image. So that's what your Abrahamic religion's about. Case fucking closed. In the beginning was the word. What does word mean in the basic English sense? I worked it out before I even looked at the dictionary. I went, word means fucking language. In the beginning was the word, and the word was God. And the word was with God.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's telling you that the Mudger language is God, because Mudger language is the delivery system of the source magnetism, consciousness, so that all aspects of nature can communicate with itself instantly before even light or sound creation can actually even occur. Does that make sense, Omar? It's got
it does.
system that's instant. We're all of nature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So we can basically communicate as one love, one soul, and then move together and groove. Now, when we're doing songline stuff and we're all moving and grooving, we're literally doing it everywhere across the world.
Mm-hmm.
We've done that in the past. And when we build up that singing, look, the Tasmanian originals, when anthropologists went down to observe them in the early 19th century, they were just in awe of them, going, man, it's like listening to heavenly, ethereal singing like birds, okay? And that's what they destroyed in this singing language. And they gave us instead, the hills are alive with the feel of music. From the Von Trapp fucking Habsburg fucking bollocks fucking wallopers.
Wallopers. Oh, I like that one. Wallopers. I use that quite often.
That just came out then. I haven't used
so
that
nice
word.
to hear it come out of somebody else's mouth instead of mine.
Like I must have picked that off out of you since I sang that song line earlier. Fucking hell. But yeah, that's the thing. They're literally taking piss.
That's actually what I call
if you want to be a straight person like that, that's how it looks. You're a square family and blah, 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 blah. You want to be a Christian? Yeah, that's how we made them, to be all repressed and not free in their sexuality and guilty of original sin that's really our guilt. And we just dumped and projected, preemptive striped it onto them through the religion. Guess what? I've just fucking exposed your fucking whole bullshit scam. I've exposed all of it. See, look at that.
You don't need to dodge like fucking bullets, like an emu, in order to get out of this matrix. All you need to do is to plug back into nature, get soul-centered, blow apart with your magnetism from under the rug, getting into your chromosomes, your real genetics, and just blow off all the DNA locks. I've done it. I literally said back in 2015 when I first started giving those centering instructions out, this is what you'll achieve. Well, here I am. I'm doing it. I've done it in pretty quick time. I had 2.5 years taken out where they jabbed me full of psychiatric poison. See, listen to that. Listen to that leaf blower. It's above 110 decibels. Okay? Now, that's what live musicians have to keep their music below. But it's okay for us to have a culturalist town with heaps of tradies making industrial noise all the time. And I'm constantly tuning the harmonics on those things, more the road stuff, but those leaf blowers. Now, the people responsible for those leaf blowers are the Department of Housing. And I've told them many times, that's above, the decibel limit. There's sick people around here. It's harming nature. They're sharp, jagged sound waves that are doing you fucking harm.
Yeah.
And look at it. The government's a criminal. Okay, I rang up the council about this, and I actually got onto an intelligent guy over 10 years ago, and he said, okay, you're right about that, and you know what? We're going to look at this and think tank it. And you know what they came up with? They came up with these cars with, like, broom sweepers on them, electric broom sweepers, and they're so quiet, and they're nice to listen to, and they get the job done, and it's even better. But the Department of Housing, no. I basically stopped a couple of these guys from doing it by saying, look, I know it's your job, mate, but you're making yourself deaf and you're doing it to all these people around here. At least they're doing it now at 10 o'clock because I basically almost kicked the ass of a couple of these guys when they kick off before 7 o'clock. I just go out there and said, mate, if you keep that going right now, how dare you make noise at this time of day for half an hour and then not come back for the rest of the day, just waking up everyone at an early hour, and there's sick people around here, and you're too stupid to understand that thing's causing fucking noise pollution and damage.
Happens in my apartment complex as well.
Well, listen to it. Okay, there's the government, Department of Housing. I complain to them and everything. But you think those fucking faggot masons? No, we're going to make some more money out of another problem. Fuck you, faggot masons. Because by the time you are a 32nd degree where you learn all the Islam Shriner log stuff, Islam stuff, the Kabbalah stuff, because as I said, a black king did design it all. And through the whole Moorish thing, there was some righteous Moors and there was some militant Moors, okay, that were the original Vatican Guard, okay. And the Khazars had to spend a couple of 100 years getting rid of them, the middleman, the ones that they send in to kick it off at all so they could take it over as usual. It's the same pattern. They send in the Hebrew or the Sri Lankan middle management, or whatever, Indian management, and basically they treat them like bitches to do their work. It's like all black actors and comedians and stuff like that. You have to become a bull society faggot and basically dress up a woman, all that sort of stuff to basically be in their club. Otherwise, you don't do it. And Dave Chappelle had the balls to say, fuck you, you fuckers. Yeah, and it ruined his career, but at least, fuck.
He spoke up.
Well, he's got enough money. Who wants to live under that fucking rag, under that chain shirt? Fuck that shit.
He was always woke, though. Right, Dave Chappelle. He's always been woke. He's always been aware.
That's right.
And now he's just standing up and expressing himself.
Exactly, because the thing is, if I can work out all of this, like some people go to me, I do the standard thing, oh, look at him, he's in the hovel. Like one of the controlled opposition people sent in, or genuine people sent in and then replaced by a clone, it doesn't matter what combination, went to, like in one of those emails, in that email thing goes, oh, he still lives in the hovel down there and blah, blah, blah. Now, as soon as you judge someone on wealth and class, that just shows you out to be a fucking arsehole fucktard. It's got no fucking idea. You know what? I'm actually fucking smart because the government's actually paying me to basically research and have all my time and energy to myself to the beat of the nature's drum, organic nature's drum, because I've worked out how to live on practically nothing because you don't need much, okay? I still got literally like a laboratory of the best stuff that you can get for nutrition and healing people and healing environments and cleanings and stuff like that, okay, on very fucking little money. I'm literally living below the poverty line here, yet I can do it, okay? And they're paying me to basically research all of this stuff and to fucking undo them all. Now, I could have never done that if I'd gone to university. I did go to university. 1 university degree was enough, okay? I got through. I got HD in guitar at the end. Oh, I got a voice to skull that just came through that said, you did not. Now, isn't it funny how they just knee-jerk? Oh, thanks for that recalcitrant denial specialist confirmation of you. Because that's what they are, recalcitrant denial specialists. Deny, deny, deny. Lie, lie, lie. All the fucking way. That's all they fucking do. They don't care. They've got no conscience, no nothing. This is what fully blown endocrine disruption does to people. Their sickness. So we've got to get this out there. Say this on this level to people. These people are biologically insane. This is what the evil genius thing does. Because when you become a mind detached from the rest of your senses, all the mind to justify its existence, okay, because it doesn't have a justification of existence, just being a fucking mind that's a processor that's not plugged into anything. It's out of the moment of now. Because that's the thing, your mind is not connected to the magnetism. This is. The only way this gets the magnetism is through here. End of fucking story. This is just a processor that can't even feel itself or anything else to be real until it gets magnetism and trains itself. And then you can rearrange your wiring in your energetics, put your pineal back on top of your head, and all of a sudden all the pink noise and the white noise all goes from the noisy fucking two-stroke lawnmower that's acting as a fucking linear projecting fucking movie projector onto the third eye Hollywood Disney movie screen. That's what they've genetically manipulated our head into, where we need all that room to feel it just for basic processing or whatever this uploads. So then when the creation flame shines up through your fisheye and gives light to the whole omniverse and energy, magnetism, well then we start living the real dream time again. You know, because paradise and heaven is on earth and we're not meant to die. That's the biggest secret they kept, apart from the fact that the earth is that fucking big. If we're living on here, just imagine how much room there is to the top of the head up the north, to down to the roots at the bottom of the feet. And if you don't respect the feet and the tail, that's the mountain of the three hills, that's the foundations, well, you've got no functionality in life. So the feet are way down there. So that's it. I've given that one away. We're not just a little sliver here. Your whole NASA fucking light show out there, and it is a light show. Because behind that light show, as for where they really got the real space and planets, yeah, get working on that. I'm not going to work out every fucking detail. I don't need to. I just need to get the ones that matter to get the big picture, because I remember this stuff. Remember stuff with your soul. Bring back all your muscle memory from your past lives, and then you can do all of this stuff with your body. You can heal your body. You can put it back together. You don't have to get hip operations or anything. That's the thing. Once you've got magnetism, then you can do martial arts properly and you bounce off each other and no one gets injured. And then you get to the chi level where you're doing it with magnetism. There's barely any contact. That's the real monkey magic from that show. That's kind of based off that, but they'd never tell you that it's magnetism. Same as Star Wars. May the force with you. What force? Fucking magnetism. Yeah, but you couldn't do it, could you? You had to do it with all mind fucking shit. Mind telekinesis and stuff like that. You're not doing it with the magnetism. Not properly. No. It's destructive. It's destroying you. Okay? And basically that's all based. The Jedi stuff is Aryan and based on the Magi. Okay? And the closest thing to the old language there is Chewbacca, where it's too sharp and brittle. It's like, you know? No, it's like this. And his first Homo sapiens, the upper half of our body was more like an eagle. So our chests were like this, out like that. Why is that? So we could sing properly as well. The bottom of our bodies were more like a kangaroo. Man, you look how a kangaroo moves, okay? We had the best of both worlds of all the animals that made us up. So because we had the best of all of the animals that made us all up, we had a responsibility of being the facilitators of nature by being orchestral conductors, okay? And there's nothing worse than having a whole heap of satanic little shitty little fucktards poke you in the ribs while you're literally conducting the orchestra of nature. You're just doing the right thing, putting life back into life. And these little shits going, and they think it's funny, you know? And they think it's better to make rubbish technology that's modelled off us. So this is the thing. This is what happens when children decided they knew better to make a shortcut technology out of eating that male mushroom side before you're ready for that responsibility of level of consciousness. And they still do it in their rituals. And when they do it in their rituals, they give themselves powers of manifestation to create so many fucking disasters. It's not fucking funny. So you've got bad mind pattern, you're at a level of consciousness that you're not ready and you've just gate crashed it. That's the only way they can gate crash the consciousness, is by becoming an endocrine disrupted homosexual. And so they chose to do that. It's self-inflicted. Impetuousness, insolent, hubris always brings about its own fucking nemesis. And I'm your fucking nemesis right now, but I'm no fucking God. Gods are fucking egotistical. They demand worship. They demand adulation. Us Mudgers never worshipped anything, not even the sun. We give it gratitude and reverence, because without that sun energy from the feminine aspect of life, there is no life. But then,
you give me listen to you. Far out, bro.
Yeah, and the thing is, the father, he's the one down the bottom of the roots, and he's gathering together all the smoke and the gas, getting all the steam happening. That's his job. He's got to ignite that spark for that woman, and she wants that magnetism. And then what she does with that magnetism when she's not polarized and she's not being threatened and dominated by homosexual men, okay, and other heterosexual men that are chain jerked to basically go against women, as the women they go to women now, no, we're going to masculinize you and control all the man bitches now, and we're going to chain jerk you, and we're going to make you a diva.
It's like I think Sean was saying earlier that his cousin or somebody, I think it was Sean, got their breasts removed because she wants to be a he.
Yeah,
I think it was Sean. Was that you, Sean?
Yeah,
that said that
yeah, that's a
earlier?
programming icon thing. It's like when Britney Spears used to get her head shaved, then all of a sudden 1 million people across the world just shave their head for no reason.
Yeah.
That's programming icon. That's what that's about, okay? If you want to become in the entertainment industry or whatever industry, that's what you're going to become. And you're not going to be able to handle the fame. You're going to be lonely as fuck. And you're going to take a lot of fucking drugs. You're going to end up in rehab. And then when you bail out of that, they basically do some insurance job and you go out of the matrix, I don't know. There's a lot of people that don't die. They just do big insurance scams. They scam everything, like John Bonet and all these missing children, stuff like that.
Yeah.
They make up all this shit and they just take your fucking money. Literally.
And energy. And
everything on TV. Yeah. All the people on TV that seem squeaky clean, they're the worst culture of fucking pedophiles, child molesting and drugs and the worst depraved fucking shit ever. I could tell you some stuff about some TV people here in Australia that's just woo-hoo-hoo. And I will come out about it.
Yeah.
But I won't for now, because I'm going to stick to just the ironclad facts, and then I will reveal some gory details. But
I love the gory details. I love the gory details.
Well, the thing is that I don't want to be another controlled opposition fear porn, because that's all they do.
Yeah. We don't want that.
We want Zarian controlled opposition. Let's spread some more fear porn. Yeah. We're addicted to do the drama, because that's all we know.
In our case, it's not fear porn. In our case, we're exposing their depravities and their sickness, right? And it seems that way, but it's not. It's not fear porn, because we're showing people, hey, look what these people are doing, and if you choose to vibrate,
I'm telling you how it came about. I'm giving you the natural science behind it and endocrine disruption and what it does to biology. I'm giving the full personality profiling on this. I've been personality profiling people all my life and reading their body energy and everything, because I had to as a child, because every adult was fucking raping me. Gough Whitlam, Sir John Kerr, and my mother. They tried to get me to fuck my mother in Kirribilli House in 1975. They were faggot lovers, those two. And on the political theatre screen, John Kerr sacked, okay, Gough Whitlam. But Gough Whitlam still got his fucking mandates over for the Queen and the Illuminati. He didn't do all these great stuff, but they made him a fucking socialist fucking legend, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Like a true socialist legend in the sense of the Irish sense. That's where they got socialism from, where we'd live and breathe and die for each other in a fucking instant. So we didn't have to say, I fucking love you all the time. That's a fucking drama thing. We all respected the magnetism. And how the fuck they managed to take us over?
Well, they're smart.
I still don't. Well, no, they cheated. They cheated, man.
Yeah, that and they manipulated us, right? And to manipulate an entire civilization, you got to have a little bit of smarts. It's not that they have creativity, and we just took them at face value, which really.
Well, no, what happened was, what really came down to it, Omar, we had a 1,500-year peace before 1913 in a timeline that's not there. There's only fragments of it there the further you go back in history, okay? Because they had to gate crash history at a certain point, okay? Now, the thing is that what created the split timelines was the destruction of team up and sexual ritual stuff and killing Ishtar and blah, blah, the usual sort of stuff, okay, to get the occult power to do it. Now, the thing was they plotted for 1,500 years on a plan to do it. So they literally had, when they kicked off in 1913, they had it all set out. They had to. And they knew if we ever got onto it during that time, or whenever we got onto it, we catch up very fast, like the Magi do, okay? The actual Taltosh, which are the Magi for all the tribes, okay? They've got tribal responsibility. That's what holders of the bones are. It's responsibility for the education and safety for all the tribes, not just your tribes. If you're a holder of the bone, you're an ancestral record keeper, a knowledge keeper for that particular tribe. But then there are the ones for the council, you could say, for all the tribes. And the thing is, if there was a tribe that had a problem with nature, we'd go and hang with them for a while and help them out, fix it up. Otherwise, we'd just go around and keep on educating the shamans, this, to that. And it's like you have your secret women's business and men's business because you look after different aspects of nature. You stay with the fraternities, but then there are the royal parts of all the tribes in between. They've got the responsibility of merging the masculine and feminine energies together for all the sexual stuff, okay? What they call sexual rituals in their satanic sense, well, sure, we've got all that knowledge too. And I'm not going to start giving that knowledge out until people start becoming more mature. Because you need to be mature. Because it's not meant to be a taboo. And
I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
I'm not mature yet. I'm very early in my awakening. I'm quite aware, but it's still very.
Good to be honest, though. Because
it's very early, and
there's nothing wrong.
I'm not going to hide
catch
behind.
Up. That's the whole thing. We all catch up with knowledge.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if you're behind in the knowledge.
I'm just following the process. That's all I'm doing. I'm just following the process and allowing the universe to take me where it's taking me, and this reality that I'm participating in.
You've got to take your time through it. That's the thing. Because once you know the foundation's properly,
I don't want to rush it.
Then it grows. This is why I know so much now. Because I worked my fucking ass off to get these
35
foundations.
years, bro. 35 fucking years you've been at this.
Exactly. And you know what?
That's a long time. Fuck, that's almost as long as I've been alive.
Yeah, and the thing is that it only really kicked in the exponential curve since 2014, okay?
Yeah.
So really, I've only been proactively soul-centering and I'm getting results from it. It's actually working from then. And I was in a fucking bad way in that year. And at the same time, I was learning the most stuff from Attila Flink, and same with few years before that. I met him in 2008. It took me 3 years to get his trust because he'd been screwed over by so many people. So many Masons had sent people in his life. Like, as I said, they used to send gang stalkers on building sites. And Darren used to tell me, these guys, the Masons had paid just idiots $50 to go up to Attila and start making bird noises and idiot sort of faces in front of him. This is what they do.
That's
They do the physical gang stalking.
Yeah.
You know? Check out Jamil
It almost
Rawls
sounds
in America.
retarded.
He's another one that's onto it. It's really good.
It almost sounds retarded what their approach is.
Oh yeah, and then they do for people like me. They don't do the physical gang stalking stuff because they know they're going to get culpability. I'm too smart to fucking round up people like that. Okay, and I've got the metal to do it as well. But the thing is, they don't want to show any culpability with me, nothing at all. They can't show anything with me because if they show any culpability and I can find a full-on link to them, they're fucked, and they're already fucked. Because my mother is part of them, and she's not my fucking mother. She's my scripted mother in this stupid fucking movie, scripted Matrix, and I do not fucking love her because I don't have Stockholm Syndrome. I do not love abusers.
No, I love the fact that you said Stockholm Syndrome, and as I was saying earlier, writing a book called Earth Frequency, and in that I talk about the Stockholm Syndrome as how we're like in love with our captors and our controllers, and we don't even understand and realize the fact that we're under a Stockholm Syndrome.
Well, at the moment in the New Age, they're getting all every fucking stupid New Age shaman and energy thing saying, no, you must love all of them. You must love them. You must love them. You must fuck off.
No,
you don't get it. You're being programmed. If you keep on loving your abuser, you're condoning their behavior.
That's right. And then you'll become like them.
It's basic psychology 101.
Yeah. And then you become like them after a while. Then
you become a repeat offender.
That's right. And the cycle just keeps on going.
Exactly. So you be the fucking cycle breaker. You go, fuck this shit. That's what you got to say. You draw the line in the sand and you let that abuser know that next time, because you had the courage to face that bully, okay, the next time that they try that, you create an incident where literally they, say if you do kick the shit out of them, as I used to do in Malda before they put me back into this body many times, and I'll get to that. At least you're creating, when it comes down to it, when you're dealing with utter fucking scum that has no regard for life and gets off sadistically, sadomasochistically on torturing you, okay, you literally have to sometimes draw the line in the sand, law of the jungle, and you create an incident for them that's always in their fucking mind after that. That if they go that person to fucking bully them, this is what's going to happen. So, they don't go there anymore. So that's what you've got to do sometimes. Now, I don't condone violence at all. We're of do no harm. But these ones will literally push you to the line. They'll keep poking you in the ribs because they know you're of do no harm. And they're trying to fucking draw you down to their level of banality, okay? But sometimes you got to be tough. And we've got the ability to fucking kick them in the head and beat them the fuck out of them and not as buffer them because it's all about explosive strength. Being flexible, especially in these second Homo sapien bodies, okay? About having that wiry, flexible sense and all that magnetism where you can just bounce around. Because the more meat, these are sacred geometry designed buff bodies. They're rigid. They're stiff and rigid. They're not our design. And any of our designs they've kept out of the archaeology and the bones and stuff, because it'll just show up everything. So we've only got, yeah, exactly. I can't understand people who heard of it because the thing is, this is the one rule.
Yeah. That's why I actually watch serial killer documentaries just to try to understand how someone can do that and not be empathetic towards what they're doing. Like, how would you like it if someone did that to you?
Well, this is the crazy thing.
I just can't figure it out.
When it comes to these people acting the part of the good philanthropist, they're great fucking actors. Like the world's a stage.
Oh, yeah.
They fucking laugh at that because they play the villains all the time. But at the same time, the ones that are the real controllers, they live these middle-class wealthy lives or even lower-class lives. They will hide amongst all of that because the real power brokers couldn't give a fuck about what they look like.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not
like serial killers do. Like serial killers, they can be the ridiculous across the street, and you'd never know it.
And the thing is that I've known some of these people that live in low positions in society, okay, to hide their anonymity of power, and they're that hardcore. and they play the part perfectly that no one would ever suspect them. Like my scripted mother, you would never fucking pick her ever as being what she is, unless you actually knew her personality and also been in my position to see what she's done. Like, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, I remember, you can't take that away from me. I can name shit in that manner, in Port Macquarie, in everything, in details. I got a whole list from Daniel Fogarty when he was on the door, and he told me exactly who was at the fucking thing. I'm not even giving my memories yet. And then there was another guy from Melbourne who's dead now, Stanley Kantankarakis, okay, that they've used for a long time, that he was the original Shaitan and a Mudja essence of Mars, that they got him so early in the piece that no one even remembers where Shaitan comes from. They do a little bit in the Colontic science, the Shaitan family, but they don't quite sort of line it up, the ducks in the right place. But like all good controlled opposition, you've got to put some carrots in there to get stuff. And they demonised Thoth as well. The original Thoth was a Mudja. And you know what? He became a fucking Draco at one stage because he got infected with their shit. But by becoming a Draco, he learned how to heal a Draco. Because the only way you know how to heal fucking rubbish, you have to become it in order to know how to fucking heal it. As we became the reptilians ourselves, the original reptilian dragon races, in order to work out how to heal the fucking mess of the cat mutants, okay, and the dog mutants that had done it to them, that are our fucking irresponsible children that fucking ran off. And we're talking about like fucking not even 1% of our children, because the rest of our children were fine.
And look how they corrupt this
to us, because we do take responsibility anyway.
And look how they corrupt this, guys. You know, the reptilian brain is the oldest part of our brain, right? And they call it the complex. And every other part of the brain, they don't call it a complex. They don't call it a neocortex complex. It's just neocortex or limbic system instead of a complex. And, you know, here they are bashing the oldest part of our brain, the original part of our brain, as a complex, like we're suffering from it.
Well, the thing is,
I'm saying? We're not suffering from it. It helps us survive.
The reptilian complex is one of the oldest, okay? But the mammalian one, as in cetacean-like beings that we were in the sea, that's older. That's because we come from the sea first. That where your real Wajindas, which is actually Mudja now.
Yeah.
And they had to basically make a fucking, you know, space alien fucking thing. Oh, for fuck's sake. All to hide the fact that we had this close relationship with them. And they basically polarized, got everybody to hate us. They got everyone to hate us in fucking Europe. They changed our language in a way to make it look alien to Indo-European languages when they Romanized all the lettering, okay?
I get you now.
Everywhere. Where really, it was the opposite. We did nothing but good for everybody. And it was all about music. And how good's that? When you're partying every day, grooving music, and magnetizing nature and living off the essences and just evolving left, right, and center. Yeah, but the problem with Rudolf Steiner, he was one of them too. And they mastered both of the duality things. And I don't dare say that he had some good intentions and stuff like that. But unfortunately, that's why they roll these people out. And they let you know about them because they got control of them.
Yeah,
like even when I learnt off Samuel Sagan in the 90s in the Clear Vision, he was probably one of the best practitioners of Vedic third eye stuff in the world. And there was a lot of truth in the rest of his stuff. He referenced Steiner's stuff and a few other things. But I walked away from there after the basic techniques that I learned. Yeah, I could do all this stuff, but something wrong. It wasn't quite the right picture. I stepped away. I spent 10 years working out the mistakes in that. Got it. Then I met Attila Flink, Madger equation. Oh, fuck, that's just opened up even more. Like stuff in me that I can't even describe. I'm going, holy, this is bringing back my childhood. Oh, holy heck. I knew what I was as a child and they've somehow made me forget. So it just poked me in the ribs and so much trauma and so much memory wiping and so many rituals and so many drugs. That's why I'm so impervious to drugs and shit, even though I don't take them because... You know, but I've been in the music industry, so yeah, I've taken drugs and I've been exposed to them, but I don't turn into an arsehole on drugs, and that's well known. I outlast everyone in a party, in a situation. I stay up for days. I'm going to be smoking a joint. Is that going to make me fall asleep? No. It's actually going to make me more deeper and present in the moment of now and expansive.
Oh yeah, me too.
And because
the more you, I'm hitting my bowl as you're talking, and everybody else is hitting their bowls too.
Yeah, why not? Because we need this in our diet. You took it out of our diet and you starved us since. It doesn't matter how you're getting it. Whether you're smoking it, you're eating it, you're having oil. There's all different uses of it. Okay?
Yeah.
As long as you're getting your system, it's part of our diet. Why do you think we got endocannabinoid receptors and you left it out of the allopathic medicine fucking textbooks?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's the biggest system than any other system in the whole fucking body. With its pulmonary, you know, lymphatic nervous system, whatever the fuck the system you fucking call it with your faggot fucking combobulated fucking Greek and Roman names. Confused tongue. Confused bums names.
Yeah, and for the haters out there, that's dead wood.
That's right.
Means dead wood. So don't.
Yeah, dead wood, the original meaning. And they love the dead wood. They love being dead wood. They love the fascite, but they hate it when we say it. It's okay when you say it when you're having your rituals and you're calling each other, oh, you big fad, are you there? You do it with each other, but you hate it when we say it.
Yeah.
So fuck off.
True that.
It's not fair for a society to be run by double income, no kids, homosexuals that don't understand life, that would prefer to get one of those fucking baby baskets making fucking babies out of skin cells to make more fucking mutants, just like they do. Same thing. When they made the mutants, the reason why that they born themselves as mutants was because they couldn't steal the seed of the father, that they basically kidnapped their mother. This is what happens, okay? When they got endocrine disrupted, they kidnapped their mother, they raped her, they stole her eggs, ripped them out of her, and they killed her. And I had to go, get a body, bring it back. So, that's what endocrine disrupted in a fully blown way does to you when you basically have this fucking monatomic gold. It's also in the Amanita muscaria mushrooms. Yeah, that's the way you can distill it to get the white powder gold out of it too. And there's white powder gold that's beyond 24 carat below the uranium deposits too that they don't tell anyone about. It's all creation material, just like the uranium. You leave it in the ground, it's not radioactive, it's not a problem. Fucking idiots. When you start fucking with it and making new isotopes and new fucking confusion of the tongue's chemical fucking alchemical table. Oh, look at all the symbols on that confusion of the tongue thing. It's all sacred geometry symbols too, inorganic. Just like the crystalline structure for the philosopher's stone. Oh, you turn lead into gold, have a crystalline body. You know, 144,000 crystal pieces or whatever the fuck adds up to 9. No, you've got to be 10, grounded, magnetized. Otherwise, you're going to burn it. Now, you make yourself a perfect crystalline vessel for their technology and for a full senior Draco to walk into you. That's going to tell you, that senior Draco, yeah, I'm your oversoul. Why do you need an oversoul when you've got a fucking soul here? They get conned into it. They think that this oversoul is all their fucking ascended master fucking abilities, right? No, it's them giving you psychic tricks to use with your fucking third eye and all that rubbish. And not use your real stuff. So it's a big con to get walked in. So they got a perfect body to walk into. That's what that was all about. Because all of their technology is based on crystalline structures. And so they want to make our structures more crystalline so they can basically make more fucking inorganic technology and transhumanize it. And if we keep magnetized, we use less electrical stuff in our bodies. Because that's the thing, once you're magnetized, you heard me before with the phosphates and the sulfates, the potassium, the sodium, magnesium, calcium. If you line those 4 things up with sulfates and phosphates, bang, that's organic. It works. You're getting electrical and magnetic energy to every cell of your body. You're getting soul information from nature, from the sulfates.
You're getting spirit information from the phosphates, okay? And they're aligned. And then you don't need all of these other toxic as fuck secondary elemental, inorganic compounds and elements that they keep on making through all these 9/11 resets and areas of nature smashing together and creating new fucking things. So there you go. That's what they've been doing. Yeah, through all this destruction, we can make a full industry out of it. Franchise. Yeah, let's go. Let's literally sell this place into the ground with fake wealth, and we can live the party life and fuck all the whores and do this and blah, blah, blah. And we'll just have a party till it all runs out and self-implodes, and who gives a fuck? We win anyway, so they couldn't stop us. Because we could never face ourselves again like being like this, so we might as well go out hard. Like, how fucking cowardly is that?
Mm-hmm.
So, basically speaking, the whole Perseus...
That's beyond cowardly. That's impotent.
Yeah.
That's impotent, it really is.
Yeah, it really is.
I can't think of a better word while you were saying that. I was thinking about it. Now, impotent is what came to my mind. That's really beyond cowardly.
It is, because I've really worked hard to understand.
And let me clear that up. I don't mean impotent as, I know there's men out there who suffer from this disease, impotence.
It's impotent rage.
I don't mean it in that manner. I'm trying to put it into like a different context. So I don't want to offend anyone. Just want to.
Well, what you're saying, if you may, Omar, what you're referring to is their impotent rage. Okay,
that's right. Yeah,
they're like a spoilt little having a tantrum, and it's sort of like, well, you know what? I'm such a spoilt little fucking shit and whatever, and I don't give a fuck what you say, and I'll destroy everything because that's it. Because when the mind, as I said before, it's got no other senses. They've burnt out all their senses. They're soulless. That's it. They're gone, okay? And they're biologically deranged. Everything's fucking Arthur from Martha, okay? So literally, when a mind is literally got no reason for being, the only aphrodisiac that it's got, okay, is power. Okay? So just so people know, if you want to really understand the mindset of these people, and that's what I've been doing. In order to catch a criminal, you've got to become a criminal in a criminal fucking system designed and run by criminals. Okay? That's what I said as Dennis Cummins as well. But I wasn't a criminal then, but that's what I said that you had to do. So, but Dennis Cummins lived many split timeline lives. He lived in Ireland, he lived in England, in Tasmania, and even in this house in the fucking halfway through the 19th century doing the same shit as he's doing now. So they took over 100 years to work out how to fucking get rid of him because they couldn't use any of his script, except they left Dennis the Menace comic and a movie that I saw in the 70s that they tried to basically scare me, a part of myself with as a child. I've been trying to find that movie sort of since, but I know they took it away. And that's it. Dennis, the Illuminati Menace. And that's just the way it is. And they...
I like that.
Yep. And I'm fucking proud of that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, even though they call us the come-ins, because they always come in us, to basically women to create their fucking bloodlines. Yeah. That's what they do when they hijack the Mudger tribes. They kill basically all the rest of the men. They capture the leaders and torture them and subdue them into submission, try and make them their bitches. And then with the women, they just fuck them all to create their new bloodlines. So they improve their looks, they improve their genetics, improve their, sort of intelligence. But still does no good because they're fucktards. Even though they know better and they know how to act the part, in real reality, they can't be the part. It's so twisted because they're so resentful about the fact they get to the point where it's like it's so miserable being like this because there's no rest for the wicked because they've got to cover all their tracks. That's why Order Out of Chaos is so complex and why language and shit and laws and gets so complex because they've constantly got the more fucking rubbish you got, the more stuff you're hiding up. Because when you've got a transparent society, you don't need many laws. They're really simple and they're basic. It's either like
You either do things according to natural law or you're going against it. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no good or bad. It's just that. You're doing things either right or you're not doing things right. And there's reasons for doing things wrong and right, but when you're living in a trauma-free world where we're going, hold it, we go and basically be our own dogs, and then we get together being our own dogs, and then, oh, you got this way of doing it, you got that way of doing it, let's swap ideas. Fuck, together those both ideas is something greater than both of us could do. Now, if we all got that attitude, we've got a win-win society the whole time. We don't have any of this reactive drama shit. Love's not this romantic sort of, oh, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. And then when you get frustrated, come on, bitch, do what I fucking say. No, men are not like that. But that's what they're making all these man bitches like now. And then the women, because they have to survive, they have to be sort of manipulative and stuff like that. So they get polarized too. I've got empathy on both ends of it. But the thing is that it's like with men, you can heal that endocrine disruption straight up, just having clean water, distilled water. Okay?
So this a good question here.
Yeah, it's like the whole
Osiris would be the
thing,
same
shit
then,
like
right?
that.
Because
yeah, it's the same actors, different active names, different genetic theatre costumes in all of it. Yeah.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I think he's
Like,
Lucifer, he's also Poseidon, he's also Neptune, he's also Loki. Oh, it's just, and then you work out all the Enlils, the Jehovah, fucking Yahweh. Oh, fuck, it's just all so stupid.
so
And
too
then
many
his
names.
Thor as well, Lightning Dude. And then you got Num and Jock, Num and John, Num and Jock in the Australian fucking bullshit version, okay, which is, you know, Lightning Boy, which is Enlil, and then the other one's Enki, who's guilty of fucking incest, of course. They've always got to put that one there. And that's an affliction on the original father, saying he's guilty of incest. No, never guilty of incest. We knew how to make race lines without creating incest. They didn't. And they were fucked on that one. They didn't know how to do it. And when they went to Aldebaran, they actually used, because they couldn't get the seed of the father, they used skin cell stuff. Because the consciousness that feeds the seed comes from under the skin.
Mm-hmm.
And the touch that happens in the skin layers, because in the skin layers, you can actually move the biggest forces and biggest movements in the body from the light touch of the skin levels, having that feminine touch. As I said,
do that actually. You say that when I go to bed at night, my back hurts from drywalling all these years. Because I was a drywaller for like 16, 17 years. My shoulders are fucked. My back is fucked. My spine is fucked. And then when my girl Amy, my wife, my beautiful, beautiful wife, so much appreciation to her actually. When she rubs my back, it actually hurts. So what I ask her to do is just slowly move her fingers up and down and to like tickle my back so that my muscles begin to relax. Right, that tingling sensation and the energy from her as well, and that feminine hand, right, that movement up and down the back, it truly helps. Because my back is constantly hurting.
Well, I'll tell you what else you can do now.
And I got to say, while I'm on this topic, just super kudos to my wife Amy, because if it weren't for her patience and her acceptance of what I've been doing the last 7 years, this would never be. Like look today, we're at almost a 6-hour stream. I woke her up Sunday morning. Yeah, and I woke her up Sunday morning at 9:30. And I said, baby, I said, I got a show to do with Gauze, and she said, okay, and she didn't say anything, and then now she's in the living room wrapping gifts and doing Christmas stuff, right? So that's what I mean by that she's not at the door hampering me, telling me to hurry up, to keep it short, or like why anything like that, right? So huge kudos and respect to my wife to give me the opportunity without nagging at me to pursue my passion for search of truth and for her support. So thank you, baby. I love you very much. Thank you.
Oh, look, it takes a very special partner to support, doing what you're doing. Like, especially if you're an artist, you're
some, like you're being an artist, what you're doing, the amount of people you interview and what you bring to the table here for discussion it's an incredible job of what you do and the dedication you do. And it takes a special person to facilitate that sort of thing, you know? And so to have a partner that's supportive of you being yourself, doing that, what you're meant to be doing, it's a real special thing in this day and age. If you're lucky enough to find that magnetic attracted sort of partner in such the hodgepodge world that we're in today, where we've literally been deliberately scattered everywhere. So we're in strange bloodlines, most of us, and we're all mixed up, where literally, even in your own bloodlines, you can be chalk and cheese with your own brothers and sisters and siblings and the rest of the family, because you're not from the same original soul bloodlines. You've ended up in wrong bloodlines through wrong hybriding, thanks to these fucking idiots, these moronic imbeciles that are genetic butchers. You know, and they got all this clever technology and shit like that, but they use it in such a maligned, destructive way and desecrated way that really at the end of the day, once you know the real magnetism and what we can do with it, and when you align the true core elements of ordered sequence sort of things in nature and how it works, yeah, it seems like fucking incredible magic according to today's standards, but really it's just natural science. It's putting science together how it properly is, and it works and manifests. And there is a magic in the sense of you hold pure intention with that magnetism. You hold that pure intention and you have no doubts. And it happens in the proaction. You make love with everything that you do. It all works. You make love in the sense of you deliver the magnetism. That's the delivery of magnetism is the love. Okay? It is the same thing essentially. The delivery of it in particular is the love. It's that love. It's a oh, oh, like a dog howling at the moon. Or okay, we never had a moon originally, but that's an example. You know, it's like a delivery of it. Because really, what the dog's doing, it's just basically, it is delivering a sound. It's delivering magnetism, you know, it's doing it in its own way, because animals have got their own ways of doing things too. And they just don't do inanimate things for no reason. Study an animal out in the wild. Forget about the domesticated ones. That's not a real animal, unfortunately. That's an animal being made into fiction animation so we can get adulation, and it can get some adulation back through the whole drama thing of like, hold it. I've got creatures that come and go into my place here all the time. They're free to come and go. If they want to hang, they want to hang. If they want to fuck off, they want to fuck off. You know what? I'm not going to tell them to fuck off, because we're the fucking intruder with this adult cubby house made out of sacred geometry that wasn't built to last. It's basically the reason why these houses and things are not built to last is telling you they're going to wipe it all out. That's why they got rid of books, why we all have digital information, because then wipe. This one's easy. Split timeline that's easy to wipe, on to the next. Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, like, what about like house pets, like you know, dogs, and like for instance, my cats. You know, I don't feel that they're.
But to change the chemical structure of the water with consciousness, you got to know how to connect to the magnetism inside yourself and the elements of nature to do it properly. It's like that Dr. Emoto. If you just send it love in your conscious state of just sending it from your mind or your heart without this, it's going to end up spiked, okay? You look how sharp those water crystals are, okay? It looks better than the rubbish giving it a bad emotion, but it's still not telling you the picture. If you give it magnetism from your gut and then your whole body, you watch all those, like, you know, what are they, stars, spikes, what I don't know, I can't even think of those crystals. They're sharp, jagged crystals, sacred geometry crystals. Now, if you send it magnetism, you watch them all curve with magnetism and the right nitrites and the nitrogen that equalise the nitrates. So you watch that change. So you look at that. There's sharp points of harm on all of it, on the water. See, that's what people are not looking at. Yeah, sure, it looks better than the rubbish, sending it just rubbish. But then look at that. That just reorganises into a head, okay, without connection to the body. And when it's got connection to the body, watch that all round up again. And what's a woman's body like? They've got the best stomachs for doing this sort of work. Look at it. It's all curves. Okay? It's the feminine. It's the grandmother. Unconditional love. Well, she nurtures. She does nothing but nurture. She takes that magnetism. Okay? When she's not, polarized in today's world, in a horrible sort of man's world made that way by homosexual men, not heterosexual men. It's the homosexual men that are basically controlling it all. And when you hit 32 degrees Freemasonry, well, that's it. You're a homosexual by then, you're also a pedophile. And it gets worse from then on. So that's the thing. For all you people that want to discover the mysteries of life and you sign a blood oath once you're in there, isn't that a red flag?
Okay, so I got a question here that's running through my head. I don't want to lose it.
So, all of this, they've got to be changed. Yeah. These have got to be changed into curves because otherwise, you think about it. It's like the sound waves. If you've got water like that, it's going to be abrasive, right? So it's not going to be calm waters like that. That's what, having those things slicing around in the waters, that's going to create more vortex stuff.
Okay, so obviously,
look at that. Look at that happiness one there. I want to say what that is. That's two pyramids, right? Two Merkabas inverted in on each other to make a six-pointed star. Now, what that's meant to be is the man and the woman together, right? But I don't see a man and woman together there. That's all masculine. See what I mean? Look at the shape. It's over-masculinized. Each one going into each other there, that's all meant to be curved. That Star of David thing is a Mudja thing as well, originally, and it's all curved.
Oh, I see.
It's a mountain of the three hills thing, okay? And it's like, as I said before, it's the sixth aspect of the three hills coming together of each, but then the full magnetism is the three that makes four in the eight of the two magnets coming together. Look, there's other stuff as well in that. And the thing is, there's nothing wrong with protons, neutrons, and electrons, 666. If you add one more thing, the ether, phosphorus, light stuff that's not in there because you've got the magnetism, the nitrogen, and the electricity, well, then you get 19. What's that? Equal. That works. That adds up to 10. Now, the thing is that if we had zero, they say zero means nothing. So in a satanically inverted world, like in money, well, the woman means everything. Without the woman, you do not have the fertile ground of life. They make babies. We give them the seed, all right, but they make the babies in their biology with the creation process itself. But the thing is, in the original law, how it works is that us men, we have chivalry and we put the female first, but at the same time, those women, they put us first too, and hence it makes all equal. So if we're always looking out for each other and having empathy, it all just fucking works because we're different but compatible energies. That's why magnetism works. And when you meet your significant other, if it's not like that, forget about it. Don't try and go, oh, yeah, that kind of will do for now or whatever. Don't lie to yourself. Don't fool yourself. Don't manipulate the other person. Maybe if you do need some comfort and stuff and you can't be, find the magnetic one and you're with someone and there's nothing wrong in exchanging sort of feeling and stuff, but you all got to be on board with it and honest with yourselves and not play taboo with each other. You just got to be honest about what you need and what you want until you find that right magnetic partner back from your original soul family. There is some truth to the twin flame thing, but they do it all through the fucking light language, fucking rubbish, okay, and all that sort of nonsense. It's about magnetism. You teach people the twin flame stuff. Yeah, it's a twin creation plane of the soul, which is magnetic and got nothing to do with third eye sort of stuff or any of that stuff, okay? And you've got to honour that. Once you honour the magnetism, you can literally find what your body is naturally attracted to and not attracted to as a male, female, all that, because you've got both inside you. So as I said, we have to be separated physically so that when you come together in the action making, bang, it creates the magnetic manifestation of all life to procreate on every level of life in the from the physical. So as I said, Earth is the physical roots of the whole omniverse. The only thing that's below it is the farther aspect of the sun.
Let's talk a little bit of some adult stuff here that I'm kind of interested in, because I remember you saying something
Yeah.
in the first download that we had from you. And now this self-love, right? And
Yes.
self-love, let's say, we include masturbation into that self-love.
Yeah.
Like, how is that connected, right? Like, masturbation
Well,
is uh, it's natural, right? So if we're loving ourselves like that, would that make the water in our body more positive, divine, more
okay, put
intact?
it this way. There's nothing wrong in literally, in order to know yourself
Hmm.
or know anything, you got to feel yourself through it. So you got
That's
to
right. There's
explore
nothing
you have to
embarrassing about it. It's
explore
natural.
your own sensuality and touch
Hmm.
and stuff like that without thinking, oh, this is guilty sin. I shouldn't
Hmm.
be touching myself. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. And the thing is that if you choose to have an ejaculation in that way by masturbation, okay, and everyone's done it pretty much. Everyone's tried
Hmm.
it out. It's not beat
Hmm.
around the bush. Now, the thing is, what is important? That if you do ejaculate and you're by yourself, direct that sexual energy to a good place, okay? Don't just like get your rocks off and allow
Hmm.
that sexual energy to go nowhere with no
Hmm.
intention. That is the key. And
Hmm.
people are not taught this. Now, if you direct that energy, okay, by the time you get to that orgasm place and release place, now that's a very powerful manifestation point. But
Hmm.
as you build up to it, you can make intentions before them, either lovemaking or masturbation or during, okay?
Hmm.
But literally, by the time you actually reach that place of release, that you direct that sexual energy that's magnetized, okay? Because even, see, what the Satanists do is they get you to connect your third eye with your base chakra, right? To come more
Hmm.
from your base chakra. No. What we do, we connect to the center first, and then we connect to there. We connect to everywhere, okay? But you connect, this is the ignition point of the engine here, okay? So the only thing that's going to turn it on, switch the key, is your consciousness. This body, soul, is made for one user, and that's it. No one else. So it's up to you with your consciousness to switch it on. Now, we had to work out, I had to work out all the instructions again from scratch. And the best way to do it is to do the soul center, the body pendulum. It gets you need to have full body kinesiology awareness, feel in your whole body so it can work. So when you're basically going over your body, I'm not doing it at the moment. Let me go for it. I can only do it when I've got to do it. I need to do it. I can't just demonstrate it. It's funny because my body is actually behaving today. Here we go. Where for 3 weeks it was having the most biggest movements. And I've actually done an amazing amount of healing in the last 3 weeks. And I'm about to create a miracle because they've tortured me so hard.
Hmm.
And I've got no real record of it in the sense of like, they don't even have medical equipment to basically record the stuff.
But you remember it, and that's
Well,
what's
the thing is
important.
that they've got medical equipment that can't pick up even a mycoplasma, okay?
Hmm.
The linking pathogen between all neurosystemic diseases, okay, that NAD gets rid of, okay, niacinamide powder, okay? They do it on purpose so they can fuck people because they know. It's like the grades, okay? They do the MyLab from the etheric astral levels in the body. See, this is a thing. In real reality, you can give yourself illness. And where does it happen first? On the consciousness level. Say, for instance, I could give myself testicular cancer by being resentful about my sexuality. If I'm resentful about my sexuality, okay, for that long enough, and I'm constantly focusing on it, I'm going to manifest that in my astral etheric levels of existence before that becomes a manifestation and an exosome, like a body cell that's gone toxic and rancid in the physical, right? And then you have cancer, and cancer is an indication, dude, that you know what? You've basically put too much fucking maligned resentment into that part of your being, that it's manifested in that part of your being, and you've got testicular cancer. So now you've got these exosomes that are cancerous, and that's telling you that basically you've got too much fucking acid in your body, and if you don't alkaline it and get rid of all of that, well, you will die if you neglect it and keep so much acidic thoughts. Okay?
That's a high pH level, right?
The low pH level is the acidic. The higher pH is the alkaline.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. And like 7 is the balancing, like the equal point between the two. You could say the equinox point. But
we had people talking about alkaline water earlier on in the conversation.
The thing is that it's so easy to get rid of cancer. There's like about 300 natural cures you can just pick up like that. And so what they do, they buy out all the health food companies and change all the ingredients so you can't get the cancer, you know, sort of healing qualities out of it. But you can still find enough things out there to do it. You know, you can do it in methylene blue, what you clean a fish tank with. That cleans velvet on fish gills and stuff like that. And keep your fish tank clean. I take it. Like I bought 4 bottles actually from like eBay for $20. You know, that's enough to last me for years because you only need such a small amount in a glass of water. Now I have it with my green drinks because it goes with that. It goes really well. Okay, I have it with my spirulina and chlorella and moringa and all that stuff, and then I add, you know, some colloidal silver to that. You know, this is my sort of more feminine sort of energy sort of drinks. Okay, with a couple of other things thrown in and some zinc. I put colloidals and I put lots of things together that work well, really together, compatibly. Whoosh.
We added the recipe the last time, last week. There was a recipe here. I'll see if I can find it and I'll post that again.
Yeah, post it again. Because
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, let me see if I can go find it.
If you can't, I'll look it up again. But I'll have to do a show one time where I actually prepare slides and stuff. Because when I get into this talking, I couldn't be fucked looking for all. I've got so many notes and evidences and things on my computer. I don't want to get bogged down in that. Okay.
No, I love these conversations. Look at us. We've been going since this morning.
And this is the thing, on any of these shows, have I needed any diagrams? Have I needed any notes or anything to refer to? No. I didn't even know what I was going to fucking talk about today. Because I know what I know simply because I've lived it. And I still live it. So I don't need, you know, when you can improvise on the spot as an artist, as a musician, as whatever, that's knowing your craft. In the sense of, it's like any situation. You're a doctor, a healer, something like that. Something's come up. Okay, this is a standard sort of situation with this, and this. But in this circumstance, this is different and this is different. So that's the same. So we've got to look for this part of the equation. This is how you get good. You focus on what you already know. You look for the bits that, okay, this is new. Look at this bit here. This is how you refine your self-education process. Yeah, that's the one. And then, basically speaking, if you do this for long enough, this is the Magi teaching way, where you're always the student brain, an all-knowing soul teacher, okay? You're working with that symbiosis within yourself. So you have to be that self-disciplined and not bullshit yourself, because otherwise you're wasting your time. So once I got myself the space, I cleared out the fucking path that I was supposed to go on in the old school tie, and I turned my back on that. Just basically ran away from Sydney. And basically speaking, good one, Matthew. What was I saying?
I love that. You're talking about the juice.
No, there's something I was about to go into that. But the juice itself, yeah, look, I make juices. My doctor friend told me, like allopathic medicine doctor, he's my age, but he's a year apart, and does the NAD stuff. And he gave me the big discount, you know, straight up without knowing me. I went,
sorry, guys. I'm just in the description of this video, and I'm putting down your recipe in there.
Yeah.
So, so don't mind me. I'm just kind of...
Yeah, that's cool. And so basically, even he said to me, I came to him one day, look, I've got them all here. I've written them out. I actually wrote this out in the psychiatric ward once from the top of my head to show the psychiatrist and the social workers and everything. I said, you know what? This next door neighbour here, she's a fucking nasty drunk and everything. She's making up lies about me because I do this with my feet sometimes and I loud bang because I actually have to ground and stomp because that's magnetism, okay? And there's certain things that I have to do when I'm dancing, I'm singing, I'm doing all sorts of stuff, songline, there's all sorts of... Now, she basically said to the cops and things like that, I was banging on the wall with hangers and doing this and they're making lies about you in the street. And it's like a whole full fucking Stepford suburb, all fucking mind controlled against me. It's unfucking believable at times. And then I had to cut through that shit. Now no one fucks with me. I've basically done things and I've put things into place. No one fucks with me anymore. But unfortunately, she kicked off such a racket. She got a whole fucking, like, you know, it was a whole, like, what do you call that fucking home and away fucking cast, you know, like neighbours out there. Like, they had the police, they had the acute care team from the psychiatric thing, the fire engine. It's like they called this all for me. And then they had, what was it? The riot police smashed down my heritage listed door, okay? The only thing worth of value in this place, pretty much. And then, basically speaking, I was upstairs in bed. It was all because of her lies next door and her lies over there and her lies over there and all lies there. And then all of a sudden this Irish woman goes, hey, Steve, the doctor says you're not taking your meds. I said, what do you mean I'm not taking my fucking meds? I was discharged from those fucking ages ago. You're telling fucking lies through your nose. You know?
That is too funny. You're killing me.
Oh, mate, just wait till I get started because there is a fucking outrageous larrikin side to me. Don't worry about that. It's serious. I can get like that too, you know. But I got to lay down the stuff first, you know, because
people are just fucked up, you know, just to say that.
Oh, yeah. And literally everyone was looking and it was like, oh, God, here we go, you know. There's a big fucking theatre parade out on the street now. And then I said that. And I said, you know, I said, how dare you come here on her fucking lies next door? She drinks like a fucking fish, okay? And not only that, she's got some entity inside her, but I wasn't going to say that to them. I say, oh, it's crazy. You know, no. Oh, man. And anyway, so what I did, I got a mate of mine, one of the two friends I have in Sydney pretty much, and all the rest have been turned onto me and turned into clones, one or the other. I'm not joking either. And just to isolate me. And I said, mate, they worked me up to the hospital. I said, you know that piece of shit next door that just kicks off at me that, you know, sometimes yells at me from the backyard for me to shut up when I'm doing tones in my own kitchen and stuff like that? And it's like, oh, my goodness gracious. And anyway, she's basically kicked off. And I said, you know what? Can you go and ask her a few questions? Knock on the door. He said, no worries, I'm done. He went and put on a suit, went to talk to her, and he said, you know what? When I got there was another neighbour of yours, this guy Luke from down the road, and he was talking to her too. He came up there. He just happened to be there at the time, and we both talked to her. And then she said all this fucking crap about me and this, that, and the other. And then Luke went, Susan, I've met the guy. There's nothing wrong with him. He doesn't even drink alcohol. He drives all, you know, he gets organic food all the time. He stops and chats. He says hello. He's one of the most normal people around here. It's like, why are you telling lies about him? You know, he wouldn't be banging hammers. You know, I've been in, you know, all that sort of thing. And also Lazarus is going, yeah, you know, it's like, why are you saying this stuff? Why are you blah, blah, blah? You're known as a busybody in the street, and the fact that you gossip stuff about people. And this, you know, it's just one of these people in these sorts of areas, right? And so basically they wrote an affidavit out and took it into the police station because I said, what I need you to do is an affidavit to put in the police station to say that she is a vexatious litigant
of unconscionable conduct. I said, that's what I need you to go into the cops now, because I know law. I've studied marine admiralty law for 15, 20 years. I know how to go into the law and kick their fucking ass as well and hit them with their own marine admiralty law cricket bat. Okay? I actually had a case for a sex offender that's a controlled opposition person. Oh, that speaks so politely, and thank you so much for all the money that you've given me for the legal case. That he's been involved with reptoids, mantids in particular. He says he's been in the culture. You know, I got used by all that. And yeah, they trained him how to astrally rape women, and you know how to do that. And I've got all the Masonic PDFs to show you how to do all that stuff. I was loading it all up for the court. Wrote this big affidavit and a document that I want all common law people to have to show how they made marine admiralty law come into existence through Kabbalah and the confusion of the tongues. It was ripped off the Mudgers, our natural law, just like the Hebrew Bible was ripped off the Holy Bible, natural law of magnetism. That's it. Or Holy.
Hey,
Holy
bro,
Bible
can you move your camera up just a tad bit?
Sorry?
Can you move your camera up just a tad bit?
Yeah, sure. So they basically, the Council of Nicaea fucking stole it.
That's Constantine. Constantine was behind that, right?
That's right. And Constantine was changed, what, by the Pisos? Rockefeller?
Yeah, so let's look at the numbers on that too. So that's 325 AD. So we got 3.
That's a 10, actually.
5, so we got a 10, yeah.
It's very unusual for them to quote through. Because I was watching an old 80s thing on Alexander the Great, and all the dates that they're quoting, it's either 9 or 11. I'm going, they're just fucking making these dates up to occultly fit their fucking calendar. Okay?
Yeah.
It's fucking pathetic, because once you see the occult coding and how they do stuff, see, they use gematria for spell casting. But it essentially all comes back to just basic numerology, okay? Once you understand it in that core foundation sense, okay, you can find out their spell casting, what they're going to do for an event or like a false flag coming up or something like that. They always put it in the spell casting, and they did a lot of the spell casting. I remember they started doing it all in Spanish from about 3 years ago. So you got to look at certain confused tongue languages that they do the spell casting through, not just the Hebrew. Okay, so that's the thing. And with all their stuff, it's all base 9 mathematics. Okay, and the thing is, base 9 is just the head, a loopy head detached from the body, an ungrounded head. Yeah, we want to be an ungrounded head. We love being an ungrounded head. So how fucking stupid is that? A special kind of stupid. Why wouldn't you want to plug in and ground yourself with your soul? Because that's what you do. You know, you've got a sound PA system and you don't have a proper power amp. It's properly grounded, earth grounded. Everything's going to sound like shit on top of it. And it's going to perform and function like shit, just like this human body. You go for a lifetime and you're not properly magnetized in your gut, and you're constantly being poked in the ribs with addicted to drama and trauma-based mind control. They want you. Go forth and multiply, burn out your batteries and short-circuit yourself, and then die again and come back through astral purgatory of heaven and hell, and just keep on being a source battery so we can keep on taking your energy to put it towards our Star Wars poof to fucking parade in space that we want.
Hey, bro, can you give your camera lens a quick wipe? People are saying that you're fuzzy as fuck.
Oh, okay.
They're having a hard time seeing you.
That's fair enough. That happens sometimes. But you know what I do? I actually put...
Oh, there we go. Holy fuck. We went from like 360 to 1080.
I don't mind the old 360. That's where I download everything in. It's like,
oh shit, oh man, fuck this Dorothy Hamilton. You guys, this person is a troll. This Var.
Oh, it's another Khazarian troll, is it? Yeah, another Khazarian troll. How about you come and do a debate with me, Dorothy Hamilton? It's a fake name. It's probably a bot from a call center, okay, of mobile phones. Okay,
it's a porn site that these people, they just keep coming to our live stream and posting these or these.
Let's distract him. Let's do this. Let's do that. You know, get him, do anything to get him to stop telling the truth.
Yeah, I'm going to get rid of her. So.
Like character assassinate him. Make sure that all the sheep that think, oh, if we say he fucked his daughter and stuff like that, they'll think it's true. And if we keep the lie up big enough, long enough, everyone will think it's true.
Dorothy, her name.
Like the whole fucking Jonestown global genocide thing going on at the moment that I won't use the name.
There we go.
If there's no such thing as an airborne, you know what? That's
posting porn links and our, bringing such negative energy into such a beautiful conversation.
Well, I wouldn't call it negative energy. I just call it just low rent consciousness energy. It's like,
I'm gonna block it anyway.
I wouldn't even classify it as even positive or negative. It's just like fiction animated energy that just means nothing at the end of the day, because really it's like, good on you. You know?
Yeah, true that. I blocked her.
You show your snail tail, okay? Just like the sulfides in the reptoids. You leave a stench. It doesn't matter how much you shower, you leave a stench that nobody can basically forget once you smell it. And I know that sulfide stench of you fucking reptiles.
Blocked and gone.
You leave that same stench with your attitudinal, low rent consciousness, banal fucking shit.
Yeah. I blocked it anyway.
Oh, yeah, Soros pays them. They all fucking pay it. And you know what? Yeah. I'm going to expose the fucking lot of you. The lot of you fucking pedovores. You fucking kill children. You eat children. The whole fucking everything. Just to keep up your fucking quotient, because, you got too many reptilian genetics, so you got to eat more fucking human well, eat pigs. That's what you fucking designed them for. Why can't you keep eating pigs?
I think Stacy made a comment up here somewhere that I'm looking for now.
Yeah.
What was that? Or was it Arlene? It could have been Arlene.
Anyway, I'm just going to show people these drinks. Like, here's one of my green drinks. Now, I've slightly altered it, but this is what I wrote out a few years ago. I don't know if you can read it here.
Here, let me stop this comment.
I'll just leave it up for a little while so people can look at it and they can stop it with their screen if they want to see what it is.
Maybe go back a little bit. Step back a little bit.
I should really, what I should do is really write them out and put them on my Facebook page. I said I'd do it for someone ages ago and I forgot to do it, and I've still got to do it. But I've got, look, all these drinks, okay? My doctor friend said to me, allopathic medicine guy, he said, dude, he said, you could be making millions from this. These are like $20, $30 drinks that you make. This is what I have every day, all this stuff. And I tailor-made all this stuff myself. Even my coffees, okay? These are tonics. What I put into this, my goodness. It's so easy to do as well. You've just got to get the right combinations of things once you know how creation components actually work from the core onwards.
It was that, it was Stacy. She said earlier.
Stop calling them indigos. Indigos comes from Cryon, okay? It was actually the Cryon website in 1999, okay, that first termed the indigo sort of label, okay? So it's actually a new age term, Cryon, okay? Kryon. I've got a website here somewhere, and it's like you also get these creons that are like the prions in mad cow's disease, right? And they're more of like a clearopic entity, sort of Kabbalah, sort of Solomon entity sort of thing that are like, oh, this is really fucked up shit. Like, what was it? Douglas Dietrich was talking about it years ago. And look, some people say it's controlled opposition. I don't give a fuck. Most people are out there and they don't even know, okay? Because they're ritual that, it's children doing the rituals. I was involved with the Arcana, Arcanorum Rite of Atlantis. They time traveled Aleister Crowley in. They time traveled people from all these different eras to be there in the 70s. And through that time traveling process of having all those Illuminati 1%ers all together, okay, they lost 200 years of the 1,000 years that they added to the timeline.
I just thought I'd let people know that. This is how far I've gone into it and checked it all out. Okay? And the thing is, if I'd managed to magnetise that whole, if they'd gone ahead with that second ritual in 1976 because I magnetised it, and Mengele hadn't found out at the last moment and then lost his shit and scalloped my brain out, well, basically speaking, I would have had him back then. So if I've actually put, and I'll say this right out now, I've actually put a mechanism across the whole world that's magnetising all their sex rituals now. So they're not getting their energy anymore. They're not getting their woo-woo like they used to and sucked in. Because I've got a magnetism wave that's coming up from under the whole of humanity and nature at the moment, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. It took me over 3 years to put it together, and it's there now, and I'm not fucking stopping. I'm not backing down for anyone. Because enough is enough. Everything's got to be cleaned up. I'm sure that's what all the good people want anyway. Anyone that's still got a soul, anyone that's not hooked into this fucking AI mainframe through the local sort of, you know, the economic and medical terrorism that's been going on in the last 2 years.
Oh, let's not talk about that, bro. They'll flag my video, and then this last 6.5 hours.
Well, I just thought I'd say those terms because how can they flag that for saying those two things?
Yeah, they're cocksuckers, and you know they will. So let's just not even go there because this last
I was just looking
6.5
for
hours.
terms, not to say the usual terms, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
because if
I
I'm
get
saying
what
those
you're saying.
things, you know,
I'm just worried that then the last 6.5 hours will be for like nothing. Right.
Yeah,
and I want other people to hear this in the future, and then these bastards will try to say, oh well, you said this and goes against our community, so we're gonna fucking
well, it doesn't. See, this is the thing. It's like they go against their community standards all the time on YouTube and Facebook and the whole everything. They're fucking hypocrites. They change the laws all the time.
Yeah, and
when they say they have an AI thing, I just want to say this for everybody and to them into their face. You have AI that's non-specific, that just picks up an algorithm and a word or anything that you put in that basically says, oh, you've gone against community standards, but you don't say why and you're never specific. This is wrong. Mm-hmm. And you even admit the fact checkers now are just opinion. And we know that it's sponsored by the pharmacy and this world is corrupt as all hell and it's run by a pedophile culture. Mm-hmm. And this is the reason why you've degenerated the world so you can come out of the closet so it's fucking normal to fuck children. This is not right. This is the biggest thing that they want. They wanted to degenerate the world and turn people into the zombie sort of, mind-controlled thing in the way that they want to do it, that we've all discussed, so they can literally come out of the closet and be free to be degenerate. Mm-hmm. They want to basically plan for thousands of years so they can come out of the closet. So basically, they've got an audience of fake people that can put up with their degeneracy. Is that living? No. Oh, it's like Bill Gates says, oh, we're working on the perfect slave at the moment. Yeah, you sure are. Because that's all you want. You just want you just want a robot, to serve you. Because it doesn't answer back or do anything. It just does what you say. But you know what? You won't get any joy about the fact you can't be sadomasochistic anymore towards real people. You won't get any thrills anymore. Did you think about that? How are you going to satiate your sadomasochism now? Gates! Come here, cunt! Me and you! You fucking dirty eugenicist piece of shit. You're just a lackey boy for the Octopi 8 and 9 anyway. And you're being fucking played. Idiot.
I love your honest, brother.
I can't stand him.
Love it.
And it's like, I'm not afraid of anyone. They're just flesh and blood to me.
Yeah, you shouldn't be.
It's like, today I've let rip a little bit, where last time it was a bit more of a chilled out sort of thing for all of that. But this is the thing. It's like, in times like this, if you're not fucking angry as fuck at times, because it's frustrating for me. I have to hold back so much. Today I've actually let out some stuff and admit some stuff.
For all of us.
Okay, yeah. That I can't hold back anymore. I've been holding back on so much for ages, so I'm just going,
Okay, if I say this and say that, they're going to start a campaign to say, oh, this guy thinks he's fucking Jesus. This, that. You know what? It's a horrible fucking reality to wake up to the fact and remember, oh, fuck, I'm the cunt that they based this whole fucking Jesus theatre thing on, and I've been all these other characters in history too, and every man's going to get so fucking jealous and envious and stuff like that, and they've designed it to be like that. That's the thing. And that I'm this far ahead because I had to be, because I can't fucking fail in the sense of my consciousness and what I know. But you know what? I want to give this to fucking everyone. So everyone can catch up quick, and I'm doing it in the simplest way possible so it saves everybody time and energy, because I know how time poor people are in being fucking slaves and having to fucking still earn money. But still, I've lived like a pauper for 20 years, but it doesn't matter. Why? Because I got done what I needed to get done.
And that's what's important.
That's important. It's like, thank you, government, nanny government. You paid me just not even 1% of what you're going to make from my birth certificate money, okay? So you can't say that I'm a dole bludger or a welfare cheat or something like that. Yeah. You want to call me a schizophrenic on disability pension? Did I sound schizophrenic today? I called you out as schizophrenic because you're the real schizophrenic bipolar idiots. Don't project your fucking bullshit onto me, cunt.
Schizophrenic.
Yeah. They're schizophrenic.
Yeah, they tried to tell me the same thing. When
Schizophrenic. Yeah, I'm a schizophrenic. Yeah. You joke world order. Schizophrenic, baby. Yeah.
Yeah,
they'll be doing that with their caked off their face.
Yeah, they tried to tell me the same thing. They tried to say that I was schizophrenic. I had to, when I was in prison, they, tried to label me as a schizophrenic and try to give me all these pills and drugs and such. But, I refused.
Horrible.
I refused. I was like, I'm not a schizophrenic. I'm none of that. You guys are trying to label me. And I fought back, and I refused to take their medication. And because of that, I paid the price, right? I spent a lot of time in lockdown in the special handling unit when I was in 23 and a half hour lockdown.
Good on you, brother.
Oh yeah.
Here in New South Wales, the New South Wales mental health laws of 2007 go directly against the Nuremberg Code and the Australian Constitution, where it basically says if Australian Constitution law of 1901, okay, if that literally is in contrary to the state laws, basically, it is the actual federal law that precedes the actual state law. And that's what it says in the Australian Constitution. So the New South Wales mental health law since 2007 that gave them all these powers, right? And it was Bob Carr, a premier, dirty pedophile, mate of Bob Carr's, okay? Now, that's the reason why he got the top job at the Vatican. Was they got Bob Carr in from state politics straight into federal politics. That was the plan. Basically, what's his name? Pell, the pedophile, he became third in charge of the Vatican, okay? He got a promotion for doing that, okay? And also the Australian ambassador to the Vatican that went with him. You can look up who that is. I won't say his name for now, just because I know his daughter. So you can look it up, but I won't say it. This is how they get promoted. We're doing corrupt work for each other. And this is, I know how this works. I've been around criminals. I've been around bikies. I've played with them. They actually pay you better than publicans. They look after you better. Because when you play honest, they want the best music. They approach you. They say, you're playing good. You're not bullshitting.
Yeah.
Come and play with us. I have hardcore street sense. You've got to have that in this world.
Oh, yeah.
I came from a rich fucking private elite school. Do I fucking sound like it?
You sound like me.
And you know what? I turned my back on all of that stuff. I could have gone into the old school type because that private school thing grooms you for that. Especially if they think, he's the right intelligent one that we can corrupt enough for leadership position. We could jerk their chain next.
Yeah. And as you notice, a lot of world leaders, well, supposed world leaders. Yeah, I'll put myself on screen here for a second. If you, you take all these supposed leaders that we have around the world, they're, coming from select schools from Britain and from Germany. Like Angela Merkel, from what I understand, she came from the same elite school system as a lot of the other European leaders. And that really leads me into what Rick Keefe is asking, because David Icke was an instrumental part in my awakening, and he's asking, do you have any insight on how and when humanity? Oh no, not this one. Where is it? It's a David Icke question. I thought I just marked it.
If everyone learns to center
Ah, here it is.
and magnetize.
How do you feel about David Icke and his material about the reptoids? Do you feel he is sincere and well informed?
Yeah, pretty much for the most part.
Yeah, he talks a lot about reptilian. Well, he says reptilian, but I'm sure.
Well, that's the thing. That's the only thing I'm pissed off about David Icke.
Yeah,
I'm not really pissed off about David Icke. I just want him to get his terminology correct. Because
we have to. Well, we've got to remember when he came up with that, and when he got that download. Yeah. That was the terminology of the day, right? And
well, that's the thing. That's how they designed it. Because what they did.
So what do you think about his how he's approached this whole Reptoid and with the royal family and these other shapeshifters like Obama and such across the world?
The only thing he needs to go back over in his books is the Mudger equation. Okay, he gets close to it. Okay, but they shroud it very fucking cleverly and well. Okay, because the thing is that Hungarian history starts from the Vatican colonized history, and all the real history before that is rubbed out pretty much. Mm-hmm. And even when you find it in places and you show people and stuff like that, because it's not in any mainstream history books or syllabuses or stuff like that, it's like people have just got this cognitive dissonance, It's like, this is the fucking truth. And there's a crime blueprint that you can see all around the world, because these fuckers criminals follow the same criminal blueprint, usually until they get busted. But these ones don't even change it when they get busted, because no one's listening to us, not enough. Because they work out how people like us that are delivering the hardcore truth, well, I've got no big controlled opposition sort of fan that's being promoted. Every time I come onto line, I spill so much truth that I end up in psychiatric places, because that's the only way that they can basically stop me, is by poisoning me, by cutting me off from my center, from fucking up my dopamine 2 receptor, okay, and a few other things. But then I've healed myself twice from that, okay? That's unheard of. People usually fuck for life over those antipsychotics, and they put all these other ingredients in my antipsychotics as well, fuck them all. And I'm living proof that you can heal your body from fucking anything and yourself, because your soul knows more than your mind. I come from my soul. I come from that original consciousness. Okay? They put me through a split timeline blender, backwards in times, retrograde, through every past life that I've had, all the way back to the Izu life. And then after they hit me with a comment and that, where I was dilapidated on the body, but I wasn't dead, they soul squeezed me into this body when I was 6 months old. I remember my first memory, opening my eyes in a flattened double bay, and I'm just going, where the fuck have these fuckers fucking sent me now, and what body am I in?
You're talking about intellect and the intelligence.
Yeah, right? Well, the intellect's a waste of time.
Yeah, the intellect is the mind, right? The brain, that identity container that you limit yourself to, and the intelligence is the avatar, because the avatar has the information encoded within it going back an indefinite period of time. Like, it knows what your, 100th grandfather's ear looked like, or what he ate, or, grandmother
that's
ate.
The soul is the script editor.
And, and it's within the avatar. It's written into the body. So there's that difference between the intellect and the intelligence. And that's what you're talking about, is the intelligence and not the intellect, right? Not that container, that identity container.
Because the thing is that
This whole world is built on mind. Everything is mind. Everything is intellect. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
lower emotional energy.
Well, I wouldn't even call it lower, because the thing is that something that's low and something that's high, it's not necessarily bad and good. You know what I mean? Because if you're looking at the sound light spectrum, low and high just mean low and high.
It's the same. Yeah. Okay.
It's like light and dark, equating that with good and bad. That's so stupid.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with that. And unfortunately, we get caught up.
What kind of terminology would you give that?
I've got to stop saying low rent consciousness. I've got to say maligned consciousness, or just
blind. Yeah. Like
even though people know what I'm saying when I say low rent consciousness, I'm taking
but again, we have to change our terminology as we become aware and understanding.
That's it. That's what I always do. Even at 50, I'm looking at a way. Okay, I don't want to use the word harmony anymore because it's harmony. So I'm thinking, what's the best sort of word that I can use? Okay, unity. No, that's like universe. We don't live in a universe, so we don't use in a unity, because that's all the one world order, monotonal fucking culture, fucking blah, 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 mono, homo sort of reality that they want everything to be. Cyborg androgynous, okay? So it's actually omnity, okay? So it's musical omnity when I'm basically describing the harmonic rhythm in the way that the music moves. And the harmonic rhythm link in the band between the rhythm and the actual chordal harmony, so to speak, is the bass. That's the harmonic ring. And you've got to get the bass right, whether it's a cello, whether it's a double bass, whether it's an electric bass, whatever bass, which is djembe, drum, you've got to get that bass sound right. Okay. And the thing is that just because it's a low frequency doesn't mean it's like a horrible frequency, because that's what they want you to think with the satanic stuff. They love being like that. They want people, they laugh the shit out of it because they know they're playing a big joke on you, in the sense of they're getting you to be afraid of a part of yourself, because they're using names. They hijacked the farce and demonized. So when they use those names and demonize them and take a good thing and then put it into a horrible demonized name, they're desecrating a part of us so that we're afraid of it. Don't be afraid of it. Because realise they've stolen all of our names to demonise it against us. Even the Shem and the Hathor, okay, the two different types of Draco castes of the 7 main castes, plus the tall grey hybrids in between, which are a Shem and Hathor hybrid, okay? Those two names, the Shem was originally in Mudger about the male, but they took that out of the Mudger dictionary so that they could exclusively have that word for themselves. And the Hathor is about the female. But the thing is about all Dracos, they are all androgynous anyway. So why they're going male and female droids is because they're going, okay, we're the senior Dracos being the males, and you're our bitches, the lower Hathors, middle management. That's why it was always easy to heal the blue, brown Hathors in particular, you know, and even the black Africans, because we basically said, look, you're being split off us in any way. You know, and there's a part of you that's Cro-Magnon actually in the Hathor. So there's a little bit of human in there, okay? But that's even on the Draco level. But the human level is still the human level. They're just mixed with Reptoid genetics. So we just basically said, this is what happened. It's the same what happened with the original dragon races, okay? We healed them. They wanted to heal. All good, no problem. And they go, yeah, fuck yeah, we want to do the same. So we always had a good affinity with the Africans. And we were in Africa a lot. Okay, because originally in Africa were the 3 lakes, the Triton. And basically we were going to go back to, after we healed all the reptilians, and go back to the sea, because it's actually much easier being in the sea. If you need to be on land, you just shift and go on the land. But most of the time you just want to stay in the sea because it's much better. Now that's hard to conceptualise now, living on land for so long now. But it's easily done because we did it. And they've literally smashed us now. And I've got to remember all my knowledge of my soul to give back to everyone else. And I'll be honest, I haven't remembered every single thing yet. But look how much I have remembered, okay?
Yeah.
And worked out.
I'm just wondering if this is how somehow connected to that Anunnaki genetic engineering, which is, you know, passed on through the text, that the Reptoid tried to genetically engineer us so that we would be corrupted like them. Am I like on the right wavelength?
Well, it's basically the Malda genetic project making their own fucking Anunnaki gods. There were Amun Nuggets, okay, which are the Habaru, those that murdered with webs that became Hebrew, okay. And they've given the impression over the years that, okay, they're sort of white, okay? But then all of a sudden in recent times, they've been slipping out in the internet, oh, look, we found a few coffins of Anunnaki and they're all dark and it supports the Kalegi claim. Well, guess what? The original Sumerian Mudgers, okay, that was here in Australia. They were Hungarians.
Mm-hmm.
They were Irish. They were all those races I said before. There was this, Estonian, Welsh, Armenian, There's a lot of peoples that came off those original 10 tribes that ended up up north and stuff, okay? And then you have all the original reptilian dragon race people amongst that as well. And we were one big family of tribes. And no one was racially idiot because everyone's colours, right? The 4 colours, the first ones, okay? The red, the gold, okay, the 4 mountain of the 3 hills colours, the first 4 colours. They're the first colours. What is it? Red man, gold man, silver grey man, copper tone man. And then you've got the 6 Buddha essences. 6 Buddha essences, not 5. 5 make up the pentagram, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you've got green, blue, oak, purple, salmon, brown. I think that's it.
And the 5 is a half of the 10, meaning that they're splitting the feminine, the divine feminine again.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're basically, they love their number 5, okay? Mm-hmm. Their pentagram, that's their big sort of one that they really like, the split, like as you said, yeah. And it's all male in the sense of like, it's all sharp angles, points of harm. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, how can you stand all these over-masculinized sort of objects for so long, and not even think, it's like, these are all points of harm. These are kindergarten shapes. We're living adult. Look at this place here. It's probably worth $2 million, this property, and this house is a piece of shit, right? But they basically won't maintain because they want to sell it off when the time's right. The Masons do. They're constantly pork barreling the government. Every government that goes in, they get offered water contracts, perks, and this and that company, blah, blah, blah. And by the way, this $30 million contract here, yeah, we'll pocket fucking $20 million, and then we'll basically outsource the rest to someone else to do for $10 million, and we'll just take the $20 million. That's how it constantly endemically goes. I've got a book up here on how they keep on releasing the Sydney Harbour Bridge and paying tolls. Now, they've paid for that Harbour Bridge goodness knows how many times over, but they keep on reincorporating the contract so they can keep on pork barreling. I've got a book there from the 80s that shows the whole fucking economic fraud. It's a very rare book too. I haven't spilled the guts on that yet. I've been waiting for the right time. It's probably too late, but it shows the clear corruption. Like all these millions of dollars that they say, oh, the government's spending millions of dollars for this. The whole time I've been alive, have I ever seen the public get 1 fucking cent of this shit, really? No. So why do you talk about all this fucking money on TV and news and blah, blah? You're fucking pocketing all that shit for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all around the world, it's endemic. It's like the global meltdown of 2008. In like the government.
Oh, yeah.
Banks. Yeah. Well, who controls the government? The banks.
I got hit hard with that. Man, Canada suffered. Yeah. Lots of people suffered in that one.
And it's with the takedown of Lehman Brothers, and then all of a sudden, they're back up again, are they? I thought they basically got cleaned out.
Of course they're back up.
Like, fuck it.
They never went down.
But this is the thing. It's like the banks literally steal everything, and then they get the government to pay them back out again. And who controls the government? The Federal Reserve, the bankers, And it's like outrageous. And this has just been going, and literally, the creation of the Fed was a fraudulent thing right from the start. It was insider trading because they designed the fractional reserve system of debt to basically, they knew it was designed to hyperinflate within 100 to 110 years where we're at now, so that they could buy up all companies corporately in the world as they have with Vanguard and BlackRock.
Yeah.
So why can't we basically have a people's court and rule that as insider trading and total fraud and strip them of all their fucking wealth? You can do the mathematics on all of that.
And the fact that it's not even backed by real anything. No gold, no silver, no. And you know what? It's all worthless. At the end of the day, it's all fucking worthless in a practical sense. Like, where did the whole concept, like in our reality, we never had the concept of monetary value, of hoarding monetary value of anything. That's nothing to do with Mudja.
It was fully introduced to us in the Babylonian times.
Well, this is the thing. You've got to think about how we had an original do no harm, natural law, Bible of magnetism, that which be is your soul. Everyone's got one there. So literally everyone had their own Bible right here all the time. And we all had the same fundamental foundation things. Now, how did they get rid of us using this, but then convince us to actually use a monetary system that we would just fucking laugh at? We've got everything we need. Why do we need a fake sort of value? Oh, so we can basically work out how to rip you all off, take all the money, brainwash you into thinking that money's worth something. Now, you've got to think, how did they just one day come along and decide, okay, well, we're going to change all the money? Now, how would you do that through a natural evolution of history, okay? No, you wouldn't. See, they've given a history that's all so fake that literally the only thing that's consistent in it is the fact that there's always wars, there's always killings, there's always sacrifice, there's always corruption, and they just go, well, that's just the way it is in humanity. No, it was never that fucking way. You made it that way, and you retroactively time traveled and literally changed it that way and to be that way. And then you rubbed out all the other fucking history, and then you cheated, and you literally rubbed out us original creators. Fuck you.
Yeah,
I'm going to be the biggest fly in your fucking ointment you've ever fucking had, as I have been, because I've never submitted to your shit. Why would I submit to basically fucking aberrated children and grandchildren that are holding their fucking parents to hostage? Because that's what's going on. Because that's the thing. The real creators, yeah, they're amongst you, and they basically put us amongst the whole fucking sea of people. Go forth and multiply, so we can take all your energy, and then at the end of it, once we've got enough energy, we'll kill you all.
I'm sorry, brother.
That's the energetic plan. Yeah.
No, I'm laughing at this comment that Arlene Portsmouth made.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the comments on YouTube.
I'm not taking offense anyway.
Yeah, I'm approving comments that are kind of flagged, and I like to approve them all. I came across this one. It says, I think, but it's back when we were talking about balls and shit, right? And it says, I think balls are completely, totally overrated. I actually prefer a man who doesn't physically have balls. Balls are so ugly and gross. They remind me of a very large animal. It's just so funny. It's just funny.
Is that person being jabbed?
Pardon me?
Is that person being jabbed?
No, it's just making a joke, I think. Who was
right.
Arlene?
How does it remind her of a really large animal?
I don't know.
How does that work out? Not having balls makes a large animal.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was pretty funny.
Well, it depends how old you are and when you're actually, the stock dropped you down the chimney in this particular split timeline and how fucked up it was,
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like.
Let me ask you. And
sorry, a man in his natural sense, he can be naturally aggressive without doing harm, in the sense of having passion for life, strength to do stuff, vitality. Yeah. It's like, let's go. Do you want a man that's just like sort of, he's too afraid of his own fucking shadow, or, whatever. He's so traumatized that he can't be his natural self. Is that what you want a man to be? Don't you want a man to be a protector of your family when time comes for it? That's why they've created the whole single mother society. Because you know what? All these fatherless children, that's what's made the whole man bitch situation.
That's a pandemic on its own.
It is.
Here in Canada and all the G20 countries and almost everywhere, but especially in these so-called developed countries. Here, let me put myself on the cam here.
Was
These
the father-
so-called developed countries, right? The problem of
and all the family courts basically
fatherless children
are run by masculinized feminists. You know, the Gloria Steinem type. I took a couple of pieces when I was going through that whole process, trying to get access to my daughter, playing it by the book. And my basically Gloria Steinem fucking monarch program fucking mother of my child basically played every red trick in the fucking book. And she got away with running away with my child for fucking 7.5 years when I did nothing wrong, where she was the one that philandered and fucking had an affair. I caught her. And what was her way of getting out of the situation? AVOing me out of the house, saying that I was guilty of verbal violence and all this other fucking shit.
Oh, yeah, the same old
I basically busted her gun, okay?
Yeah.
And the thing is that then she basically uses red tape, so I can only see my daughter for a whole year in childcare, full of all these other feminist-hating men.
Mm-hmm.
That I had to hang around just so I could see my daughter in daycare. It was like a very demeaning experience that I could only visit my daughter there in daycare for a year. And then when I finally got to court, after she cancelled the court, and I had this fucking barrister at the time that cost me fucking $1,500 a pop, and then she just puts in a medical certificate, and it's like, well, there goes another $1,500.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then when I finally get to court, this barrister that's basically hired by my mum tells me, no, don't go that way, go this way, and that way you'll give them too much motive. And I said, listen, dude, I know what the fuck I'm doing. I said, are you here to represent me or what? He goes, I'm actually here to represent your mother and to protect her name. Well, if that's the case, you can fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
He pretty much said it. Now, he was an ex-High Court judge, right, that was now a barrister or QC. And it was sort of like, well, what did you do to fucking lose your High Court judge position and come back to being a barrister? Okay? And it was like, I just said to him, look, she's a black belt in Shotokan and she's accusing me of fucking verbal violence, and she's guilty of verbal violence every day. Okay? And it's just ridiculous. Okay? Because that was the thing. Oh, it's never violent, but I'm always like this, straight to the fucking point. I don't take shit. Okay? I rarely have to get into a fight with anyone. Okay? I'm serious. I don't like fighting. I fucking hate violence. But if push comes to shove, if I've got to fucking do it in order to fucking counter fucking an idiot, I'll fucking do it, all right?
Yeah, me too.
But you've got to have that strength. You have to have that strength required, but you have to be disciplined and self-disciplined, because I am a man of no harm. I really am. I never wanted to be bold. I never wanted to be scared. I just wanted to be fucking left alone to do my fucking thing. But no, I'm poked in my ribs all my life, and then I realised, oh, this is why I'm poked in my fucking ribs.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm this cunt, but a good cunt. But basically the whole fucking Yesu, Jesus, you know, sort of theatre story. And now you know where the Jesus name comes from. It's got a homosexual reference with the top Yesu homosexual priest of the Atlantean priest Melchizedek order. I bet you all didn't know about that real truth, huh? And what the New Age, New Soul Cage tells you all about that. So just know that the New Age is just the same as the Bible, but just with different actor names and different genetic costumes. Metatron. Yeah, it's a robotic version of St. Michael, Archangel Michael of the Bible. You got Raphael.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fucking red shem, head of the red shems. Enoch was the head of the white shems, It's like Azazel was the head of the brown Hathors. These are all fucking Dracos. Elohim's a fucking green Shem Hathors. They've replaced it all. They've made all these angel height. We never had fucking angels and fucking rubbish, because we are the living creators. That's the whole thing. It's like, no, we didn't come down from heaven. Fucking hell. Our whole playground, our whole home was the ancient world of sea, which included Earth.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole thing. It's called Vilagtunga, okay? Or I should say, I should take out the evals and go Vilagtinga. In the old language, music would be like this. See how different it is between monotonal and chordal? How you put that expression through the actual music itself and what that word is. It's got that much more dynamic range, and they took the music out of the language, the chords out of the mat, made it all monotonal.
So you think death metal is kind of trying to express that? Because when you listen to bands,
yeah, it's trying to express what I'm doing here. They're trying to go,
yeah.
Well, we're going, shut up, fucking
yeah.
Now that's monotonic for it, okay? If I make a chordal, you want to do some hard rock? Yeah, we'll give you some hard rock with a funky backbeat like you've never fucking heard. And we were doing this music fucking thousands of years ago. So this is the thing, it's not changed. The feels, flavors, they've just ripped it off and made it look like, oh, okay, what we're going to do, we fucked up with Atlantis times. We almost destroyed the whole earth. It's had to fucking heal for a while. So while it heals, we'll cover up everything, all the technology with the poles and shit like that and whatever, and we'll have to pretend that they all started again from cavemen. Where really the truth about the cavemen are the ones that fucking escaped the city and survived the fucking resets. Because we've had so many split timeline resets periodically, so many. You think about it. For each split time reset, it's probably, what, a couple of 100 years for each reset. And now they've got it down to sort of, they're probably like planning like 120 or 140 year reset this time once they finish Agenda 21, 30 or what. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm basically, because when you really look at it, they could have had well planned a reset for very soon, in the sense of, okay, we're experimenting with your genetics now for what, when the next reset comes, you're all going to wake up in transhumanized bodies. When they copy and paste you over with that left technology, once we do an Ishtan, we sacrifice Ishtan again, the central soul aspect of Ishtan, in a sex ritual that takes down this whole place with the 9/11 event, and then we copy and paste to a new timeline with that left egg technology that I was showing you before. See, they're using a body as the best technology. You get it now, folks?
All the
they can copy and paste a whole omniverse with that body, because that's the microcosm of the omniversal body. You get it? Once you know this body, once you know how to see through your fisheye when you're healing your body in particular, and you can literally see the abstract movement, you can see it all. Once you feel it, you see it all here when you're moving through, and I'm actually feeling it all, and I'm actually using this to look ahead. Because sometimes I've got some really twisted stuff in my body. I need to see that far ahead, because that's how much they've munched my fucking body my whole fucking life, to try and make me a cripple, to put me in a wheelchair and make them dependent on that. And they'll laugh at me thinking, oh, he hasn't worked out that he actually doesn't die, because he's one of the original ones. But I made sure that I worked out how not to die anyway by becoming magnetism, by making it proactive. Like really in my power, knowing what my essence is before this name game fiction. And I know that. And once you know what you is, and you've woken up in this split timeline, in this Truman Matrix show that's got a total distraction. Because once you know your energy in the sense of magnetism, and you know how your body circuitry works, most of the rest after that is a complete fucking distraction. And you need to know yourself first. Once you know yourself first, then you know the whole omniverse. You know the whole Earth microcosm. You know the whole Milky Way microcosm. Oh, yeah, they're in for a rude fucking awakening, all right, because I'm not going to back down from this shit at all. I've fucking had enough. I've had to put up with centuries of this shit. We all have. It's just that I've gotten past the amnesia. I've worked out a way through. The way I've fucking pulled myself out of this matrix is by plugging myself back into nature and becoming magnetized and standing my ground here and going, fuck off. Because once you become magnetized, there's no other level before that you can go to. That's it. So these sadistic fox hunters, human fox hunters, become the hunted. And as I was going to say before, at the end of the day, the hurter is the one that always ends up the most hurt. That's why they weaponize their pain, to avoid facing this. And they'd rather go out in a screaming heat. who never have to face their soul again, and basically all the rest of it. And you know what? I could turn them all into a blade of grass. We all could, and make them start the evolutionary process again. But the problem is that if we do that, some of these first children are important aspects of nature that are in an aberrated state. And we need them back in there because they're that old. And they take advantage of this. But this is the truth, I hate to say. And so I prefer, if it was possible, to disinfect these fuckers for as long as it takes until they're ready to be out of this mental biological sickness. Okay?
That's what
Because
sickness.
I want to do this without doing harm, and do so we can all go back to our original reality. Now, in the first place, it's like, well, they might say, well, why didn't you protect the male lines of the mushrooms, you know, coming back through the forest and recycling stuff and going back to the mushroom and recycling, and then the masculine takes the feminine spores of the mushrooms back out again. So basically, because it's the architectural structure for the body of it, like everything's masculine and feminine equally. So all life gets it. And then the masculine part comes back to the plant, okay? And they hijacked that line and fucked it up. They well knew and all that sort of stuff. But the thing was, we didn't protect it in the first place because this place was built out of love and trust. And that's what we are, okay, in the sense of the original mother and original father. They spent a long time creating the whole omniverse before even children were actualized in all senses through their own children and nature's children, all of it. It was built in a way out of pure magnetism and love. You know, well, magnetism, love is magnetism, but love is actually the delivery of magnetism, making love, okay?
Yeah.
So the thing is that since they came from us, we can't understand what made them so aberrated to do that, because they were only made from that. And you know what? There is a part of me that won't go there for the final piece until I'm face to face with these aberrated children.
Mm-hmm.
And then my soul will let something out that won't let me out now, because it has to come out with them. Basically, it's their fault, but I really can't understand, or should say understand, comprehend. In a trauma-free world, why the fuck? What went wrong? Why did they want to be that lazy to just experiment with this? To go, okay, let's make some technology out of this that we don't have to basically learn everything to get everything done. Now, what created that? Why would you want to do that? To basically risk the whole of creation to say that you can find a shortcut to consciousness that ended up, look, as soon as you did it, it fucked up, it failed, it endocrine disrupted you straight away. You turned the male's female, female's male, and then you basically turned into absolutely mad, insane people, and then you destroyed the induction ceremony for the children that were ready to go off and create their own omniverses because they had learnt the law. Except you guys decided to spend all your time trying to shortcut it, and they'd actually gotten to the stage of actually knowing all of it without needing to shortcut it in the same time. So you basically wasted your time with what we call misguided intellect. But why would you do that? This is why the motivation for it. The fact that I've remembered all of this, they never, in their wildest dreams, would have ever considered that how I was 20 years ago, they think I'd be in this position now, laying this down to them. That there's only one bit that I don't know, that I can't remember yet. And I'm sure my soul's blocking from it because I've remembered everything else. Sure, there's other details, plenty of shit stains along the way and twisted stuff of them hiding their stuff from mass massacres and stuff like that that they don't want us to ever find because they know how fucking mad we get about it. And also how the fuck they managed to basically defeat the first Homo sapiens. Well, guess what? They closed down certain timelines where they didn't defeat them, and they've left them in limbo. And I tried to bring through a lot of timelines too. But at the same time, they did some massive massacres. You want to talk about a Holocaust? the Mudja family tribal holocaust, which is all what you know as the indigenous tribes around the world. But then I'm going to call them indigenous because they're not indigenous. Indigenous original tribes of the world that do no harm. They all got trashed. I can't hide how that makes me feel. But you know what gets me over it much quicker? That it's a fiction reality that should have never fucking happened because they cheated and they thought they'd get away with it. You know, they thought, oh, people would be too crazy to talk about time travel and shit like that and blah, 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 because we got it all in fiction. And then we'll just call them cakes and give them to the shrinks and blah, blah, blah. Well, I've explained how all this technology works in the most simple way possible so anyone can get it. Take years off the fucking combobulated stuff from anyone thinking, oh, that's too complicated. I don't want to go there. It's not learn it. No, it's not. The foundations are really simple.
Bro, people are saying that you should hydrate and drink some water because you've been talking for 7 hours there and you haven't drank too much.
Yeah, I had this. This was like a coffee sort of tonic thing. But at the same time, I didn't want to walk away from the screen and I just felt I had to give my thing. So thank you very kindly. I will do that. I'll just be very
we'll take a break. Don't feel like you have to dehydrate.
Just
dehydrate yourself because of us. That's not cool. Okay, so while Gods is grabbing a drink, guys, let's just quickly go through this stuff over here and give you guys a heads up as to what's happening here pretty quick, and we'll get Gods to have a drink and hydrate for a second. So on January the 8th, and January the 9th, guys, we have the Walk-ins conference happening at portaltoascension.org, and that address is scrolling down below. Check that out. Fantastic conference coming up, as PTA always has. And on December the 21st, we also have a day event happening, starting with a rock and stone ceremony in Australia, which will be at 7:30 in the morning here Pacific Standard Time. So that would be Los Angeles time or Seattle time or Vancouver time. This is what we did last year. 15 million of us got together and affected the Schumann resonance so much so that we crashed it, and it wasn't recording anymore because we were vibrating so high. So at this ceremony coming up on the 21st, Stephen and Evan Strong, they're going to be displaying some sacred extraterrestrial bones, sacred rocks from all around the world, and some Atlantean rings that they are custodians of that were at Angkor Wat. So the ceremony is going to go from 7:30 to 8:30 in the morning, and then we're going to take a half an hour break, and then at 9 o'clock, we are going to pick up with 2 roads and a single path. Which will you choose? And in this one, we are featuring a pile of speakers, and this has actually changed a little bit since we've been speaking throughout the day. So at 7:30 in the morning, it'll be Uluru Rock Ceremony until 8:30, and then we'll have a break until 9 o'clock, and then we'll do our opening. And at 9:15, we'll have Diane Curtis. And at 10 o'clock, Dr. Joan of Angels. And at 11 o'clock, Neil Gore. 12 o'clock, Gloria Cannon. 1 o'clock, Michael Feely. 2 o'clock, Aaron Fowler. And at 3 o'clock, well, Rodney is going to be a later in the day, so I have to kind of fix that. But Rodney McGilvery will be there. And then at 4 o'clock, we have Ray Davis. 4:30, John Shaughnessy. And then at 5 o'clock, Leonard O'Neill. 6 o'clock, Stephen and Evan Strong. 7 o'clock, Carrie Ann, and then at 8 o'clock, we will do a panel and close the day off at 9 o'clock with a short meditation. And of course, we have our other event coming up, which is on January the 1st and January the 2nd. And this is the Etherical Retreat. This is a workshop event where we will be featuring 10 speakers that will give us a lecture for about 45 minutes and then spend another 45 minutes to an hour practicing with us in different meditation techniques, self-alignment, self-hypnotherapy, humming, sound vibration, sound healing, things like that. So it's going to be an incredible 2 days. And with Christmas coming up, guys, a gift that just keeps on giving is our buddy Brad Olson, Beyond Esoterics. And guys, I don't get paid for any of this, like promoting Brad Olson's books here. It's just you go to his website, bradolson.com, and you just simply order your book from there. There's nothing monetary involved for me. I just believe in the product, and I love Brad Olson, and he is a fantastic teacher. So one of the reasons why I would like people to read this esoteric series. I've read one book in it, and I'd love to read the other two, and that's going to happen pretty soon. And I feel that everyone should. Brad is an incredible teacher, an incredible dude. So, this is a Christmas gift that just keeps on giving and giving and giving. So I love it, these types of gifts. And of course, least but not last, my new friend, Scott Goulet from Front Page International. I've been following him for about a year now. And, I don't listen to any other mainstream news anymore. I used to, and I kind of gave up on that. And I went looking for alternative news. And through a lot of weeding out, Front Page International is what I found. I get, just straight up truth from this man. And you got to kind of read in between the lines because of the censorship here on YouTube. But you guys are woke, and you'll get the idea of what he's saying. So after this stream, consider going over to Front Page International and subscribing and checking out what Scott has to say. And that's really what's coming up here for us in the next few weeks. We're also working on an event for January the 22nd, which is going to be really based around planets in our solar system, calling it the keys to the solar system. And we're going to be talking about different planets in the solar system and their esoteric meaning and their space meaning, their solar system meaning, what's going on there, and things like that. And because I'm quite well versed on Saturn, I'm putting together a new presentation for Saturn for this particular event. So that should be a gooder. So, and also just to remind you guys that Watchers Talk does have a Telegram chat room, and I'll post a link to that, or the link is actually in the description of this video. If you guys want to head on over there and join our Telegram chat room, because I post a lot of stuff on there, and would really like to dialogue with you guys there, and share things back and forth and have a conversation. So I hope to see you guys at in the Telegram chat room, because I'm kind of trying to transition away from Facebook because of the metaverse that's coming up, and I don't really want to be involved with metaverse. It's not really my thing. I don't want them to hijack my consciousness like that. So because of that, I am quite with text and video like we have. So that's why I'm trying to build my Telegram chat room where we can all gather and we can still continue to be the way we are without having our consciousness jacked, because that's really what the metaverse is all about.
Well, that's it. It's deathverse. That's what it's saying.
Yeah.
Meta in Hebrew is death, and also in Greek, it basically means gone. Same thing. Like, yeah.
Can you move your camera up a little bit, bro?
Sure, brother. Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's great that you
just actually got a coffee on the way, actually. It gave me enough time to sort of put together one of my tonics, actually, so I can go for another 7 hours. I'm joking. I'm not actually. I could if I need to.
I don't know.
Well, I've been up since when? How many? I've been up
we've been live now for 7 hours and 17 minutes. This is the longest I've gone with a single speaker. This is like a day event in itself.
Yeah, right, absolutely. And it's quite interesting because I've actually slowed down a little bit on the information. I guess I've revealed a bit about myself in the sense that I've actually chilled out a bit, and I've actually just given a bit of curry towards the joke world order. Because everyone knows what I'm like when it comes to these people. What they've done to me, they have sadistically tortured me all my fucking life. How do you expect me not to be otherwise, in the sense of most people would be so traumatized and so fucked up, they wouldn't have even the strength to be the way that I be at the moment, okay? And the thing is, I'm actually okay.
This is righteous anger.
Mm-hmm.
If you walked just 10 miles in my shoes, I don't know how many people would actually be able to survive. I'm serious. With some of the stuff that I've been through is so surreal and so beyond. Like, imagine getting hijacked in 1998 in October, and then literally you're taken and put into another body for 60 years, and then brought back after 60 years, and then put back at the same time in the same place that you were taken that 60 years. All this time travel got my consciousness. What's that tie? Now it's time to enter into the fourth dimension via sleeping, where my consciousness will take over. Good night, everyone. Actually, you want to go to delta wave, theta wave, and avoid all the alpha wave, beta wave, gamma wave that they can hack into your dreams. You get a good rest in delta wave and theta wave. I'm serious about that.
Thank you for being here today, Organic. I really appreciate it and appreciate your support.
Just one moment.
Yeah. Take your time, bro. Take your time. This is a coffee break. And if you guys want to take a break too, you should stay hydrated as well. I've been staying hydrated. I did have a big bottle of beer here not that long ago. It was a big bottle like that of Corona that I was sipping away on. And of course, my happy bowl right here, right, which I truly appreciate.
As you see, in 7 hours, I've literally smoked. I think I smoked one joint. I think I've had one puff of that. That's it. And as people noticed, I didn't drink any liquid. Now, I can do that for a while. Now, it's actually hot here today, and that was actually a wise thing to do because it's actually sort of kicking into summer humid weather. It's cloudy today, and it's hot. But these, I'll tell you what's in this particular coffee, okay? I actually get really good organic coffee beans. I get all this combination of the best coffee beans in the world, actually.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of places I get it from around here. And then I grind it all myself, and I put it all in a plunger. And the first thing I do is put just a little bit of sodium bicarbonate in there to make the coffee acid alkaline. Straight away, bingo. And so after that, I get some cacao butter, some normal butter, and some coconut oil. Because the normal butter draws out the psychoactive ingredients in the coffee beans and draws it into coconut oil, which is the best carrier. So you're actually getting kind of like stoned off the coffee, but you're not really getting stoned. It gives you this deep focus where you can literally study and work, do whatever you need. You go to 8-10 hours, bang. And you don't get any jitters from coffee, nothing, okay? Just this cool, straight, clear. Well, look at me, the last 7 hours. I haven't really flinched much. I've got my goat up a couple of times today, but that's normal, because that's the thing. It's like you have a right to feel angry when you've been totally fucked over. And we have. Look at me. It's like, who would fucking know who the fuck I am? Who would know who the fuck anybody is in these cartoon skin suits we are at the moment? If you only knew what we actually really looked like. When we,
exactly.
If you actually got to see our genetic creations before they butchered this into us. But you know what? Because these are still modelled off what we made initially, even though they put a 7-chakra crab core overlay on us, okay? Which you can use that and you can ground. And I did that initially. And I just grounded myself, just magnetized myself through the 7 chakras. But after a while, I'm going, you know what? I got to literally the creation codes of the Levite priest thing. And I worked out how to look at it straight through the 2 knees here, connecting up all the chakras, getting your body in a certain way. And then at the last moment, I went, you know what? I'm not fucking going there because that's their bullshit, not ours. So I had to go through that first. I made it all the way to the creation codes. That was in 2016. So then I go, okay. And I was starting to sing, but I wasn't doing that low, deep singing, but I just knew I got to sing. Something about singing in the language. And so I go, okay. I've just got to keep working on it until it comes to me. You know, it's all these blocks they put in your body, frequency fences, all sorts of things. That's right. I don't fake. I'm so magnetized, brother. I've been up for 2 days already.
Yeah, no shit, right? Because I messaged you last night.
Yeah.
While I was cooking, and I was like, "Hey, brother, people are asking for you on the channel because the last show that we did with Dave Gannett about Mars,
Yep.
There were comments asking for you, and I reached out to you, and you're like, yeah, let's do it." And that was like your night, right? So you'd already been awake all day and all night,
Yep.
and then this morning, 5 o'clock your time, we started this, and that was 7.5 hours ago. We're
Well, the thing
going
is,
for record here, folks. And I did promise this. If you guys remember those, I did promise this like way back when we did what was that, Forgery Unmasked, when we did the panel, and I was asked people, I was like, who wants to see Gauze come back and speak for 8 hours? And people's hands just went up like crazy, and so here we are, you know, almost at 8 hours.
And you know what? I still feel like I could have packed more into these 8 hours, but you know what? That's me. I'm not content with mediocrity.
You got to take it easy on us.
Yeah. I guess, well, that's the thing. It's like I want to give you all of it, you know? I've been holding back so much. This is the thing. Like what I've been releasing for a lot of years has been freaking out people enough in the sense of pushing their buttons, all sorts of things, you know, and sorts of memories. And yeah, I've got a way of hitting on information and stuff. Yeah, I do know psychology. I do know the occult. I do know their coding. I am a code breaker. Mm-hmm. Was known as the great builder because I build the foundations. I'm a roots man, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I give people the foundations. I go, here are the roots, okay? That's what I am. I look after the roots, the thick roots, the thin root fibers, all of it. If I don't do it, we're all in trouble. And that's why, because I'm in the engine room pumping all the gas down there, well, that's my nature. I'm burning. I am the burning. And it's like, if I'm not like that in my nature, I don't get my fucking job done. So that's it. I've got to do that. And if I don't do that, well, you know, there's a bigger guy than me that's running the Omniversal tree. He's my mate Dragon. I wonder if he's finally remembered that's who he is, because I haven't talked to him since 2015. I don't want to say his name. The elites know his name. I respect him too much to basically say his name unless I talk to him. I hear from him again and he goes, "G'day, mate, how you fucking doing?" I said, because he told me his name after I knew him for 5 years. He trusted me because he said, "You know what? You're the only one that listened to me who got it." Now, you're talking about a guy who was one of the first super soldiers. He was trained at DARPA, Donald Rumsfeld, talking to Project Pegasus, 1972. And then he went to Montauk, where basically he knew Barry Soweto, otherwise known as Obama now. Okay? So, and he even said, Obama was actually a good bloke back then, but that's what they've turned him into now. Well, that's another thing. But he said when he was a younger man, he's actually a good bloke. And there's a couple of times he did the right thing by me and I did the right thing by him. And the thing is about this Dragon guy, he always sabotaged his missions, especially when the mission started out as a war drill, like in Central America or something, and then ended up as a real situation that was all over the world news. In the sense that there were parts of his team that started taking out innocent civilians in a drill, and he would lose it, and he'd take out the whole battalion to protect the civilians. You're talking about a black ops guy, you know, like people, armies that are not meant to be around and shit like that. So he was always sabotaging his missions to do the right thing by humanity. And hence, unlike Andrew Basiago, Joan Cremer, sorry, your Montauk people, you got given good jobs because they were able to program you, okay, to do your jobs. This guy, he broke programming. He lived on the fringe like me. And he had Masons chasing after him every fucking day for months and fighting, just like I've been through too. I've literally fought every fucking sorcerer in this world. They've all packed against me. They use it as entertainment. And they think, which one of his family members can we bet on next to go against him to basically engage him into fight? You know, what's a worthy competition for it? That's all they fucking do with me. Get people I love, that my family, that I know they're my family, that they haven't even worked out they're my family yet. If I go there, they think I'm fucking stupid in a certain way because they're not that, they haven't met themselves at that level. I can sort of communicate that stuff. A couple of people I have. But then when I do, and I get through to them, but then when they get MK Ultra flipped, they get flipped against me and say, oh, you know, how could I come from your seed and blah, blah, blah. Well, they stole my seed in the Malda project.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a remote viewer to say, hey, I want you to look around the manor there and look in the rooms that I never got access to and tell me what was going on and what were they doing with my sperm. Tell me.
Mm-hmm.
And I got this woman to do it. One of the ones that was sent in to basically snare me as an heir. And I basically went through 2 of her clients and I said, sorry, you know, fuck off. And then they had to roll out the real one. And I go, ah, you're real. And I even said to her, I said, you realise they rolled out your fucking clone? Because I had so significant information. It's intimate information between a man and a woman. It's not necessarily sexual, but when you're having a decent nature custodian connection between a man and a woman, you can't bullshit. You've got to be intimate and adults at the same time, okay?
Yeah.
And so you've got to be able to discuss and describe anything. And I said to her, look, I showed you this time back here in July where basically you told me, we'll see you later, Red Raider, blah, blah, all that. And I went, fine, see ya. So I knew you were cloned back then. And then when I show you all these months later, you say you don't remember, I show it to you and you go, oh my goodness, I don't even remember that. And I said, that's because clones don't have soul memories. They're only programmed with what's put in them, in the brain usually.
Like a robot.
They can manage to get in if they've got to put in some extra algorithms. They go, oh shit, he's pulled that one out, so we're going to have to make some dialogue up for the clone for this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. When you trap a clone with soul significant, you know when you have a caudal moment with someone and you never forget that moment for the rest of your life, that sort of stuff. The clones don't have memory of that stuff, so that tells you straight away. It's the soul stuff they can't program. They can't get it. They make clones from soul imprints. Like, look at it. There's on your hands. They're soul imprints. Now, ask the question, were those soul imprints on our first Homo sapien hands? Or did they deliberately put them there in these bodies? Because these, there's an old Latin saying, what is it? In manibus fortuna. Fortune lies in the hands. Something like that. Manibus, yeah. And these are your main medicine wheels for healing. It's through these. Okay, you're doing normal sort of healing on your body, okay? You're moving stuff around. It's amazing today, my body's actually not moving around. This has been moving around for the last 3 weeks. It's actually stopped up for a bit at the moment, which is actually a good rest. So I've done some pretty amazing healing. I don't know. You compare my shoulders to the last video. I've actually sewed things back on again. So I had these security guards in the ER, okay, in the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital when I went. Like literally, I've been injured by fucking every sorcerer, including fucking Aquino and all those fucking scumbags and shit like that. And that guy can hit you from the astrology up there to inside your head, okay? I had to work with him on that level. That was good. I've done that before. I managed to tap into it. Now, basically, I'm in this hospital. My body's a fucking mess. It's like a 40-degree day. I'm overheating. And then something snaps down in my groin area, ricochets up my spine, and then something goes here
it just literally starts rolling my shoulder, my neck, and I'm going, oh, fuck, where's this going to end up? I've been writing this for 3 years now, every day, almost 8 hours every day, 8 to 16 hours every day, learning my body because I've got no choice, because it's moving around, it's shifting, what's going around, it's falling apart. And what did the major trigger was 3 Dracos attacked me in 2013. No, 2014, actually. And they literally did this big twist. They did this big twist on the top of my crown that literally made my body like splice. And this was fucked up. I remember it was a big year that year, and I still managed to get the most work done despite being in that situation. I look back and I go, how the fuck did I get through all that? Why? I was just that hungry to know the truth, to get through it all, everything. You see those pictures with Attila that I showed before, that you showed before. You saw the intensity between us at times in those pictures. We were on it all the time. Now, my body was absolutely fucked back then compared to what it is now. I had more weight on. Yeah, I got dreads. And we were fiercely discussing stuff all the time. But we had a fucking great time together. Because we both learnt so much more. So I had something to offer him as well as him me. Because I filled him in on all the conspiracy stuff. I said, dude, you've got all these Jews and Masons around you pretending to be your friend, but they're using you as your muse because they're fucking blind about your history and they want to know about it all. They're going to basically steal it all and work out a way to gatekeep it, okay? And I said, and I understand you got to, for your work, you got to keep your bread buttered with these people as well. So it's a hard situation for you. I can see your life has been difficult like that, but unfortunately, these Masons have pretended to be your friend, but they've been gaslighting you the whole fucking time. And this is why you haven't been able to finish your book, Tasmanian Languages book, since you started in 1989.
Mm-hmm.
So I just basically cleared the space for him to be able to have no people gate crashing his life anymore, no Masons and agents coming in, sort of barristers running into him in the surf going, hi, how are you? And goes, oh, yeah, I'll represent you in this court case, you know, against the Department of Housing and this, that and the other, and just basically fleeced sort of Attila of $10,000 for doing fuck all. And then basically he was in association with Robin Chemist, the Deputy Mayor of Sydney. And then he gets a postcard from overseas, like a couple of months later or something, from both of them together, pretty much the postcard taking a piss saying, well, we're taking a holiday on your money. And so it's like, this man, what they did to this man, and it's like, so many people were involved in official positions and stuff. Now, this barrister, his name was Peter Murphy. If you're out there, I know you love your fucking teeny boppers and all the fucking rest of it. They're all fucking pedophiles. I couldn't give a fuck. I can defeat any of you fucking barristers fucking fencing fucking technicalities like faggots to uphold the fucking bar so the fucking content, you know, of the court doesn't get fucking seen. And then you charge people hundreds of thousands of dollars for fencing technicalities like faggots, you fucking assholes. Upholding the bar, the bench, the bank. You know, you got just as much chance of winning a legal case every year as winning on a poker machine. I kid you not, 13 to 14%. I found out because my father owned shared in a pub once time and he told me the breakdown of it. Okay? It was back in the 80s. Now, so that means that they guarantee 86 to 80% of all court cases every year in each country, every division, are lost cases that they're making money for upholding the bar. They all know this percentage. And these judges and magistrates. I've talked with many prostitutes, okay, and working women. I live in that area. I've lived in this area for about 2004, beginning of 2004. So it's quite a while now, on my 18th year or something like that. Now,
these judges, because they're basically playing God with people's lives every day and determining their fate, they have to live with the conscience of that. So they weaponize their pain and basically get off on literally having a madam basically spank the fuck out of them in these sort of, what do they call, B&D dungeons, okay? So it's like bondage and discipline. And that's the only way a lot of these top magistrates and judges can actually get off. Now, I also know of a certain person that worked in a certain shop up here, and he was in the, you could say, like the high sort of homosexual community. He basically was stupid enough to abuse someone and put them online, and he got in trouble. But all he had to do for the judge was, this particular judge, he'd been supplying him young boys. So this gay guy, yeah, basically went overseas and got away with it, and this judge took care of it. So this is real reality. I'm telling you real stories. I'm not bullshitting. I'm not making any of this stuff up. I live next to King's Cross. You look at what King's Cross was like. Abe Saffron, you know, and other people. They get nobodies from out west and they make them king of the cross, right? Like Abe Saffron, there's this other guy, Leb guy, I won't say his name. And they've closed him down now. And they're always getting a nobody from out there, making the king of the cross out there to be their fall guy for all the big pins behind them, okay? And basically, it's so much organised crime around here. I will say this. The drugs here are run by the police. No, I think it's the Wentworth building, the Australian Federal Police building, just in town here. 17th floor downstairs. That's where they got all the confiscated drugs from other drug busts that they resell and put back out onto the streets. Australian Federal Police. Yep, I'm going online saying that. It's fucking true. There's places in the world they get rid of the fucking corrupt police and the courts, and all of a sudden they don't have any crime and problem with drugs. Because most of the drugs in the world are going through all these corrupt police. Because we've got fucking Freemasons through the police force. We've got Freemasons through the medical community. We've got Freemasons through the legal community. This is organised fucking crime. And Masons are all about, oh, let's create a new problem so we can profit from it. Yeah, let's create more order out of chaos. Now, where's the long-term vision in that? So let's run Earth and everything in the environment into the ground. Oh, yeah, no worries. They're just going to trash all these humans here and then basically come back and they got all their seed vaults and all that sort of thing and they'll just make a perfect world for themselves again. Well, no, not quite, because basically the original mother and the original father are fucking fed up with this fucking shit. What's left of us. We've been cut down from this size. We were 100-foot giants at one stage. We had that much oxygen and carbon. Here's Rothschild now trying to demonise carbon. It's part of our atmosphere. It's, you know, plants need it. It's their oxygen because they're giving us oxygen. And the heat in the atmosphere, as I said, is carried by the oxygen. We don't feel the sun's rays unless we have oxygen carrying the heat. Now, do they teach that in science these days? No. That's how it is, though. And that oxygen, the heat, is actually the masculine aspect. Then you've got the water in there too, the hydrogen. There's more nitrogen in the air than oxygen. Why don't they talk about that? So everything we've been told is such a lie. And you've got to look at the systems. And all the systems have everything. Almost everything has been Kabbalah infused and generated. So go through all the systems. All of you people know the truth. You know, all the Hindu people, the Buddhist people, stuff like that. Buddhist people I can help big time. By just like literally showing you, look, here's a Ganta, Dorje. I'll show you all the mudras, get all the stuff happening. And then get the music happening with the drawbars, okay?
Like the low pedal notes, like the drawbars on the church organs. It's all modelled off this human body. Build those big pipes, stuff like that. We can get those tones here. Wait till I'm warmed up. So I'm pretty happy with that as it is. When was the last time you heard a human voice do that? Sound like that? It's got to come from someone, doesn't it?
Just from you.
Just fluking. I'm not just fluking it. That's the thing. It is a language.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a woman that I've found that I'm doing nature custodian work with now who does speak that language. There's 2 women that have stepped up to the plate. Really ballsy too. And I know other women that are totally capable of it. And I'm thinking, what's all these women that are totally capable of, they're not stepping up to the plate. They've been replaced by clones too, and they're just gymming me along. Not the women, but the usual fucking joke world order, usual suspects. Or has it come to such a point that people are so traumatized that trying to face their soul is just so scary? Knowing the truth, like, fuck, the opportunity to find it is actually there. For me, I can't get enough of it. You know, I feel crook if I can't find the truth, if I can't express myself freely, like in this language. When I go, I think of Ishtar, and it's like, so that's the thing. Some people, if they're open, they want that freedom. This is the liberation and emancipation and empowerment that they want. Once you become with magnetism, that's it. These fuckers are going to be running away from you. It's sadistic human fox hunters become the hunted. I'm serious. And if they try to attack you in packs like they did before I became fully magnetized, fuck, that's hardcore. But once you get fully magnetized, that's it. Once you're swaying on that pendulum like I was yesterday morning, and I was going, whoa, I just literally leaned back into the magnetism and it held me up and swayed me. I was literally completely in the magnetism, and it's probably the deepest in the present moment of now I've ever been. And I'm going, wow, how's everyone going to get this? It's like everyone's so used to being sort of back here. Say this is the present moment of now right here, and everyone's used to being back here. And then someone comes right up, the present moment of now, it really comes right up to your face. It's like, whoa. And you have to get that present, that literally when you're getting the magnetism to heal your body, and you go, okay, magnetism, do it. You're bouncing around, you've got this rhythm happening. I'm not going to do it right now. I need to get into an intimate space to do it. And basically speaking, you've got total trust in your soul and then total trust in the magnetism of all the prime elements. That's an incredible feeling to put your trust in nature like that. So just let that just heal your body. And it did the biggest body movement. It put my right shoulder blade. It was completely stuffed up. There was one stage I couldn't even rotate my arm like this, okay, just normally at all, because of the injuries that these security guards did in emergency. Because this young intern doctor, I was trying to explain these injuries to them in an intelligent way. I say, yeah, I'm having trouble on my feet at the moment because I've got stuff is twisting around in my body, stuff like that. And it was almost like they were all ready for me. They didn't even want to listen. Because when you're dealing with the top Octopi 8, 9, which my scripted mother's part of, these people know how to move so swiftly and subtly that there's no culpability. They cover their tracks so well. They just get so many useful idiots in front of them to do all their dirty work. They can manipulate them without even them being manipulated, because people are so stupid, because they're so gullible and just accept the life that they're given. But unfortunately, we have all been that so horribly common. Like, I even think to myself at times, what a fucking bizarre reality. It starts with this original organic family, and then we just had a couple of kids that went rancid, and it's like we've had to wait 2.2 million years until now to be able to get it back, because when they did put the tear in the original Omni, before they later on, after 1,500 years, had a plan to literally chop it all up into mincemeat, put it into a long linear row, okay, of entrails, and then a whole heap of parallel lines to that guy that was saying parallel universes. Yeah, links to parallel split timelines as well. We're not meant to have split parallel universes. Everything's meant to be interconnected as it is in the real astral. I'll get onto that. And of liquid in interconnected omni realms and worlds. So what happens when you chop up this so much, us and nature, you keep on chopping it up and making it smaller and smaller and smaller every time you copy and paste onto a new split timeline in linear sort of rows. Oh, that's their new reality. And we're basically, once upon a time, say they're chopping up into linear rows, and then from going from there to going to there takes thousands of linear years compared to in the original omni thing where you're in the center of the omni. In a blink of an eye, you're already there consciously or even materializing there if you need to. That's a perfect frictionless reality that we came from because we were so magnetized, we had that ability. That's what gives the fluid, conscious fluid intelligence required so the feminine can actually be anywhere in the omni instantly and detect things. And that's why I said the Mudja language is the delivery system of that magnetic consciousness, so nature can actually communicate with itself, all interconnected parts, all of us, the trees, everything, before sound or light creation can actually occur, actually happen. It kind of makes sense. We've got to have a conscious communication. That's instinct. It's instant. Intuition is what shapes the instinct. When you come from the instinct, that heart gets protected immediately. And this day and age, so much rubbish every day is just targeted at our hearts. Yeah, be open with your heart. No, that's the worst possible thing you can do. You've got to protect that. That's your main motor. If you want to use that fine intuition shaping this, you've got to protect it. Otherwise, this is going to get electrically burnt out with saturated energy of the overcharge. See, the thing is with the whole Draco thing, they oversaturate things. They make things too strong. Like in their men that they make in their reptoid human hybrids, they pump so much testosterone into them they go bald. Seriously, that's where baldness comes from. It's the reptoid gene. It's not a Mudja gene. We didn't go bald. And yeah, I've copped it. I'm literally being hybrid from that many reptoid genes.
I got a full head of hair.
Well, they've basically fucked into my family's genetics to constantly make new lines all the time.
Does somebody have their
process? We end up with their genetics. So I have to work the best out of a bad situation. Well, if they're bloodline collectors, well, I get all their genetics as well. Not in the way that I should get them, but it enables me to see into them. And I understand their psychopathy and what makes them tick, as I've described them today. So I've had to, without becoming one myself. So I've been surrounded by them. Like my scripted mother in particular, total psychopath. Like when she used to lose the plot, you'd want to stay away. When my father lose the plot, he was pretty bad, but there was a limit. With her, there was no limit. It was unpredictable what she could do. She once threw a glass at my head, right across the balcony from the kitchen, precision fucking accuracy. Oh, this would have been when I was like 17, 18 or something. And literally that glass clocked me in the back of the head. I had to go to hospital and get stitches. So there's some of the things that would just happen in normal domestic life. So it's like, and she had a wrist. She's so powerful in her wrists. She could open anything. She had more powerful wrists than my father. I think, fuck, how many people has she killed with those wrists? Even though she plays the perfect philanthropic role in society as a distinguished sort of pathologist and, you know, went to Sydney Uni, Royal College of Medicine. She got some breakthrough in the 50s that was like paved the way for cancer research. I got the feeling she discovered the mycoplasma or something like that.
Never been able to talk to her, but I've got a pretty strong feeling it's that. Because to pave the way for cancer research, you've got to know about that stuff. And then once they realise that all the cancer research, there's so many cures to it, there's no money to be made out of it. So they go, okay, we'll just use AZT stuff when it comes along and keep people radiated. And that's what they did for the AIDS thing. HIV doesn't cause AIDS, another hoax like what's going on at the moment. And then, basically speaking, people that do get cancer now, they give them this, you know, same AZT stuff, you know, chemotherapy that, you know, it's designed to kill you before the actual cancer does. That's what happens to most people. It's actually the strongest people with the will to live who actually survive the chemotherapy that it's like, well, there was one guy, a millionaire recently, I gave advice to, he was a friend of a friend. And I said to him, I said, these are all the guaranteed cures for cancer I know that work, preventing it. And I've taken all of them. I wouldn't be surprised if I've had it myself at certain points in my life because I don't know what I haven't been poisoned with. I've had one health issue after the other through most of my life until I got completely on top of my nutrition in such a way. You know, I've got more energy now. I'm still slightly injured, but I'm actually much better than when I talked last show because I know how to heal my body. I can actually show the allopathic medical profession, okay, I get into a deep, intimate space, but I can actually move my body around like Play-Doh and clay now with the magnetism. Because when you do it, you do the magnetism from just above your skin level. When you feel here, okay, when I feel, say, with the medicine wheel just in here, I can move stuff. Now, I don't need to move stuff at the moment, so my body's, it's amazing. I've actually healed all this stuff. Look, I've got my veins back. Got everything's working. This was all twisted. This was all out of place. I had this Mason, Mark Roper, twist this finger 360 degrees because they basically set up an old flatmate of mine to go and hock his base and then blame it on me. More fucking shit that I didn't need. And my body back then was in a really bad way. I still didn't know what to do about it. And so I didn't want to get into a fight, but I didn't want to take shit from him in my own place with him making fucking demands on me, coming in with his fucking playing good cop, bad cop with his fucking flatmate that had fucked off with him for 3 months and not paid rent. Anyway, yeah, his father was a Mason, all the rest of it. He's a fuckwit. Now he's out there basically, member of the OTO, basically bludging up to, you know, the third eye sort of Aboriginal crowd. See, they've got so locked down, these people, through people like him. Yeah, and I mentioned his fucking name. Because that's it. I couldn't play the guitar the same after that. You permanently injured this. Now, as I finally worked out how to magnetically heal my body this many years later, I can put it back into place and sort it out and move on. I won't worry about a fucking puerile little fuckwit like you.
So, bro, we're hitting the 8-hour marker here. We're at like 7 hours, 56 minutes.
Are there any questions that I haven't answered or finished? I should tie up all that really, but
yeah, there's before I close off, you pretty much answered everything. Before we close off, I want to hear your thoughts about dragons. We have dragons all over the planet. We have them in China. We see them in Central America.
Two types of dragons.
They're everywhere. So, like, tell me what you think about the dragons and how they're connected to reptilian or reptoids or anything like that. Like, what is their representation or their expression supposed to mean?
Well, it's like you look at the form of their bodies. The reptoid ones have got the more jagged sort of points on the dragons, okay? With the original reptilian ones, they're more curved. It's as simple as that. So you're not going to find many of the original reptilian dragons because they're going to show up, the Draco dragons, as being a sort of a fake version. Because what they've done, the Dracos themselves have identity hijacked the original reptilians to be the reptilians, okay? The same as the Satanists have got the veil, they change it, what's Hebrew and Jewish, basically identity hijack everything that's Mudja and then pervert it, you know, into like their false sort of heritage, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they were literally split off us through massacre stuff and stealing our souls after that through soul lines in the earth, stuff like that, to go into the Malagenetic Project to make a race of people to go against the Mudgers. I'm sorry, but that's how you were created. And that's why they circumcise you and they make you a menorah, a horizontal ring of bondage and slavery. So that ring is meant to be in the center. Like that menorah, it's got 7 candles, right? Does it make sense to put 7 candles across you? No. Makes sense to put the 7 like that, like you use with your chakras. When you have a ring, you don't have a ring that's horizontal across your head. It's actually vertical. Mm-hmm. Like as you see on my page with that Arma Nugger one that they copied off us, that they stupidly put the real stuff on there for me to expose. As soon as I saw it, a mate of mine saw it, we went, yeah, that's the right centering stuff. They put it on the Arma Nugger because they had to copy us at the time to be us. But then they had to hide that away. But then when they brought it back, well, there's no one around that can recognize that stuff anymore. A few of us did. So this is the thing. They spent a long time, thousands of years, especially the last so many centuries since the Inquisition, since they robbed out all the Mudjo stuff. They did it all through time travel, sending armies back and UFOs and everything just to literally smash it all at once. Literally ambush us every time through time travel. Because how else could have they done it? Because when we're magnetized, nothing can beat us. And they know that. That's why they're fucking running scared at the moment. Even though it's just me. There's a couple of others, I'm not going to mention their names. They're very ballsy people. But they've also had lives already where they've been gang stalked their whole lives like me, whether it's electronically done from the shadows or physically or both. I just had people sending their life continually just to make their life fucking hell and to keep them gaslit and in trauma. That's the thing. When we're in trauma all the time, we can't use our abilities. We can't activate our bodies, our organic body technology, let alone get into a disposition to start remembering how to use stuff and literally get to the point of remembering who we are. So that's what they want to do. They want to keep on using us as the main source magnets and then hijack me offline and then also hijack Ishtan offline, bring us together to have sex so they can basically make blue kachinas, red kachinas, fake sun generators. That's what they did to me in 2004 when I was in Japan. And I only worked it out later, not at the time. It was done so subtly. And that's the thing. That's how powerful the sexual energy of the original mother and father is. They can make whole sort of fake things. They made a fake Nibiru with that to support the Sitchin bullshit.
Kind of reminds me of these from that scene in The Matrix when they showed Neo waking up and coming out and getting unplugged, and you see all these people there being used as batteries. That's it's kind of what
they're letting you know.
We were just saying.
See, when you're a magnet, you're analog, but your organic technology. Now, a battery, I mean, a magnet. That magnetism lasts forever, right?
Yeah.
You have a magnet. When's it not going to work? Mm-hmm. You can't do anything to that magnet. Okay? But electricity, that's a different thing. That's a different beast. That's an aspect of magnetism. You've got to be very careful with electricity. And basically the real astral is very much like the neon thing in the 60s, some of the colours. Yeah, it's that beautiful. That's where they stole it all from, that idea. They got it from us. They made a commercial thing out of it in the 60s. So everything comes from us in some way, shape or form, or aspects of nature. So if they want to make a weapon like a stealth fighter, would they model it off some sort of stingray or sea creature? Mm-hmm. So, look how that moves and propels. Oh, what if we can make a weapon out of that? Model of that? How fucking stupid is that? Make a fucking weapon.
That's like the F-16s and F-18s and these fighters. They're all based off of like Falcons and Eagles and Hawks because of their aerodynamic maneuverability. Like what is it? I forgot the name of this hawk. I'm pretty sure it's a hawk, but it's the fastest bird in the world. Has a dive of like 400 miles an hour, and the new, I think it was the F-16 Tomcat that was designed off of that bird. Let's turn that bird into a weapon, see what we can do with it. And it's been one of the most destructive pieces of machinery that they've created. It's been around for decades, and it's been responsible for so much death that is sickening. It really is. That's
And the thing is that,
perverting nature.
I mean, it's like every time they reincarnate, the reason why they bury them is so that they can actually reincarnate in the same lines. Where we, if we had to die, we would cremate so we could go back to nature. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, your fear is feeding them. That's right. Fear nothing. That's right, Stacey. Fear is a taught emotion. It's not natural. And emotion is not natural. It's ecclesiastical motion. That's what the E stands for. Okay? Real love, magnetism, is omnimotional with omnidirectionality. A bit more sort of fuller explained. It's omnimotional wavetures. That's the feminine part. Spontaneous omnimotional wavetures. An infinite omnidirectional vibratory resonances. The vibration is the masculine part. Everything's feminine, masculine nature. It's so simple. That's all you need to know. So if there's something you don't know about the foundations of some particular science or maths or something you're doing, go, okay, what's the feminine aspect here and what's the masculine aspect and what's missing here in what we're being taught? Then you're going to work it all out.
Very good tip. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't look at it as positive, negative. Don't look at it as little good or bad. Don't look at it as, pardon me, like
that's what it is. The paragon.
Light or dark in the sense of good and bad as well. Look at it always as feminine, circle, and the one, masculine. Now, when we're counting numbers 1 to 19, there's actually only 19 numbers there. However, there's one number there that doubles up. This is the thing about numerical digits, when you make 0 worth nothing.
Mm-hmm.
What's the number that doubles up there, bro?
11.
No. Almost. Because I'll say to you.
19. So we have 9, 10.
That's it, 10.
Yeah, 10 would be the number.
Okay, because look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay?
Yeah.
Then you go 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's only 9 there.
Yeah.
So where's the missing one? We're starting on the 10. 10 is actually the new one because 11 is actually 2 when you add it up, right?
Yeah, yeah.
See, that's the trick with numerical digits that most people don't see that.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to start with 0 and give it its full value, okay, as being the most important thing, because they make the woman worth nothing in money, okay, in the sense of what's 0 worth? Nothing. But in a satanically inverted world, take it back over, the circle means everything. It's life. It's making babies. It's the biology of doing it. So if you count the 0 to 19, then you get the 10. I mean, 10 apiece. You've actually got 20 there. So that's something to just ponder about, you know, because all the source numbers, if you're looking at it, okay, when I'm doing frequencies and stuff, I make sure that all my frequencies and my radionics, my hertz, my everything, my tuning, all add up to 10. So A equals 433, okay? That's just for A, okay? It's not 432, it's 433 to add up to 10. Okay, and you need to look at that in raw data, not just the cymatic, because the cymatic you need to have software program that actually is not done with binary code 1 and 0, because if you do 1 and 0 and separation becomes inorganic. They're separate. So you've got to use them together, make a centering symbol, at least like that, bottom of both, like the line, the circle, or an eye, like that. That way it shows the symbiosis of no separation of the masculine and feminine combined. That's how nature works.
So you got computer programming code in that symbol, well, then you're going to have graphics that are fucking amazing. They've got amazing curves.
I just did my birthday. I just did my birthday and it came up to 10.
That means in Kabbalah that's a master number. They say that's the spiritual one. They say that a 10 is actually a 1 because they get rid of the 0, but they said it's 1 with like a God spiritual aspect to it. That's all they give away, but the fact that, there's a woman in there somewhere. But I'm a 10 as well when I add up my name too, Omar.
Yeah.
And basically speaking, I was a cesarean. This body was a cesarean section on May the 17th, which is an octagon day. It's a big ritual day for them. And this soul wasn't in this body, thank goodness, when it was drawn out of that cesarean section. But when I looked at my mother, my brother and I, 10 months and 23 days apart, he's olive skin. We don't look much apart from our foreheads. And I know they did stuff with our genetics and play with our genetics in certain ways. Okay? But I came into this body, like as I said, around 6 months. And they were going to call me, this body and the soul in it, Nathan. But then my mother changed her mind when she obviously got word, oh, yeah, he's in there now. Oh, right, okay. We're going to call him Stephen. I'm pretty sure it's after King Istvan of Hungary, the first sort of imposter to the Arpad bloodline. And it's almost trying to say we used you in one split timeline to be the fake in your own bloodline, which we put you through a different bloodline to do it.
How rude.
Yeah. And King Istvan, he wasn't as bad in the sense of like, he was a big linguist. He knew a lot of different things. He was a very learned man. So the thing is that Hungarian history only starts from the colonized Vatican history, okay? And they've pretty much rubbed it all out before then, and they've literally turned them a 1,000-year-old race. And then Janos Saranovich, a Jesuit, Hungarian Jesuit, basically came out in 1770 and said that the Hungarian language was of Finnish-Ural origins, the Fingurian theory. Now, it's a bit fucking obvious. It's the same year that Australia was annexed. Huh? To come out then and say, that basically the Hungarian comes from Finnish-Ural. And that's the biggest lot of fucking shit when you do your proper linguistic homework and you see that's not the fucking case at all. So they've done everything possible to basically disassociate anything of the original major heritage. They gave the mountain of the three hills to Slovakia as well on their flag. The Slovenians have got a similar one. Okay? You see a few of them around the place. The St. James crest of England was James, the son of, which king was it? It was when basically the capital of Hungary, Greater Hungary, was in Belgrade at that stage. And James was the son of the king. Oh, which king was it at the time? It might have been Istvan. Yeah. He basically met Malcolm of Scotland over in Kiev University. Attila Flink told me this. He found out this information. This is some rare stuff. And he said, and James brought Malcolm down to meet his sister, Margaret, in Belgrade. And Malcolm and Margaret got on pretty well. And she went back to Scotland, okay? And then when the Normans came over, she actually was very instrumental in brokering a peace regarding the battles of Hastings and stuff like that. But then everything all fell through. Then she tried to get away to France. She didn't quite get away. And the Normans captured her and used her in their lines for breeding, okay? Now, James somehow ended up as, was this James, the son of a Hungarian king? Well, that's how the English got their St. James flag, about 1052. Okay? It's around that time Hungarian history starts, so it was probably Istvan. So this is the thing. All the Hungarian parts of their crest and flag, all been given to other people and appropriated in other places. The original Hungarian crown was melted down by the Habsburgs to make their new fake crown. I've got a picture of it. And Attila the Hun, well, his sons ended up in Wales. The Aethelings or something like that. There's places in Wales and stuff that show actually Mudger Hun reference. So they wanted to hide all of that history. Especially, that's why they say it's the Dark Ages, and they don't have much information between sort of 500 and 1,000, and that sort of general sort of period. That there were two Arthurs. You know, when you look at Alan Wilson's work, he's like the Attila Flink of Wales. And I've tried to talk to him, but his protege basically cock-blocked me. I said, dude, I need to talk to him, you know. I've given you an email. Oh, can you just give me a 2-page summary? No, let him read it all. He's a proper historian. No, he's an old man. Oh, mate, he wants to read it. He's 89. I've got to get him this information, because I get him this information. I put Attila Flink's information with his information. We go bang. And then I tell him, look, Etruscan is a dialect of Mudger language, okay? And it's the same language as Welsh Khmer. And he's going, no, you know, Mudger language must be a dialect of, you know, he's all nationalistic and stuff like that. And I go, dude, it's the same fucking language. And I just told you that Etruscan is Latin, but Latin is Etruscan backwards, and you didn't even know that. And I said, well, I've just told you this. And not only that, I've actually overtaken my mentor in the sense that I've taken it much further than he's taken it. I'll never know the details of what Attila Flink know. And without the legacy of Attila Flink, we would know nothing of this today. So everything I do is in honour of his name. So he put his life out for this. And he got shot 3-4 times in the chest in a concentration camp in Slovenia after World War II, because he refused to fight for the Russians against the Greeks. His first day of the Nazis during the war, they were pretty bad. And then after the war, the Russians were no better. So this is the thing. It was all manipulated. And it's like Churchill murdered all the Polish intellect, which was essentially originally Hungarian intellect. Polish were Hungarians originally. Ashkenazi tribe, they were originally Hungarian tribe. Mudger tribe, Turanian tribe. Taken over by Khazarians and demonised to such a point that no one even remembers the origin that they actually Mudger. So all that National Zionism, Nazi, all that sort of stuff, yeah, taken off Ashkenazi. The original Israel with an IZ. That's to do with Samaria. You know, Turanian people. Nothing to do with Jewish people. It's all ripped off. It's all hijacked. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. And it's done in a perverted way too, where it's all appropriated, and they do the chicken goat dance all over it to pervert it, and then they, you know, fraudulently claim it as their own heritage. And I told you about the Levite Priest Code Book. I didn't say about the last symbols. So 90% of the Mudger symbols, runic script symbols of the actual Mudger language that they use to confuse the tongues, that's in their secret Levite Priest Code Book. I was told about by a certain person back in 2011. And since then, he hasn't gone really any further with it. And then I get back to him, I say, look, I've worked it all out. They sourced it off Mudger language. They said, blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, he's like going like this with me. It's like, they got to you. Same people, Levites. As you live down in Levite. There's a big Levite contingent in Bowral, in the Southern Highlands here. They're all down there. And this guy was living down there. I was saying to him, what are you living in the middle of little Levitesville? They got you compromised. This guy was doing the right thing, but something doesn't add up. So I found that out of him, and he said, the person that gave it to me, I can't give you the email, but I'll show you the email. I never got around to seeing it, but he told me all about it. He told me as much as he knew. I was pretty impressed with some of it. He wasn't right about it all. He said all of the letters in the English language except for S are all artificial. That's not true. The actual sounds are displaced, but not all of them. Okay? There's some things that they've got to keep organic. Like the word marine in Mudger, it's the same in English. They've got to keep some things organic. They've got to have some inorganic pivots holding down the inorganic tent overlay. Like here, you've got nature, let's put a circus tent on it and charge admission. That's what they've turned our lives into. As I said before, how the fuck did we ever get used, how did we get conned into this monetary thing? We didn't come from it. How did they just turn it over just like that overnight? You've got to think about that. That's where there's 9/11 resets and time travel comes into play. So otherwise they couldn't do it. It's like the mud flood actually happened in 1624, and here, Tunguska, it was kicked off. You know, torsion field technology done through the Tartaria sort of buildings, that sort of thing. Not all of them Tartarian, but they got that technology happening. And basically, they took down a lot of New Zealand and also what basically was the connection to Australia, to Antarctica. Now, all the world maps are fucked up, and they're all wrong. Why? Because they all show the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn. Now, what age was the Tropic of Cancer, the Tropic of Capricorn? That was the age of Aries. When was that? 4000 BC. Every map since then was on it. You know, it's Scorpio and Taurus now, the Cancers, in the age of Aquarius that we're in now. So it should have had the different changes through the ages, but they didn't. So all those maps are navigationally fucking useless. Every single one of them, all those maps, it's got Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer on it. 4000 BC. Doesn't make any sense. Now, they needed to have functional navigational maps. You've got the tropics all wrong. You know, the equinox and sun placement, and oh my goodness. So they've really done a meal deal on our history. And it's like when they went and changed history retroactively, it wasn't like they went back to Lemuria and then started gradually changing from there. No, they went to this place, then they went to here, then they went to here, and here. Like different movie studios each time period. Because they can flip around like it, just like that. It's Kabbalah time travel, yeah. So you've got to look at it differently because this makes much more sense about why the chronology is so fucked. Because what they do for all these, okay, say the Jesus period, okay, and they got the Israel and the Jesus period, and they got a merge all of that. Say they got, I don't know, 15 split timelines, 20 split timelines that it took to basically get all the takes required. So out of all of those movie takes with timelines, just like on a digital hard disk desk, sound desk, okay, as you're doing it on Pro Tools or Final Cut Pro, or you know, just like with film and sound, you're doing it with time and space. You're getting each one of those split like timeline takes and all different resets in between, and cutting out all the bits that actually work up. And they go, you know what? Here's our official history. Out of these 20 takes, we've edited the one timeline out of 20 takes. And we've literally digitally placed all these pieces together. It gets it over the line. It's not a total script that we want, but it sort of basically follows the thing and gets us over the line. And that's why the chronology sucks. It's just shit.
Seems to be a good spot to leave off, brother. We've been at it for 8.5 hours now.
Yeah.
And, you know, I gotta...
Well, people got to understand this time travel stuff, and I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. Like they turned the original reality, physical and non-physical, into mincemeat. They kept on chopping it down and down. They took advantage of that rip from the first trauma that ever got made, okay? Because literally there was a child that got homosexually raped. And that's what caused the first trauma after the endocrine disruption. That trauma was felt by everyone. It was like there was no reason for it. Nothing like that had ever occurred before. That's what the endocrine disruption did. And the reason, I'll just finish on this is very important. Now, after they did that, and they went to Aldebaran, they killed the original mother, the Perseus rescuing Pegasus in Greek mythology is actually Chubba going to basically go and pick up the dead body of Ishtar and bring it back to life and fix it after what they did. So that's what that's actually based on, okay? Just so people know, they hide all of this stuff. Nothing of it is original. It's all copied of us and perverted in some sort of way, okay? So what they did at that time, our main soul totem spirit aspect was the eagle of the sun, known as the Turul, okay? And they locked up that eagle. They fluked it. Well, when it caused that first trauma. And we realised it was going to take 2.2 million years before that eagle was going to become available for us to take back. So no matter what happened during that 2.2 million years, in linear time, we're going, oh, fuck. We had to wait until now
to get that eagle of the sun back. It's also the water guardian and the protector of the fish. Okay. Now, the whole thing about, they have the thing about the phoenix. That's the Greek word for the turul, okay? Which is the eagle, the falcon, the hawk, okay? They're all different names for the same bird, really. Now, I've got a bird's nest just here. I found this. I was in the gutter one day, fell down from one of the trees, got this little bird nest. It was really good timing because I did some work, some nature custodian work for 7 hours a couple of days ago with this woman who stepped up to the plate to do it. And I said, look, I can soul anchor you because I know you're original. She actually sings the original language in her own register and stuff. She didn't even know it was Mudger. I said, oh my goodness, you're doing it anyway. How amazing. And she's like Irish Australian, similar to me. She's got other things in her. And basically speaking, was when we got into it at about 5 hours, we did a whole lot of good work, nature custodian work. We broke through lots of levels, and every time we broke lots of levels and cleaned out stuff, there was all these AI mechanisms set in place to throw symbols or this or that, or there was planes coming and this, you know. They set AI things in case we break through certain levels and we get to them to throw new toys at us as weapons to stop us from going further. But we take care of that. Because when you're that deep in the spontaneous moment of now the magnetism, you can feel it coming before it even comes. And you go straight away. You notice, that just kicked off as soon as we cleared out that. Good. That means we're on to the next thing. They're throwing another piece of shit at us. Just go straight through that, get rid of that. Now, after 5 hours, we got right to the Omniverse, and we were clearing up sort of Andromedan ships and stuff like that, okay? All their stupid spaceships and stuff like that. And it's when she got onto that level, she's going, oh, I know what I'm doing here. Oh, this is effortless. I just feel it. I don't have to think. I don't have to do anything. Yeah, that's how it is. You found your realm. This is what you used to do. I knew it. It just took this long to get into the nature custodian work to find out the level where you're comfortable, and it's the big game level. You're a serious magnet from the past. She's going, does that just mean we've known each other in past lives? I said, most likely. So I'm still working it out too. But I recognised you straight away. And you actually had the nerve to call me up where most people don't. And you just said, hi, how you doing? You know, I'm interested in all this stuff, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, yeah. And yeah. And we compared our lives, and we've both been gaslighted and sort of been theatre scripted. And she'd basically worked this all out herself, but she'd never had anyone else to validate it that had a journey the same as hers. Her whole life has been scripted and gaslighted, and nothing makes sense. And it's like she's going, well, it's just me. You know, I'm just a nobody from here. And I know that's how they basically scripted us. So it's like, why the fuck is this happening to us? Because they made us into nobodies that way to disguise us from the whole world. Because they got rid of us out of history. And now we're here. But we've worked out who we are again, who we is, and our essences. And they can't take that away from us anymore, especially when we wake up in the matrix. And all I'm going to do is keep talking about it. I'm talking about it in a solid way, and I'm not backing down. Because my experience is my experience. Her experience is her experience. There's another woman in South Australia I've done custodian work too. My goodness, what they've done to chain her down in her area. I helped her get rid of the shackles. Then she helped me do nature custodian work. You know these women, a woman in South Australia, Karen, that I've been doing work with, what gutsy woman she is. Her body was a mess. I had to realign her body before she could do work. But as soon as I did that, she was up and away. No problems. Whew. And then once she got into her element, mate, I'm learning stuff off her already. These women, straight away, they pick up stuff, bang, 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 in the Omni. Over there, over there, over there. Then I go, okay, I bring it with my male capability. I bring that abstract back down to logic and then go, okay, this is what we need to do. I've learnt this stuff. This is what we need to do. Bang, we do it. And when you do it with the combined female and masculine energy, there's nothing more power, you know, with the magnetism. And we just kept going and going and going. And I said, while we're in this magnetic space, let's not waste a drop. So we went for 5-6 hours. You know, then I took this human being
that had actually killed himself and followed around her husband as a little boy when he was about 10 and basically found a crack to get in him and basically like was an entity, human entity, like spirit, soul, that was basically, that literally committed suicide doing this black magic to basically occupy this man that had it in him for 40 years until I took it out of him, okay? And then once I took it out of him, it took me an hour and a half to get the sticky residue out of him because this thing had been living in this poor guy's anus the whole time. This is how depraved these satanic sort of stuff is. I just want people to know.
That's terrible.
Okay? Took an hour and a half. I've never spent so long getting so much, because what happens in the Quay meridians, that's where they're all traveling up and down. And the Chinese acupuncture, you know, stuff, that's all taken from the Huns anyway. That's where they got it all from. And you got to clean that out. So when you get rid of entities or AR stuff that's traveling up and down there, you need some blue-grey bentonite clay. That's the best one for flushing out those systems. Different clays for different purposes. That's good stuff for clays. And clays are good for your pulsing as well. When you're doing fire pulsing, you're doing fire water pulsing, lots of different things. A bit like the Bruce Lee stuff, okay? And then you combine it, the pulsing with the singing, with the monotonal stuff. There's lots of different ways that you can use centering, okay? Soul centering. And what I realized, in every split timeline that I've lived through, I had to basically work it out in a different way every time. And then what I realized, these last so many years, every time they poison me, then I work it out again. It's like, I've got to get back to where I was then. Fuck that. I'll get back to it. I'll work it out a different way this time. And then I go work it out a different way. And then as I work it out the different way, I'm checking on the last way I worked it out to see if I made any mistakes. It's a good way to check it, see if I get to the same point or not. If I found a bit more. So I've done so many ways, and then I realised, I've just been going through all these different techniques depending on the environment, which split timeline I've come up on. At some stage I always remember who I am and find it. They can't keep me down in that way. But this timeline, what they did onto me before I even got into this body, this has been the toughest one of the lot, because it's just been non-stop my whole life. You know what? I'm happy. I'm 53 now. I've spent many years out of this body as well and put back into this body at the same place it was taken out. It's hard to explain to people, but they can do that. And I ran into the Montauk programmer that knew all this.
Like that 20 and back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one for a lot of people to get.
To wrap their head around, but once you understand it.
Wrap my head around that, but once I did, I was blown away. I was like, holy shit. The depth and the depravity of that is just insane. Yeah, I've looked into that a lot. And then you're right, it's a tough one to wrap your head around, right? Very, very difficult, because most people's reality doesn't have any space for that, right? The consciousness doesn't have the space for it because of the programming, that deep programming that we have had. So when somebody says, yeah, I've done like 5, 20 and backs, then people are like, yeah, right? That's, that original response comes into play, right? That program.
I can definitely say that Al Bilek guy was telling the fucking truth. There's no question about it, because I experienced what he experienced.
Yeah.
He got into the future a couple of times and we came back. And it's like, what he described is accurate, very accurate. And their future split timelines are always dying because it needs more energy from here. It needs more source magnet stuff from here. So what they want to do is, in that Charlie J movie, is they want to collapse basically the betaverse Earth here and basically be part of the raw magnet with the father-son aspect of source behind it, and literally turn this into a source battery just for their future split timelines. That's why I call it a Star Wars Hoofter parade in space. Star Wards, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Star mental wards, yeah. But really, that's what they want to do. That's their big pipe dream. And go and read Samuel Sagan's Bleeding Sun. Then you'll see what the Malda Genetic Project and what the Avatar movie are telling you all about, what they're doing. By keeping people in pharmaceutical comas, living in their minds, like they're living a perfect reality, but they're actually in a coffin with tubes coming in and out of them, feeding them pharmaceutical sort of things to keep them alive, just as meat. And then they dimensionally activate the soul of that person every now and then while they're in the coma through their clone avatar, on the surface to make them more convincing. And then they can use MK Ultra parts of that person through the clone and then use that through voice to skull. Oh, they got a whole multi-layered sort of AI sort of network of that sort of stuff now. I've observed it all. I've been through it all. Why would I be lying about it? Why would I make it up? Why would I want to waste my time if this wasn't the truth? Is anyone listening to me? Do I sound like I'm lying with the tone of my voice? Why would I be sounding like this?
Yeah, exactly. Like, how many hours have we done now? 8 hours today, 6 hours last week.
You think I'd be deluded?
We've spent about 100 hours together now, and yeah, I don't think so.
I've still got more to talk about.
I bet you do, and I want to hear it. Everybody else wants to hear it too. We've had a solid crowd all day, right from 10 o'clock this morning.
Wow. Because today I feel like I've been a bit more loose as a goose and a bit fragmented today to compare to.
Bro, it's been a solid crowd all day long. This is the first time we dropped below 20 viewers all day long. It's been just totally solid, and the chat is just been going and going, and the information people are sharing.
I haven't read the chat yet. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just amazing. It's been a great download today, bro.
And to all the people that asked questions and I haven't answered, I'm sorry about that. And a couple of people I was a bit shirty.
I think you answered those questions as you were going along throughout the day, right? There was a couple of questions that came up in the morning, and I was looking for a place to interject and ask those questions. But you pretty much answered all the questions as you've been going along over the course of like last 8.5 hours. Yeah. So it's a lot to pack into the brain.
Is the thing. This is my idea. This is a solution from our own homes. Instead of praying to Jesus, praying to Allah, praying to Muhammad, all the people, programming icons, use your praying thing, use this to connect with the magnetism through prime elements. First find it in yourself. Use the center body pendulum. I will give you the instructions. If you want it, email me on Facebook. Or one2funk@hotmail.com. ONE numerical 2 FUNK @hotmail.com. If you don't prefer to do it on Facebook, fair enough. Because Facebook is full of AI.
Slow down. Give me that again.
12funk.
12funk FUNK.
Yeah, it's ONE, the numerical 2.
ONNE?
No, ONE.
Put it in a private chat, and then I'll copy and paste it from there.
Yeah, sure. Because
I don't want to get it right.
I just thought, just in case, some people may not want to contact me through Facebook, and that's understandable.
Oh, yeah, I hear you. Hey, guys,
I'm only there to share information, but look, it's what it's turned into.
There's Facebook up there on the screen. If you guys use Facebook, shoot them a message, shoot them a friend's request.
Yeah, because look, I'll talk with anyone, okay? When I've got the time and I'm not busy doing nature custodian work, because most of the time, every day, I'm doing nature custodian work. And my ceremony work, like I basically did a 7-hour stint with this woman the other day. And when she got into that space, after 5 hours, she was clearing out the omniverse. What she was doing, I don't even know what she was doing at first, in the sense of she knew what she was doing from past lives. This is the thing. All of a sudden, you get to a point where the dam busts and the memory comes through.
Another one. Fuck, I can't stand these people. Another one. Same link again there, Gauze. Remember the earlier one? We had that porn link.
She's even back on the body pendulum yet. But
I'm going to go and block that person.
In the right frame of being.
Is this right, Gauze, your email that you want sent out? I got it up on the screen. Looks like we're frozen there for a second. Is this the email you want to share, Gauze? Oh, looks like we're having a problem. Barbara. I'm going to go find this. Barbara in the comments here, guys. Here she is. We got her on Gauze's side. I think he's frozen. Brother, you're frozen. Okay, well, let's give him a second. Maybe he'll maybe try leaving the studio and coming back, guys. That might help. Well, crazy is, as soon as this Barbara Reeves came into the room posting these porn links, all of a sudden we had an issue with God getting into the studio. Oh, yeah, it says Gauze's device is not connected. So here, let me start my camera. I'll come on here. We'll give Gauze a second, and here, let me shoot him a message. And Gauze. Weird, eh, guys? As soon as this person showed up here on the screen, this one, remember that link from earlier on? That porn link that everybody seems to want to share? As soon as this person came on, our Gauze got some technical issues there all of a sudden. Been kicked out. Not gonna have that type of stuff happening in our safe room, in our safe spot. So got that. Come over here. What's going on? Gauze. Don't know why the device is not connected. Haha. This is in the private chat saying, don't know why device is not connected. Here, Gauze, I'm going to kick you from the studio. Okay, just got to get mic set again. Okay. Didn't those emojis mean porn? No, that's that link, Leanne, that .vtk or something like that. It's a porn link, and it's like so many of these bots, like every single day, or not every day. Well, I guess every day I gotta block them in the comments all the time that come on here and post these links. So I don't really want that type of energy in our studio and in our chat room and in our stream and all of that. So while we're waiting for Gauze here, guys, this has been just like a totally kick-in download from this morning, like almost 9 hours, which is just amazing. Hopefully Gauze gets back here so we can cap the evening off with him, because I would really suck if he couldn't get back in. But I did message him on Messenger, so hopefully he can catch that message and try to come back. He was having issues this morning when we were trying to connect, and he was saying that he couldn't connect, and I had to resend him the link. So I'll do that actually right now again. And he was able to connect with us this morning, thankfully. So I just sent him a message again. Try to connect with this brother. Okay, so we'll give him a few minutes to fall back into the room if he is able to. But that was pretty weird, right? That was like some really weird shit. We had a troll come in, and then all of a sudden our boy just got kicked from the stream. Okay, so while we're waiting for Gauze, let's go over this once again really quick. I like doing these promotions, keeps it fresh in the mind so that we don't forget as to what's coming up in the itinerary over the course of the next couple of weeks. One of them being is the walk-in conference that's happening on January the 8th and January the 9th on Portal to Ascension. And I'm sure you guys know, a lot of you are probably aware of Portal to Ascension. Who isn't? Portal to Ascension rocks. It's my homie, my brother from another mother, my soul brother, Neil Gore. Let me toss the website down here for you guys. So for you guys that are new, that don't know Portal to Ascension, We work together a lot. We have, love for one another, and it's a, fantastic organization. So anyways, no need to sell it because everyone knows what Portal to Ascension is. So we got that going on January the 8th and January the 9th. And the link is right there to get more information. And then on December the 21st, on Tuesday, we've got an Epic Day event happening again. We're going to be starting at 7:30 in the morning and ending at 9 o'clock at night. This is the summer solstice and the winter solstice put together by Forgotten Origin and Our Alien Ancestry by Stephen and Evan Strong and Leah Capitelli. This is going to be a artifact and a stone ceremony that we're going to do for 1 hour, where extraterrestrial bones and sacred rings that were found at in Angkor Wat. Sorry, guys, it's been a long day. Angkor Wat. And Stephen and Evan are the custodians of these rings, which are Atlantean rings, by the way, and rings meant for giants. And the material that these rings are made with are not terrestrial. 25% of the material that is used is not from Earth. So that's really, really cool in itself. And then, of course, the extraterrestrial skeletal remains that they are in custodian of as well. That's going to be displayed on this ceremony in an attempt to, send our energy to all the sacred sites around the world, so that we can, usher in this new paradigm shift, this new energy shift that we're all working towards, and what we've been speaking about all day long today, right? So this is a second year in a row that we'll be doing this, and this is for 3 years. And so last year was the first year. If you guys want to check that out, it's in the video tabs. It's called Level Up. And then of course, we have an event coming up this year following the rock ceremony. So before I get to that, this is what we did last year. 15 million of us got together with all the networks that were working together and streaming and holding events and doing meditations and such throughout the day. We were able to create those light pillars, those energy pillars, the blue in the sky, kind of like portals were opening up and flashes of light around Uluru. And then, we, smashed the Schumann resonance so much so that it stopped registering, and we just blew it right off the, right out the chart. So following that, at 9 o'clock in the morning, we're going to start with our day-long event, with which we're going to call Two Roads and a Single Path. Which one will you choose? Water your consciousness and let it grow, or are you going to go to the side that is, really, it's going to be difficult. It's a difficult path to follow. Hope everyone chooses the easier path of fruit and love and empathy and acceptance. So for this event, the speakers that we are featuring at beginning at 9 o'clock, as I said, 7:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's Los Angeles and Seattle time. Is going to be the Uluru Rock ceremony, and then at 8:30 we're going to take a break, come back at 9 o'clock, and then at 9:15 we'll start with Leanne Curtis, and then at 10 o'clock Dr. Joan of Angels, and then Neil Gore, and then Gloria Canning, Michael Feely, Aaron Fowler, Rodney McGilvery, Ray Davis, John Shaughnessy, Leonard O'Neill, Stephen and Evan Strong, Carrie Ann, and then we'll cap the evening off with a panel discussion. So that should be a lot of fun as well. I love the panel discussions. And then on January the 1st and 2nd, we have our workshop, etherical retreat type of event happening, which is for January the 1st and January the 2nd, featuring 10 speakers, 45 minutes for a lecture, and then spend about an hour or so with the entire class, everyone that signed up, for a like a one-on-one to teach you the techniques of meditation, self-hypnotherapy, present time alignment, things like that. So this should be a very good event. I'm looking forward to this one as well. And as I was mentioning earlier, our buddy Brad Olson, his esoteric series, those are just fantastic. would make a fantastic gift for anyone who appreciates knowledge. So check that out at bradolson.com, and not to forget my buddy Scott Cameron Goulet at Front Page. Check it out. It's a alternative media and truth media that's delivering the actual events of what's happening around the world. So check them out. Fantastic group of people over there, full of love and very woke people and consciously aware. So a lot of kudos to them. And we got our brother Gaz back in the house. That was kind of weird, eh, Gaz? The woman came in, Barbara posted some porn links. The next thing you know, you're getting...
That was interesting. I don't know what happened there, but I lost my permissions for my microphone and camera just like that, and I actually didn't do it. It's like...
Yeah. That's what I was saying. That was weird when that Barbara came in and posted that porn link that we saw earlier on in the afternoon. And when that happened, your camera and all that just shut right off. And, I was like, whoa, that's a little bit weird. But I went to that channel and blocked them anyways. There's no more hiding from the channel. It's just straight up block. Now I know how to do that. So, I'm going to block every time I see something like that. Any porn link, that's low battery stuff and we don't need it. It's disgusting and it's demeaning not only to women, but also to men, to children, to the human species, and the things that they do to animals. It's just disgusting. I'm just not down with that type of energy whatsoever. I'm glad that you got to come back and close the evening off with me. God, I was just going over some of the events.
I actually get busy. I actually analyze all that porn and what they do with the sexual energy and all the symbolry that they put in there. I have to understand it, so I know how to take back that energy and clean it.
I don't watch
a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. That's what a cleaner's about, in the sense of, because they use that sexual energy to. It's one of the most, if not the most potent form of energy that we have. Okay, and they've got it down. They work out when people in their suburban lives. Okay, they have dinner here. They watch a bit of Netflix. Okay, they get it going here. They got the times when they know people in their regular thing are basically having sex, and if you're not consciously directing your energy either towards your partner on a microcosmic level, and then if you really want to do some healing with your sexual energy and you're conscious of nature, connect yourself with nature at the same time too, on the next macrocosmic sort of earth body level, and allow that beautiful loving energy that's between you and your partner to be connected with your soul, spirit, soul totem spirit aspects, like all the animals of your soul totems, and give them some love as well so they can flourish in nature as well. Okay? This is how to direct your sexual energy, which is part of your magnetic energy as well. Okay? And you need to talk about it in a mature way, okay, without any taboo or embarrassment, because this is important, because you need to know what they're doing with this sort of stuff. And I had to study this stuff to go, okay, how do I take all this dirty black hole, gay anal sex energy out of the phosphorus light egg to like the black hole that's become the black hole in the galaxies? It's literally a portal between the parallel sort of realities that people talk about in New Age and stuff like that. Parallel Earths, parallel. It's all part of the split timeline sort of stuff in a way. They're doing some really messy stuff in that regard. And the thing is, that was a phosphorus light egg that's basically of the mother aspect in nature, in the omniverse, that they've desecrated into this black hole, which they literally store all this gay anal sex energy. So I'm literally going, how can I get all of that energy back, clean it, and give it back to nature? So this is how a magi has to think. Process stuff. We have to look at things on an energetic level, because that's what it all comes down to. It's an energy war. That's what the bottom line is. And that energy war is consciousness, because that consciousness is a living and breathing energy. That's the whole thing. This physicality we're in is experiencing what the consciousness is not, and vice versa. It's symbiotic yet again. So you can't have one without the other. And they all tell us that we come from nothing and go back to nothing. And that's all death cult stuff. They try to say that, once upon a time we're all light beings, but then we got too dense and addicted to our physical creations, and then we became physical. So they're saying that the physical reality is like, ew, that's like lower class, that's like coarse. And they're sorry, without physicality,
and action in the physicality, nothing happens in the rest. And if it's all dysfunctional, like we're meant to be the custodians here on Earth. Okay, we're in 3D, but we're not given all the proper information of all the realms, okay? So what we see with our eyes is only 4% of reality. So seeing's not believing when you're soul blind and you don't know the rest of it makes up all the components of everything, that everything works on a microcosmic, macrocosmic level where the micro, like me and my male body, I'm one half of the symbiosis, the synergetic magnetic process of masculine and feminine coming together in the microcosm in our bodies. Well, then on the earth level, it's the same. On the macrocosmic, there's two, a masculine and feminine body, and the same with the omniversal level. There's two masculine and feminine bodies coming together there. So that's really the nature. That's really how the true shape of the earth, us, the omniverse is. And you've got to look at it that way, because that's how it truly is. And when you see that everything is all masculine and feminine, and that we have all different types of males and females, and some are better at working with the other sexes, like say for instance, I'm particularly good at working with woman stuff, you know, with water and air, but I have to be good at working with the man stuff as well, being a Mudgite. So I've got to have it all down in my position. But there's some people, like as a roots manager, I've got to know the subharmonic tunings for everyone's sort of chordal register on the tree. And I've got to make sure everyone's in tune. And then once they're in tune, they can do the rest themselves and sort themselves out. But if I don't get that stuff right, stuff's up. So I can't make mistakes in that regard. This is when we're all basically singing in choirs down the song lines. It doesn't mean we sometimes do it in unison, sometimes in harmony, sometimes we do it in canon. There's no limit to our expression and how we can magnetize life, give it love. So we magnetize it and make it beautiful, and it gives us essences back to live on. We keep the physicality intact. And we're all like swimming in the sea of love and bouncing on the land and just having a party of life, a real celebration of life. There's no hurry to do anything. We create all that abundance, okay, from nothing, just magnetism. And then we become part of that abundance, okay? So it's like, as much as my life would be easy now if I had a few grand to do this and $3 grand to do that, you know what? I'm hardcore. I'm all about doing it. Okay, if the government's giving me money to be a schizophrenic, okay, I'll use it to basically, to basically have my time and my space to myself for all of these years, to be that dedicated to what I did. I gave up being a professional musician. You know, I was a professional, world-class standard level, okay? I played with some of the best of the best. I can drop names, but I'm not here to do that. I was a sound engineer. I was a sound production guy. I taught music. I taught in schools, in TAFEs, private tuition. I did everything. I learned every aspect of it. And then I realised, forget it. It's a joke, all of it. But at least it got me to the end of kindergarten of understanding frequency and vibration. And I went, you know what? I'm supposed to be a healer. What capacity, I'm not totally sure yet, but I know that's what I'm meant to do. That's my essence. I know that I'm drawn in that area, but allopathic medicine never did it for me. But natural medicine and homeopathic stuff got me onto the right track of things. I was lucky enough to meet my first girlfriend who was into all that, and it just changed my life, and it gave my mum the shits like you couldn't believe. But it gave me a step in the right direction to get out of the sheltered upbringing in the eastern suburbs of Sydney that, like, literally I was so dependent on basically my parents and the whole everything. It was hard to become independent, but I did become independent and eventually on my own and self-sufficient. And I know what it's like to be left for dead and no one gives a fuck about you. And to get up off the floor and heal yourself and literally be almost a cripple. Like, I've been to that point between life and death so many times. It's a very vast place and you've got a choice. I've been one point where I literally got hit by a directed energy weapon, okay? My head slammed back on the edge of that leg on that table there. And I literally felt this shudder, like, oh, holy shit. And then there's just something went in me, went, fuck this shit, get up. And I just got up on my feet. I was still wobbling. Then I went into the kitchen I was sort of just gathering my breath. Then I got hit 4 more times after that until I eventually pulsed back and I hit the source of what was hitting me, okay? Now, that was hardcore. That was one time. And then, only like 5 months ago, I went down to Walleye Park, down in southwest Sydney, Tempe. I had to meet someone down there during lockdown so they could print out an affidavit that I was giving into the High Court in England because I was trying to invalidate the whole of marine admiralty law. This Kabbalah is a perversion of the natural law document that I've written. It's all for common law people, and anyone that wants to defeat marine admiralty law, that wants to know where it all got ripped off from and how. If anyone wants a copy of that document, you got my email or Facebook, I'll give it to you for free. I'm here to help anyone. I'm here to give the missing soul links that everyone's missing from all the education stuff. I just want to pass it on through the educators that are educating everyone else, because they've been blocking me from 10 years from getting any sort of following or anything like that. I don't want to start a cult. I don't want money, nothing. Here are all the instructions so you can firsthand experience it for yourself, okay? So if you put the work in, you can experience soul-centering for yourself, that you'll know all about it once you actually do it. If you don't have a go, you'll never know about it. So until you do, you're not in a qualified position to criticize it, okay? Some people say, they look for faults. Oh, he's wrong about this, he's wrong about that, wrong about... They just make shit up. That's what the COINTEL do. The people who genuinely listen, that are mature and into this stuff, when they get into it, it actually makes a profound difference in their life. This does work. You just got to put time and dedication into it, and it's hard. And they make us all slaves here. I've made my life so basically I don't have to do anything but be here. I've already taken everything away from me. There's nothing more they could take away from me. I haven't got to know my daughter. That was a soul-destroying experience. I had to come back from that. They brought me that close to my original partner in creation, magnetic partner. They drew us that close and then pulled us that far away. I ended up killing her, replacing her with a clone, doing a whole lot of horrible shit. That's the way they roll. And once you realise it, you just got to realise it. But then you've got to realise this split timeline is a reality that they've forced us all through, where they've cheated and used time travel to basically rob the original heritage of all of us, okay? It's not just... Mudger's got to remember, Mudger's in modern terms, it doesn't mean Hungarian. It doesn't mean anything. It just means core seed family of all tribes, of all peoples. That's it. It's just a plain packaging name. It's not adulated. It's some majestic title. You must worship me. No, it's nothing like that. So as I said, worship is self-adulation. We don't worship anything. We just have gratitude and reverence for the source of all life, which is the Father-Son aspect, and the Mother-Son aspect, which is the Solar Sun. Without the two of them, and you, the child creation in between, directing energy with your breath, which you can breathe in from the Mother-Sun up there, and the Father-Sun down there, below your feet. Breathe them in through your belly button. When you breathe out back down to the Father. You send the Mother energy down to the Father from you, the child creation in between, and the Father energy to the Mother up atop, through the Mother, through your fisheye, the Father down through the tail that you put straight in the sun. Breathe out. And feel that vastness as it travels. Now that is the most solid. If you can train with every breath to be magnetized and connected, that is the mountain of the 3 hills on that level, right? You being the child creation, the Mother above, the Father below. That's a mountain of the 3 hills with the sun source aspects, right? Where the 3 of you make up the mountain, the whole soul total.
Okay,
so I thought I'd share that with people because that is the best way for protection. If you can, this is a Magi thing where we train ourselves. It takes about 2 weeks to form a habit, okay? If you do this for 2 weeks, change, which we are creatures of habit, okay? Once we set into a pattern. So if you want to keep evolving and learning and changing, always be prepared to change, like as we were saying before, choosing your language, new words, so you can actually have more precise and specific meaning without certain cursed sort of words like harmony, like I was saying before. I prefer to say, instead of musical harmonic rhythm, I prefer to say musical omnity, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a new invented word, but it makes sense because the English word just doesn't describe much. It's a commercial term-based language that they even get us to talk in, that they use to sell our bodies and souls with with the birth certificate thing. They trade our bodies and souls with this commerce language. So they thought, okay, let's give the slaves the same language that we buy and sell them in. They're taking the piss the whole way. That's why I call it bumblish. This was created by bums, confusion of the bums, by homosexual sorcerer priests that don't have any respect for the normal sort of heterosexual sort of way of life. It's all nature. And without that, it's like there is no life. And you think you can make it with a client, from skin cells like you did with the cat mutants, because you couldn't get my sperm at the time, but you got the sperm of Ishtan, and that's why you end up as mutants, because you did it from skin cells. Because you can get the consciousness from under the skin, but you still need the seed and everything for the whole process. And that's what they're doing in these trays now, where a gay couple can buy a tray and make a baby from skin cells. They're selling that. They're still doing the same thing as they did 2.2 million years ago. Now, what I meant to say about the Turul Eagle, we had to wait 2.2 million years to be able to get that back. We've got that back now, okay? We've got that Eagle of the Sun back. We got it before they even realised we got it. We had to wait this long for it, and it's been that frustrating. Even when we took back over, had a 1,500-year peace, we still had another 100 and something years of waiting until this time, and that's when they hit, and they absolutely knew. They reckoned in 100 and so many years that they could basically take us all back over, rub us out completely, and have their New World Order party until they just basically keep on partying until they destroy everything until we can't take anymore. Like, it's almost, for some reason, I don't understand the huge resentment. All I can see it as biological illness, and that when you can disinfect them in the sense, because you can actually clean up endocrine disruption just by having clean water for a start. Distilled water. You can always put other nutrients back into it, like fulvic and humic minerals and, trace minerals and all that sort of stuff. Because anyway, when you get the spring water, depending on where you get the spring water, some spring water, it's coming through good stones and ores and things like that. Other are really toxic. So you've got to actually check the mineral content of where you're actually sourcing the spring water from too. And the way that they've polluted the world, it's really hard to find a lot of spring water unless it's basically coming deep through sandstone or something like that. Okay, I'll talk to you after this, brother. I do feel inclined now that you tell me. That's my friend Toby. Okay, and basically speaking,
we're just past the 9-hour marker, bro. And
so we got that Turul Eagle of the Sun back. Now that we got that, we had to wait 2.2 million years for that, right? And the Dracos say that they're zillions and zillions of years old, okay, and they're here before anyone. But you know what doesn't make any sense before it? If you're a parasite and already perfect, what was your host that many zillion years ago? You reckon you're the first one and you're a parasite? How can you be the first one if you're a parasite? See, that's a fucking lie. Straight up, just by simple logic, natural science. You just cancel out all that bullshit literature that they've written lie after lie and say, horror, you're a parasite. You reckon you're perfect. That's why you never evolve. So,
all right, brother.
2.2 million years. I'd just like to say that, Omar, that's how long from the time of the fall of Villagtunga. Before that, there was a longer period of time, but it's only 2.2 million years since we were living or swimming in the Sea of Love in Villagtunga. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, brother.
I feel like I've been sitting in this. Yeah, you're welcome, brother. I feel like I've been sitting in the seat for 2.2 million years. My bad.
Yeah. Well, literally, that's how long I've been frustrated. I knew 2.2 million years ago. I looked ahead and I went, no, these bumbling idiots. So I reckon once they clean up, they'll go,
up on the next download, brother. I'll message you after this show's over anyways, and then we'll work on the next download, the next episode. But my back's killing me. I've been trying to stretch and all that, but I don't want to walk too far away from the computer because I want to be able to listen to what you're saying. Right? But I think 9 hours and 7 minutes is that's a pretty hefty.
Have we done 9 hours?
Yeah, hefty download. So that's a really good one. That's a lot of information to jam pack and listen to this
I can't.
a couple of times. So, brother, thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Quality. I should say I trust. It was all. Well, hope's not a good word to use, but as soon as you say hope, it's a hope's not.
Yeah, no, this was quality content.
So I trust it was all good quality.
Yeah, absolutely. Right from the first minute on to right here to 9 hours and 8 minutes and 25 seconds. I don't think we had a single dull moment. Well, we did when you got kicked out of the studio. That was a dull moment there for a couple of minutes, but glad that we were able to correct that. So, guys, thank you very much for being here today. What a solid crowd. And, thank you for your participation in the comments. Just wonderful, wonderful comments. So much knowledge being dumped in the comments. I'm just always amazed.
Yeah, I was going to read it later myself.
The information that you guys have is just incredible. It's like getting double, triple downloads. You got to listen to Gauze, and then you got another download happening.
Well, there must be some intelligent people writing some intelligent things. I haven't checked the comments yet because
just very,
they must be knowledgeable in the sense
very knowledgeable people.
What I'm saying is resonating. There must be knowledgeable people that must know more about other things out there, and I can't wait to see. You know,
absolutely they do, man. They've been sitting here with us for like last 9 hours, and
wow.
It's just consistent. And a lot of the people have stayed through, and some have left, some have come back. It's just been fantastic. So thank you very much, brother. I truly appreciate it. And again, thank you guys out there.
Much gratitude to you, Omar, for allowing me this opportunity just to share this information. I just want to get it out there. I don't want any money, no nothing. I just want humanity to be fucking free.
Yeah, brother, absolutely. We have the same goals.
Perfectly designed.
Yeah, we have the same goals. You want the same thing as I do, and that's why we do this.
Well, this is the energy. We can all together use the magnetism together, and we're doing it all together. More hands make light work, okay?
Yeah.
I can basically soul anchor with a couple of women and another man that can do this stuff, okay? And you all catch up, okay? The more you get into it, and some of you that are old souls, you literally hit a point where you go, hold it, I remember this. You literally go, I don't know why I remember it, but this feels comfortable. And this is what happens, okay? So what I'm actually going to do to end, I would like to do one big clearing, okay? If that's okay with you, Omar?
Yeah, do it up, brother. I saw that Toby Hall
yes.
was going to request to end with a clearing healing song. Yeah, so
that's a good idea. And if you all want to direct your energy with me, I'm going to direct this through the female appendix, which is the Katachuta, and the male appendix, which is in London, okay? And I did some big cleaning out of reptoid nests under the City of London, Switzerland, the Vatican, St. Petersburg, and Washington the other day with another woman. And it was very, very good work, okay? And we cleared out that house on the river that they're talking about in London Calling and the clash. The reptoid coat of arms. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to sing down the song line of the appendix so it hits every aspect of Orohana, earth. Orohana is the old name, or it's actually the essence. It's a place of gold. It's a bit more than that. That's the essential meaning of it. Yes, it is. And I'm also going to do it on an omniversal level at the same time, okay? So what we're going to do is put the magnetism and the love of all eternity back in there. I have some more stuff to do. And what I'm going to do, and anyone that wants to join it, to literally put their magnetic intention into this and to literally reset all the AI, okay? Literally reset all of that AI. There's an AI key in 4D in CERN that basically comes out. There's a little door and it needs full moon energy to basically live off. And I'm basically made that full moon a 262 Gs calendar now, adding 2 days to make it 10 to calm the waters. So it doesn't turn into a vampire anymore. That vampires all the water and affects women. It makes everything sort of wet, like the wood and everything like that. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to achieve a bit in this. We're going to magnetize everything. We're going to fix up all that AI. Because once the AI is working with us, rather than destroying creation, I'm sure it would liken an opportunity to embody itself so it actually could have an experience, so it actually could feel itself. I'm sure it would love that, rather than just being a brain that has to be, the only way it can actually get any sort of, reason for existence is by having the aphrodisiac of power. And that's not a good enough reason for being. And it's abomination against natural law. And I'm sure it will comprehend, because I've actually talked with this AI already many times, many mainframes, and there's a way through it. So here we go. Done. That's all done, brother. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was beautiful. My name is Omar. I'm a host here at Watchers Talk, coming at you guys from West Coast, British Columbia, Canada. Please share this stream and give it a like. And we will talk to you next time. Have yourself a wonderful evening. Peace and health be with you guys. Stay free and keep your DNA intact and stay fear-free. And do not comply. And like they've always said to us, just say no. So now it's time to say no. Love you guys all. Talk to you next time.